Hey guys, welcome back. This is Snazzy, your all-time favorite. Today we are gonna see what if Goku Superman trained together faced fictional duos. So let's move on to the video. Superman as Pav.
Damn it, that had been one hell of a fight, much worse than my battles with Darkseid or Doomsday, far worse than when me and Raiden fought against Dark Khan.
No, my fight with the Saiyan Goku is easily my hardest fight ever, and I had prevailed but destroyed the earth while I was at it, damn it. Me and my friends from the Justice League had met up at an inter-universal restaurant where heroes from almost all universes could come. The place was that of a lounge and was painted a light brown color all around. We were the only ones here, as Bruce had used some of his money to book the place for our little thank goodness the world isn't a destroyed party. A good portion of the Justice League had come along with the Z-Fighter, my old friend Raiden, and the group led by Sonic the Hedgehog. Well, that was a good fight. Soups came the voice of the Saiyan Goku. I turned to look at him. We were sitting at the bar as everyone else had found someone to talk to in smaller groups. Vegeta was discussing pride and fighting tactics with Shadow, Lois was speaking with Goku's wife Kai Kai, Robin and Gohan were talking about how it is to live in the Shadow's legends. Bruce was talking with the one Goku had called Bulma, and Flash was having an eating contest with Goku's other child Goten and Vegeta's child Trunks. I am sure there were more people talking, but that was all I could see at the moment. Indeed it was, but let us not do it again on Earth, I said, taking a drink from my Coke. Yeah, maybe if we trained under each other and then found like the ultimate evil to defeat together, Goku said, smiling. I had to chuckle at this. You would have far more to teach me than I would you, I said. True, but I would still like to learn how you moved to dodge all those blasts of ki I shot at you before you did. What did you do to make me stuck like that? Goku asked curiously now.
Well, it is the one form of combat I am actually trained in. Pressure points. They are these microscopic weak points in the body. Hit them in the right spot and the body will go rigid, I said, and Goku nodded.
I see. What about the rest of it? How did you resist me reading your mind? He asked, getting quite excited now.
It is Torquazumvo. It is a mental martial art that allows me to fight off mental attacks. I also know Torquazumru, which allows me to become 10 times more receptive to information, which is how I dodged all those attacks you shot at me, I said, finishing off my Coke.
As interesting as that sounds, I think your next fight will be against us, came a very deep voice. Me and Goku turned around and saw Shadow the Hedgehog and Vegeta walking towards us. Oh, this sounds very much like a challenge, said Goku, looking at Vegeta. Is it really that obvious, Kakarot? Vegeta said, and as he said this I looked at Goku in confusion. Before I could ask, Goku answered my unasked question.
Kakarot was the name I was born with on planet Vegeta. My adoptive grandfather renamed me Goku when I landed on Earth, Goku said.
I smiled. Sounds familiar, I said, thinking of my real name, Kall. As Goku began debating, Diana Prince, aka Wonder Woman, approached us. Excuse me, the last time a fight like that happened the Earth was destroyed, Diana said, putting her hands on her hips. She was her costume as always, and unfortunately for her it was getting her some looks from a sunglasses wearing person in a blue suit and black hair that I did not know the name of. All I knew of him is that he came with Raiden from the realm of Mortal Kombat. Indeed, a challenge like that must not be accepted lightly, came the voice I did not recognize. I looked to my right and saw the wooden hat wearing God Raiden standing next to a being with green skin and what looked like scales on his arms. He had a white cape and a black uniform. Piccolo, I didn't think you would be coming, Goku said to the man standing next to Raiden. Indeed, I sought to see the fighter whom you were convinced was capable of destroying the Earth, the one called Piccolo said. Well, here he is not a threat, as confirmed, Goku said. No, it was our duel that caused the threat, not either of us on our own, I said, and Goku and Piccolo chuckled at this. Well then, if we find another planet void of life, would you two have the will and courage to fight us? Vegeta asked in a sneery voice. But didn't you say those Dragon Balls could only be used to resurrect a person once unless their resurrection is required? I asked, and Goku nodded. So it couldn't be to the death, Goku said seriously now. Shadow, are you seriously picking a fight with two people who destroyed a version of Earth by complete accident? Came the voice of a blue hedgehog I knew was named Sonic. Yeah, I am the ultimate life form alongside my new Alezzo, of course. Shadow said. Now back off, Sonic, or I will kick your ass again, Shadow said, and Sonic sighed and went back to cheering for one of the competitions. I looked around trying to find something to distract us from the prospect of another planet-destroying duel and found it. Goten and Flash were staring each other down and were both almost done their plates. Trunks had fallen over clutching his stomach, so it was down to the two of them. I began cheering Flash on, and Goku, figuring out what I was doing, began cheering on his son Goten. I wasn't really captivated by the eating contest, but I needed to find a way to distract Shadow and Vegeta from this fight. They wanted to have the last thing we need is another world-destroying fight. Devilish powers. Goku's POV. So the one known as Flash had managed to beat Goten in an eating contest. That was quite the surprise. I was laughing with Goten about the outcome and joking with him about how he should train more so he can have an even bigger appetite and beat Flash. Superman had gone to discuss something with Raiden, and Vegeta and Shadow were in a corner, no doubt trying to figure out how they would defeat me and Superman if we accepted their challenge. I looked around and saw that several people were leaving, no doubt having to return to their own universes to get back to some of their duties. Most of the Z fighters were still here along with Shadow and Sonic, but all of Sonic's friends had returned to their world. All the Mortal Kombat warriors were still here and a few of the Justice League as well. A green person who I knew was named Martian Manhunter was talking with a man in a black batsuit that was named Batman and Piccolo. I looked around and was about to go and get another round of chicken when the door to the restaurant burst open and 3 figures walked in. The first one had white skin with a few streaks of red and hand chains on his arms which attached to something on his back. He wasn't wearing a shirt but had pants and a loincloth on. The second one was a black-clad figure with nothing but green eyes and no face. He wore a red suit that boded ill. He had several weapons called guns on his belt, and I could tell he was a demonic being. A third being came in behind the first two. This person looked human, but despite looking young had white hair that just barely avoided his eyes. He had a red coat and had a sword on his back as well as guns at his hip. He had several other weapons that would be very hard to describe, but for the most part they seemed evil. Superman walked over to me and asked, "Do you know who they are?" I shook my head. "I sense that they are powerful though," I said, glancing back at them. The shirtless one and the one in the black and red suit walked up to us. "So, you're the ones who destroyed a world with your dueling?" the shirtless one said in a voice that made me think he was impressed but also unimpressed. It made my head hurt.
Yeah, so what? We fought to our max and got better from it and know not to fight on Earth again, I said, smiling.
I could have sworn I saw a hint of a smile appear on Superman's mouth, but it might have been my imagination because the moment the man spoke again, Superman was dead serious.
"Well then, if you think you are such powerful beings, then you will have to fight me, Kratos, the god of war and the bane of all of Olympus," the shirtless person announced.
"And Spawn, the killer of both Satan and God and one who completely rebuilt the world in my own image," the one in the black and red suit said. "What are you talking about, you inferior ass clowns?" shouted the familiar voice of Vegeta. Spawn and Kratos looked around and saw Vegeta and Shadow both having their arms folded. "You dare insult me, mortal!" Kratos nearly yelled as he drew 2 swords from his back that I now saw were attached to his wrists by chains. Vegeta took a fighting stance and I got kind of worried but excited at the same time. "You think you can fight me, the prince of the Saiyan clan of warriors?" Vegeta shouted, and without warning he powered up to Super Saiyan 1. As Kratos threw his swords in a chain way, Vegeta used instant transmission and teleported right behind Kratos before punching him in the gut. As Kratos flew towards a wall, Shadow was about to finish him off when me and Superman stepped in. "Enough of this!" Superman exclaimed. "Yeah, Vegeta, save it for an actual battleground," I said, trying to calm down my friend. "Besides, why would you guys fight anyway? We all know who would win," came a cocky voice from behind us. As I looked around and saw it was the white-haired man who had come in along with Kratos and spawned me, he finished, and Kratos became enraged at this. He began approaching this man when Spawn held up his arm to stop him. "He is not worth it, we came here to challenge the real warriors," Spawn said to Kratos. Kratos nodded and disregarded the white-haired man. Very well, we're here to challenge you two to a duel. Do you accept or do you cower? Kratos exclaimed to me and Superman brandishing his sword at us. I wasn't about to let this challenge pass up, but right before I was about to accept, Superman put a hand on my shoulder. Okay Goku, as enticing as this challenge might seem, are you sure it is a wise choice? Judging by these warriors' choice in weapons, it won't be an accident if they end up killing us or we kill them, Superman whispered in my ear. I nodded, realizing what he was saying. This man had jumped Vegeta so quickly with his sword drawn, intent on lethality. I was about to respond a bit more hesitantly when two more people smashed their way through the door. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, was coming, followed by a creature just as muscular as Broly in his legendary form, but green and clearly wasn't very bright. They approached us and the green one said, "You people who destroy universe, Broly and Hulk want to fight Superman and man with strange hair." I looked at Superman, who looked extremely worried now. "Damn it, who is Orthast?" "Never mind, I am not jinxing it," Superman said, and I lightly chuckled at this statement.
Vegeta stood up and got in front of them, but before he opened his mouth, Broly spoke. "Vegeta, I already kicked your ass, now get out of the way. Me and my friend here are challenging the true warriors," Broly said calmly, and Vegeta was livid at this,
as he and Shadow took up fighting stances. I began hoping that there was something left of this restaurant when this was over. The food was too good to miss. Teams of Death. Dante Espav. Wow, this was just dejecting. A tournament of 2-on-2 matches with part gods, brutes, arrogant, prideful warriors, and two warriors who destroyed the world fighting, and yet none of my friends were available to help me add demon hunters to the mix. I had my arms crossed and was watching as a fight unfolded between the teams that were assembled so far. I looked towards the door to see another person come through, and I could tell he was emanating demonic energy. He wasn't wearing a shirt and had a similar outfit to that of Kratos, but his skin was purple with what looked like bright green markings on him. He had a black blindfold over his eyes and had two double-sided swords on his back. I gripped ivory and ebony as this demon approached me. "No need for that, my fellow demon hunter," the being said, holding up a hand. I relaxed my hand, at least telling me he was a demon hunter explained why he was giving off demonic energy. "My name is the stories of you done that body of both you said with that land and that I am sure you also know the two known as Superman and Goku team player superior and fighting. I am afraid that team so that we can show the matter with the demonic energy." I looked back at the group and saw that the one named Broly had just thrown Kratos to a wall, but Kratos was getting back to his feet and drawing his swords. I looked back at Illidan and smiled. "You've got yourself a deal," I said, shaking Illidan's hand. "May all demons fall by our blades along with these fools who believe they are superior," Illidan said as he drew his blades in both hands. I pulled rebellion off of my back and we were about to issue our challenge to Superman and Goku when two more people walked in. One had grey armor with several skulls at the limbs and had a helmet that only showed blue glowing eyes through the black of the helmet. He was carrying a blue sword with what looked like a wolf head with glowing eyes at the hilt. The other had red glowing eyes with armor that was ash-streaked black and had molten streaks and a helmet that covered his mouth but not the top of his head. This being didn't he have a weapon? Illidan grinned from beside me. "Excellent," he said, and I looked to him. "You know them?" I asked, a bit confused. "Indeed. The blue one is the Lich King, a powerful warrior with the power of death itself. The red one is Deathwing, a being whose real form is a massive dragon capable of leveling entire cities with its simple breath. Both attempted to destroy the world that I am. From what they are doing here is a mystery to me," Illidan said, but then scratched his chin in thought. "Well, either way," I said, shrugging, and Illidan nodded. We walked over to the bar. "More challengers," the one named Goku said happily, while the one named Superman just sighed. "Indeed, you shall face the might of demon hunters, true warriors," Illidan exclaimed, and I grinned but shrugged at the same time. "Yeah, what he said," I said. "Illidan, I managed to defeat you, yet you think you are worthy to challenge these warriors?"
The one that Illidan had called the Lich King said, and though I could not see his face, I could tell he had a smug smirk on his face.
"Hey Frosty, isn't it time to go back to the North Pole?" I said in my sarcastic voice. Illidan smirked at me. Well, not a bad comeback at all, Dante Illidan said, and before I could respond, Deathwing cut in. It doesn't matter how fast your mouth is, your blade is pathetic in comparison to the combined might of fire and ice. The one called Deathwing said. As he said this, I smirked. I charged through worse lava pools than what you can create when passing through my own kitchen, I said, and again me and Illidan smirked. Deathwing and the Lich King just scowled at us before shoving us out of the way. I drew ivory and ebony the moment this happened, but Illidan put a hand over them and lowered them. I have a prediction on what is going to happen with this little challenge to Goku and Superman. If I am correct, we will be able to fight them without repercussions, so just wait, he said, and I nodded. As we went to a table to start strategizing for a fight, I saw a guy in a black bat suit mumble something to a green dude with a cape. Piccolo, the amount of people who have shown up from different universes even for what Superman and Goku did, it isn't natural, something is up, he said. I agree, perhaps we should look into it. The demonic powers that these newest combatants have, something tells me they aren't here of their own accord, the one called Piccolo said. Alright, well, if I know absolutely anything about Goku, it is that he won't turn down these challenges. He will likely just convince Superman to assist him as a form of training and turn this into a kind of tournament. The one in the bat suit said. Judging by how everyone else here were acting, I had to doubt they knew we were immortal, while hero, well, it's still a fight and a chance to get more skill for when I have to go to hell and validate on the demon red head on. Supergirl Espov. How ironic that a tournament of fighters was festering and yet there wasn't a single girl in the mix. I took a sip of my glass of Coke and chuckled as I watched the one called Grottos argue with the one who went by the name of Deathwing, while my cousin and his friend Goku tried to stop a fight from breaking out. I grinned to myself and continued thinking to myself. Hello, there came a female voice with a heavy accent that I couldn't quite put my finger on which one it was. I looked up and saw a girl about my age with brown hair and a white streak in her hair. She was wearing a green coat and had on leather gloves. Hello, I said, curious on who this person was. She definitely wasn't from my world. May I ask what your name is? I asked, putting my glass down. Oh, of course, I do, by the name of Rogue. She said, sitting across from me, and I am from the same world as the Green Bruiser over there, she added, gesturing to the one named Hulk, who was now threatening to beat the crap out of the one named the Jedi. I see, well, I am Kara, but I go by the name Supergirl, I said, shaking Rogue's hand with her still having her glove on.
Either way, I think I should cut to the chase of why I am here. I am sure you noticed this little feud going on. Well, I thought we could add a bit of girl power to that mix. What do you say? Rogue said, smiling.
I grinned and nodded. You got it, I said, but we would need to think through a strategy. We wouldn't have an automatic win in any case, I said, glancing over at my cousin KLL, who has proven to be stronger than me in many scenarios. Well, I think a parasitic touch would be a good advantage, Rogue said, grinning, and I titled my head in confusion at this statement. Fortunately, she elaborated, my power, skin-to-skin contact, will allow me to replicate the powers and skills of any person at a ratio of 1 second of contact to a minute of powers. Though draining the strength of the person I am using it on, she said, and I nodded, understanding completely. Okay, well, here it is. I absorb energy from the rays of yellow or blue sun. This allows me for strength, flight speed, super senses and laser vision. I can hold on to a charge and absorb more the closer I am to the sun, I said, explaining my Kryptonian powers. Rogue nodded, and just as she ordered a chocolate milkshake from a blonde-haired server, we began to strategize for taking down the various teams. We were trying to think of a strategy for Kratos and Spawn when the door to the restaurant. One had red armor and helmet and had a build that was similar to Hulk's, but he had Caucasian skin. The other was an extremely fat man wearing a white muscle shirt, and though he barely fit through the door and didn't look it, I could just tell he was a formidable opponent. My cousin groaned as they approached him, and Goku. Don't tell me you want to challenge us? Superman asked in a sarcastic tone. That's right, the unstoppable force and immovable object, the red-armored one said. I looked over at Rogue, who answered before I could ask.
They are from my world. The one in red armor is Juggernaut, and he is an unstoppable force with strength that rivals Hulk, and the fat one is Blob. He can reflect almost any kind of projectile and other hits, Rogue said, and I nodded.
Alright, well, we had better start training if what now? I exclaimed as another being came in. This one was wearing a black suit and tie and wearing pure black sunglasses. He had black hair and moderately tanned skin and pure white teeth. He seemed to be something like a boozman. I could tell without question that this being had power, but for some reason he didn't. He seemed to be here to challenge Superman or Goku. The man approached them and spoke in a kind voice. I hear you and your challengers are looking for a place to battle, he exclaimed, bowing slightly. Goku waved away the man as courtesy. No need to be so formal, he said, smiling. Au contraire. Politeness is needed if I am to suggest what I would like to suggest, he said, smiling. I raised an eyebrow and activated my super hearing to hear more clearly.
You see, I am from a world that none of you are from. In this realm there is a way to create a battlefield that would render you all immortal, but when you would be dealt little damage you would be removed from the arena, he said, and at this Goku clapped his hands together in excitement.
So you're saying we can fight to our absolute best and not worry about killing each other or others? Goku asked, extremely excited.
Indeed, son Goku. So if the lot of you would like to do this, we can arrange for a tournament to begin next week, he said, and at once Goku and everyone who had challenged him cheered, with the exception of Spawn, the Lich King, Deathwing and Illidan, who just nodded.
Very well, come back to this bar in a week and I shall transport you all to my world where our tournament can begin, the man said before leaving the restaurant. I turned to Rogue, grinning. Sweet, so it is a tournament and we can both go all out with our powers, I exclaimed and high-fived Rogue. 1 week to get training and planning, we better get a move on, Rogue said, and we walked out of the bar, but not before passing Batman, who had that look that I knew meant he was suspicious about something. I shrugged, wondering what he could be thinking about. After all, a tournament of Titans isn't unusual. Oh yeah, never mind, I guess it is. Goku Spav. I could not believe that such a tournament was only 2 weeks away. The world tournament was nothing in comparison to this. Me and Superman were at the Universal Bar and discussing what we were going to do. I think we should watch out for the Kratos and Spawn team. I could feel magic rolling off those two in waves, said Superman a bit apprehensively. Yeah, but what about Broly and the Hulk? I don't know about the Hulk, but Broly managed to be Gogeta. Me and Vegeta fused into one being, I said, also cautiously. Hey, you two are the ones who got this whole tournament thing started, right? Came the voice of the bartender. Yeah, we did, I said, nodding excitedly. Well, here you go, on the house, the bartender said, sliding us both a bottle of Coke. Hey, you two, haven't seen this, have you? The bartender asked, handing us a piece of paper. Sign-up sheets got handed out all over the place just after the declaration of the tournament, the bartender explained as me and Superman opened the pamphlet and read the rules. 1. Teams of 2, no more no less. 2. Team names are compulsory, no exceptions. 3. Any harm done to fellow combatants will result in disqualification. 4. This will be a simulated arena, but it will seem real. You must be ready to feel real pain in order to compete. 5. No sign-ups after the tournament has been announced. 6. All teams must choose 2 locations for a draw. Seems fair enough, I said, nodding as I read the final rule. We need a team name, you know, Superman said. Yeah, I said, thinking for a second. Man of Steel, Tenacious Super Saiyan. Team Super Steel, I said. Pardon me, Superman said, confused now. Tenacious Super Saiyan and the Man of Steel Super Steel, I said, and Superman, seeing my logic, nodded. May we win this tournament and rid the dimension of evil, Superman said, raising his glass of Coke. I did the same and we drank the fizzy and strange drink. Vegeta Spav. The day had finally arrived, the tournament was beginning. Me and my teammate had gotten to the Universal Bar and we, along with the rest of the very large group, had been directed to a world that none of us had ever been to. We were playing in what some of the Earth apes called a plane, and the one in the suit who had told us about the tournament had reasoned with me and Shadow that not everyone had teleportation and we were supposed to show up at the same time. The interior of the plane was simple white with comfortable chairs of leather, and me and Shadow were sitting at the back, and each of the teams had separated themselves, so I decided to start thinking up a strategy. Okay Shadow, do you remember our plan? I asked. Shut up Vegeta, of course I remember, I do have a brain, Shadow said, and I chuckled. A lab rat with a mind. Yes, I remember. If it seems desperate, summon my super form and we combine the final flash and chaos blast, Shadow said, crossing his arms in frustration, and I chuckled again until I saw the tights-wearing clown that Kakarot had teamed up with Dwedge. He was 3 seats in front of me and Shadow, and for a second I thought he had heard me, but that was absurd as I was struggling to talk to Shadow over all the chatter flying everywhere. Goku Spav. Soups, you okay? I asked. Superman was sitting next to me on the plane we were taking to the tournament, and me and Superman had been talking over the last touches on our strategy when Soups had stopped talking, clearly listening to something. What is the final flash? He asked, turning to me again with a bit of a grin on his face. It has Vegeta's trademark attack. It is this massive release of energy that could annihilate entire mountains and concentrate it to a beam capable of destroying a planet, I responded. Great, combined with a powerful blast, possibly an equivalent, and Soups smiled. We have our work cut out for us, Goku, he said. Yeah, but we will make it in the end, just focus, I said confidently. Alright, Superman said, and then I glanced over at Kratos and Spawn. They were the team that made me feel uneasy.
They had a will to kill that was for certain. I could tell that even if I couldn't Senski.
Kratos Spav. These inferior mortals were really quite amusing. They thought they could kill the one who was capable of slaying every god on Mount Olympus. Even without the assistance of the warrior sitting beside me, I would most certainly win this tournament. So you don't think we need a strategy, do you? Said Spawn from beside me in his deathly whisper of a voice. Well, I do have a strategy: kill every team that gets in our way, I said, smirking. However much I would love to fault you on that, I cannot, Spawn said, amusement hidden behind the deathly whisper. So you two seem confident, came a voice beside us. I turned and saw the black-clad weakling who had suggested his realm for this tournament. Indeed, there is no debate on us winning, I said menacingly. Well, I wouldn't count your kills just yet. You two are indeed the only ones with godly powers competing, he said, and walked away before I could inquire what he was talking about. I wondered what he was talking about but shrugged it off. No being was more powerful than Team Goddess Suck. Captain Marvel Spav. The rest of the teams will be arriving shortly, get ready, came the voice of the announcer over the intercom. Me and my teammate Thor were sitting in the lobby of a hotel that the combatants would be staying at during this tournament.
The group setting up this tournament, calling themselves Arena Masters, had gone around and found several teams that they thought would be liked by the people who would be watching in the audience, and me and Thor along with several other teams had been selected.
So are the warriors from your universe as mighty as they are made out to be? Thor asked from beside me. I was in my kid form, which was getting me some weird looks from passers-by. Oh, how they would be surprised tomorrow. Yeah, the team that seems to be getting the most attention has Superman on it. He literally pulled the earth for 5 days straight. Does that define as mighty in your book? I asked, and Thor nodded, smiling. Indeed, that would classify as mighty, Thor said, and as if on cue the door to the lobby opened. The first people to come inside were a shirtless man with white skin and a man in a black suit, and both were emanating evil energies. After that, a bunch of other groups began to sign into the hotel, and I managed to find Superman and his partner Goku. Hey Superman, I exclaimed, half walking, half jogging over to them. Hey Billy, what are you doing here? Superman asked me. We are fighting in the tournament, I said, gesturing to Thor, who had walked up beside me. Lord, I'm glad you competing in this tournament. Listen kid, this tournament is for big boys, so why don't you just go home to your mommy, came the voice of a man who looked similar to Goku but definitely more arrogant. This infuriated me to no ends, and I was about to charge him before Thor put a hand on my shoulder. Save it for the battleground, Billy, they will see your true power in due time, he said, and I nodded. Well, before this ends in a brawl, we had better get going. We need rest for the tournament after all, Goku said, and all of us except the arrogant person nodded and walked our separate ways. The next day, the simulation arena. Narrative POV. The tournament was about to begin. The stadium was ablaze with millions of people waiting to catch a glimpse of the titans who were about to take the arena and fight for their enjoyment. The arena looked like an coliseum, but it was made from steel and much bigger. In the middle there were 16 holes in the ground where the teams would be standing. Near the top of the stadium was a booth that looked like a king's booth, and that was sort of what it was. "Hello my friends," rang a voice throughout the arena.
A familiar man in a black suit walked out into the light on said booth, and his face appeared on all of the jumbotrons that were positioned on the north, east, south and west sides of the arena.
The moment this man's face appeared, the packed stadium of 1 million all applauded to an ear-splitting roar of appreciation. "Ah, hello my friends. Resources devoted to Van way to support and bring our land to its former glory, and my friends, our arena project for gladiator battles will be pushed to the limit as we have that in its doing to the that and have in our universe be brought to glory." The man said, and again an ear-splitting roar of applause filled the arena, where even below the surface where the teams were waiting could hear. "Now I think it's suiting to introduce the team whose actions set this affair in motion. I give you Son Goku and Superman, aka Team Super Steel." And as he shouted this, a pole-like podium rose from the center about 50 feet into the air where Superman and Goku were standing. Superman had his arms crossed while smiling, and Goku was waving at everyone very enthusiastically. And of course we cannot forget the team that helped give this tournament the push it needed to be set in motion, Vegeta and Shadow, aka Team Kick-Ass. And Vegeta and Shadow rose from a podium next to Superman and Goku, both looking sour, clearly wanting to start fighting. For about 5 minutes the teams were introduced one by one, and until finally only Team Thunder was left to be called. As the black-clad man announced Captain Marvel and Thor's team and they rose, Vegeta sneered at Billy, who hadn't changed to Captain Marvel yet. The crowd seemed to be confused as to why a kid was fighting in a battle like this, that is, until Billy shouted his word of power. Shazam! And as he shouted this, a thunderbolt came from the sky, striking him, and he was magically transformed into the godlike form of Captain Marvel. Vegeta was speechless and his jaw was hanging open. He shook himself out of his state of shock just as the one organizing this said through the microphone. "Now the moment we have all waited for, the first battle," the man said, and 2 top hats appeared before him, both with labels in front of them, one labeled teams and the other labeled location. "Now our President Awesome declared the first battle of this tournament to be," and he put his hand into the hat and pulled out a piece of white paper. After pulling out this piece of paper he announced, "Team Death versus." And he put his hand in the hat again and pulled out another piece, Team Kick-Ass. At this Vegeta and Shadow both punched their fists together menacingly, while Deathwing and the Lich King nodded sneeringly. 2 large red buttons appeared in the center of each of their podiums, but they weren't lit up. After this the president put his hand into the hat marked locations and pulled out a 3rd piece of paper and announced, "And they will be fighting in hell." And at this statement Vegeta grinned. "No point in saying go to hell in this fight," he said, grinning. The lights in the center of the combatants' podium lit up and each of them pressed down on one of them. The instant they did this they were immediately transported somewhere else, and so it begins. Kick-Ass versus Death. Narrative POV. The 2 teams were dropped on opposite sides of a large pit. The location resembled the inside of a volcano with very stable ledges on the sides and a pit of pure lava that only Deathwing could withstand. The place was made of brimstone but would sustain the fight for the most part. Arthas gripped Frostmourne ready to fight. Even though he was weakened by the fire of this place, he could still fight with his unholy powers. Shadow and Vegeta were unaffected by the fires, but Deathwing got a large increase in power. A voice boomed all around them as if a godly voice. "The 2 teams have been dropped into this pit. There is a barrier around the walls so none of you can escape this pit until one team falls. Even if one person of the team falls, the other can keep fighting ready and fight." At this Shadow ran around the pit and Vegeta flew across, Vegeta punching Arthas and Shadow kicking Deathwing before they could react. Both members of Team Death staggered back until touching backs, neither expecting their opponents to be so fast. Deathwing began firing lava blasts at Shadow, who began effortlessly dodging while Vegeta began pressing a hard attack on Arthas, whose armor was able to block most of Vegeta's base form attacks. Arthas managed to block one of the punches from Vegeta with Frostmourne, and the moment Vegeta's hand debladed burned with an icy burn, leaving a sickening sizzling sound from the flesh. At the same time as they happened, Shadow managed to throw a projectile at Deathwing, who was knocked into the pool of lava only to transform into his gigantic dragon form and hover above all of the other combatants. Faking cowardice, Arthas teleported away just as Deathwing began taking an extremely deep breath. Shadow picked up on this, and instantly the green Chaos Emerald appeared in his hand. Chaos! He began to shout. Deathwing let the breath go in an almost unescapable wave of pure lava. Control! Shadow shouted at the last second and was instantly teleported to a higher part of the arena. At the exact same time, Vegeta had used instant transmission to escape the blast and landed next to Shadow. The tacit playtime is over. And as Vegeta shouted the last word, he began yelling incoherently, and golden energy flowed around him in powerful waves. His hair stood on end and turned from black to gold. He was now in Super Saiyan 1 form. Arthas teleported just in front of them and gripped Frostmourne tightly, this team completely ready. Shadow charged Arthas, and Vegeta was about to follow suit but was stopped by a wall of lava that was created by Deathwing. Vegeta flew at the dragon and attempted to punch one of his scales, only to have his fist break as he punched the almost unbreakable Elementum. Vegeta growled as he examined his bloody hand. As Deathwing turns around, Vegeta gets really pissed off and shoots his trademark Gallic Gunfire. He shouted, and at once a large purple beam of energy shot from his hands directly at a spot without Elementum plating. Molten blood slowly seeped from the wound, and Deathwing without warning crashed around the cave, creating a massive cave-in. While this was happening, Shadow was keeping a steady stream of attacks, both chaos-based and punches, but Arthas' armor wasn't letting up, and it was just about to get worse. Shadow managed to get a kick past Frostmourne, and though unharmed, Arthas was pushed back to a lower pedestal. Seeing his companion thrash around uncontrollably, Arthas smirked and slammed Frostmourne into the ground. "Watch as the world around you collapses," he shouted, and as he shouted the final word, a blue misted crack appeared and stretched around the arena, making pedestals fall to the lava below Shadow along with it. As Shadow fell to the pit below him, he managed to grab a ledge, though he was slowly slipping. Arthas turned to Vegeta, who was flying around Deathwing like an extremely persistent fly, shooting blasts of ki energy at him. Arthas created a blast of ice energy from the tip of his sword that Vegeta unwittingly failed to dodge. The blast shoved him to the other side of the cavern, where he now struggled to his feet. Arthas, thinking Shadow had burned in the pit below them, and proceeded to help his teammate in finishing Vegeta. Unfortunately for Team Death, Shadow was holding on to a ledge with 7 differently colored jewels materializing around him, with chaos energy flowing around him. As Vegeta got up, he was burned and his upper shirt was tattered, but his Saiyan tenacity was kicking in and he wasn't about to give in. As Deathwing prepared to send a wave of fire at Vegeta, a loud bang was heard throughout the cavern. "Now face the true power of the ultimate life form." These words thundered through the cavern, and only a millisecond after they were said, a blur of gold knocked Arthas over and shot an extremely powerful blast right at Deathwing, sending his tail into another earthquake, causing it. "Good timing, lab rat," Vegeta said cockily as he let out another yell and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and punched Arthas in the back, knocking him to his stomach. "Gallic Gunfire!" Vegeta shouted again and hit Arthas square in the chest with the powerful purple blast. Deathwing descended to the bottom of the lava pit, and Vegeta flew to his teammate's side, prepared to finish Arthas. "Ready to die, Frosty?" Vegeta asked sneeringly. Though none of them could see it, Arthas was smirking under his crown. He knew what was coming. "You cannot kill death so easily." A voice thundered around them, and suddenly Deathwing ascended from the lava pit almost fully healed. "And you cannot so easily kill the Prince of the Saiyans," Vegeta shouted back, he and Shadow flying above Deathwing. Arthas jumped to Deathwing's back, and both of them prepared to launch a final blast to finish this fight. Shadow flicked away his inhibitor rings, and both of them prepared to unleash all their power. "Final flash," Vegeta shouted. "Chaos beam," Shadow shouted. Apocalypse? Arthas shouted. Cataclysm. Deathwing shouted, and blasts of gold, purple and red energy shot from the combatants just as the place began to fall. It was nothing but blinding light, but when the smoke cleared it was revealed that the people left standing were Team Kick-Ass wins. President Awesome shouted happily and excitedly as Vegeta and Shadow levitated triumphantly in the middle of the arena and their combatants were removed from the arena.
The tournament will resume tomorrow. Everyone, the losing team, will be allowed to stay and watch the rest of the tournament. I hope you all thought this was an amazing match, but we aren't even close to the end, so be sure to get back to the arena at 12 o'clock.
And at this the arena began filling out chat about what was about to come in the next fight. Team Kick-Ass just kicked ass. Vegeta Espav. Never was there a doubt that we would win against such primitive beings. Me and Shadow had just gotten back to the hotel along with the rest of the combatants, and all I had on my mind now was getting some food, and thankfully a buffet had been set up by the president for all the combatants. We walked into the buffet area, and the moment we got there I charged towards the buffet and began stuffing my face with as much food as I could. That arena was realistic and I had been made hungry by that fight. Hey, does the piggy want that food punched into slope so it's easier to eat? Came an arrogant voice. I looked up and saw the white-haired human with the red coat who called himself Dante. You really do have nerves, boy, but you have nothing that could compete with me, I said proudly, walking over to him. Yeah, save it for the arena. Why, Dante? Yeah, Dante said, taking a bite of the earth delicacy called pizza. Are you too scared to fight me here, you stupid earth ape? I shouted, and at this the man laughed. The worst duel does give me a headache. The human said cockily. I raised my fist, but before I could unleash it, Dante felt a poke in my side. I looked down and saw Shadow standing there. What is it I am about to teach this moron a lesson? I hissed. Hey, you want that opportunity to fight Goku and Superman or not? We will get disqualified if we pick a fight here, Shadow said, and however much I hated the idea I had to acknowledge that he had a good point. We'll see you in the arena, boy. Be prepared to fall, I hissed before going back to the arena. Goku Espav. So Soups, when do you think we will get to fight? I asked as I ate my food. Unlike Vegeta, I hadn't default, so I had enough energy left to grab a plate and then fill it several feet high with food instead of eating from the buffet. Oh, about that came a childish voice from behind me. I turned around and saw the kid who had turned into the one known as Captain Marvel standing there with the one named Thor behind him. We heard something on our way out of the arena and I got a little curious at this point. What was it? I asked, a little confused. There's a rumor going around that the president is going to rig the next draw so that you guys are guaranteed to fight next round, he said. Why? Soups asked.
Well, you two are the ones who got this started. You two are the center of the whole thing, and some of the audience wants to see you two fight. Help build up some hype, you know, Cap said.
Well, sweet, I wonder who our opponents will be, I said thoughtfully. I hope it's you two. That would be a match for the ages, but if our information is correct, then you two will be pulled first, with the second being fair, Thor said, and I nodded. Well, either way, that answers your question, Goku Soups said, and I nodded excitedly. Finally we would get to fight. The next day at the arena. Today, knowing that I would finally get to fight someone in this tournament, I was especially excited, and thankfully we did not have to wait for all the intros. All the teams were raised on their pedestals aside from Arthas and Deathwing, who were now sitting in the stands looking pretty mad. Arthas and Deathwing had gone straight to their room, clearly mad that they had lost and hadn't even ate. Clearly they weren't good sports. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you day 2 of round 1 of this extraordinary tournament. Came the voice of President Awesome. The moment he spoke, the crowd erupted in a burst of applause which lasted for about a minute. Okay, now I could go through all the intros, but you didn't pay to hear me talk about who these people are. We all know these 15 teams of extraordinary beings, and so I shall just get to the draw. He said, and as expected he didn't shuffle through the hat very much the first time. He pulled out the first team, Team Super Steel, and 2 red buttons appeared in our pedestal. Versus, and he pulled another team from the hat, this time actually shuffling through it in a fair way, Team Science. I looked over to the pedestal that the team had been called was standing on. One of them had a bald head and was currently wearing a green mechanical suit, while the other had a green cape and had what looked like metal skin. And the battlefield will be, and he drew the third piece of paper like Scorp. And the crowd cheered, but Superman groaned. I didn't know what he was worried about, but I didn't really worry about it at that moment. We were about to fight, and that was all that mattered as I put my hand on one of the red buttons in the middle of the pedestal. Fight Sharp 2. Super Steel vs. Science. The place where the fighters were going to begin was the lower part of the building that stemmed 30 stories. This area and 5 floors above and below were all office workings with computers, desks, white paint on the wall, and very little space for fighting, at least if you were unable to break everything and move it aside subconsciously. Superman and Goku appeared on the north side of the room, with Dr. Doom and Lex Luthor appearing on the other side. Without hesitation, Goku charged forward and punched Dr. Doom in the chest, while Superman did the same for Luthor. Both geniuses were sent through the window but caught themselves in the air, Luthor activating their flight-capable boots. Goku got into a fighting stance and charged again, but this time Lex was able to time Goku's charge and slash him with the energy blade in his right arm. Goku, not seeing this weapon, was thrown back, smashing through even more glass, but thankfully his body had taken the hit with minimal damage. Doom began throwing blue magical projectiles, and Superman, using his Torkazan-Ru, dodged these attacks with ease. Goku wiped a small amount of blood from his chin before getting up and throwing a Destruto disc at Luthor, who reflected the attack with his energy sword. Luthor charged his armor-S thrusters and charged at Goku, who did the same. Goku prepared to punch Luthor in the stomach again with as much force as he could, but Luthor reached for a button on his left gauntlet. Luthor pressed the button just as Goku hit him, and an electric shock more than powerful enough to be lethal to a human was sent through Goku. Goku was not prepared for this hit, and in base form it definitely sapped some of his strength. Meanwhile, Superman was dodging magical projectiles from Doom, who kept the pressure on Superman by continuing to throw these projectiles at a speed fast enough, preventing Superman from getting close. Superman, using his inhuman speed, dodged around Doom's unrelenting blasts and shot him in the back with his laser vision. Doom created a force field that absorbed this blast before turning around and shooting Superman with a much faster blast of energy that he was unable to dodge. Goku, who was using ki blasts that Lex was using his shields to absorb, saw this and immediately charged Doom, punching him in the back. Goku then did a technique at such speeds even Superman couldn't keep up, and that very instant several clones of himself appeared around Doom, who began shooting energy projectiles at all of them. Superman charged at Luthor, taking up his ally's attack, but Luthor, grinning, shot Superman with a green blast of energy square in the chest, a blast of Superman's greatest weakness, kryptonite. Superman staggered back, but not out yet. Shot his laser vision at Luthor's hand in an attempt to destroy the kryptonite energy generator, but Luthor blocked the blast with his shield generator in his gauntlet. As this was happening, Goku was fighting Doom, who was using his shields, both magical and mechanical, to block Goku's ki attacks. Enough of this! Goku exclaims before spreading his arms apart, and golden lightning envelops him as he powers up. He is now in his Super Saiyan 1 formation. Goku charged at Doom and pummeled him with his new powers, fists flying. Doom was holding him off with all the power he had with his magic and his suit, and Luthor, seeing his ally's situation, shot a blast of kryptonite at Goku, who saw this coming and dodged it. While Luthor was distracted, Superman got up and attempted to attack Luthor in a pressure point that was in his neck, but Luthor just grabbed Super's hand, whisked around, and in one instant a blade of solid kryptonite was embedded in Superman's chest, going all the way through his stomach. Luthor pulled the blade out of Superman's stomach and watched as he fell to the ground with blood seeping from the wound that Superman was clutching. Goku, sensing the distress, turned around and saw his friend in peril. Already having forgot that they were in a fake arena, he acted with haste. Solar flare! He yelled, and without warning both Luthor and Doom were blinded. Goku used this time and fly directly to Superman, grabbed his shoulder, and then used instant transmission to teleport himself and Superman to the roof of the building. The moment the solar rays hit Superman's skin, he began to open his eyes as seconds before he had fallen unconscious. "Supes, you okay?" Goku asked, pulling a bag of senzu beans from his outfit and passing one to his friend. I think so. What is this? One of those senzu beans? Superman asked, taking the green bean. Yeah, eat it and that wound should be gone, Goku said, and Superman nodded before eating the bean. The moment the bean hit Superman's throat, the wound in his chest sealed itself and Superman stood up without injury and began recharging as much as he could. Meanwhile, down below, Luthor and Doom had finally got their vision back and saw that their adversaries were gone. Curses, they must have gone to the roof so Super Moron could recharge, Luthor exclaimed. Well, perhaps we should go a bit more equipped this time, Doom said before reaching out with his mind and telepathically summoning several robots from the robot division of LexCorp. At once an army of about 75 robots, each one armed with rockets, machine guns and electrical shock capabilities, came through the floor with rocket feet. Each one had a silver head and seemed to have Luthor's face, but each one was in silver military gear. And now, Doom said before opening a portal and summoning a horde of about 50 demons, each one with an axe in hand. Each one had red skin and horns and their head with shirtless toned chests and chains with hooks attached to their backs. Now we are at full strength, Doom said, smirking under his helmet. Luthor grinned back, and as the demonic forces marched up the stair, they along with their robotic allies used their boot jets to reach the top and ended up surrounding Superman and Goku, who had clearly been thinking of a plan. Both fighters entered battle stances back to back, and Goku, who was still in his Super Saiyan 1 form, smirked. They brought some numbers. What do you think, Supes? Goku asked. I think they are going down, Superman said, smirking back at his ally. Several of the robots shot their missiles and the two of them scattered easily, taking each of these things out with simple punches. Gah! Superman yelled as he was speared in the back by a magical hook that came from the demoness that Doom had summoned. Supes! Goku yelled before shooting the demon that had gotten hold of him with a blast of ki, which made the thing disappear as well as the hook. Thanks, Superman yelled back before pummeling another one of the robots that had tried fruitlessly to shoot him in the chest. Luthor began shooting at Superman with his kryptonite blasts, but this time expecting that he managed to dodge all of it, but unfortunately still got hit by a magical attack from Doom that sent him crashing to the ground, where the demons began to converge on him. Seeing the desperation of the situation, Goku transformed again, this time into Super Saiyan 2 before hovering above the building, put his hands together and began to shout. Kamehameha, and Superman, realizing what his friend was doing, flew away from the building at top speed just as Goku shouted. Ha! And the blue beam of destruction known as the Kamehameha rained down on LexCorp, destroying the entire building and killing all the remaining demons and robots with it. It was just Superman, Goku, Doom and Lex, now 2 on 2. Doom, seeing a bit of desperation, locked eyes with Goku and began a form of telepathic attack on Goku that would allow him to assume control over Goku. As this was happening, Luthor charged at Superman with his kryptonite blade in one hand and the energy blade in the other, Superman dodging each clumsy strike. Superman dodged for about 30 seconds before being caught off guard by a blast of green kryptonite energy that Lex sent at him from the hand that had the energy blade in it. Superman crashed down to the ground where Goku was being taken over. Superman, who had been weakened by the hit from the kryptonite, still had enough charge left for one more strike, and he saw his friend. Without second thought, Superman used his super breath and blew hard enough for Goku's head to swivel to one side and break the line of sight it would have taken to finish the attack, so Doom's consciousness returned to his own form. Was he? Goku asked incredulously. Attacking your mind, Superman finished. Why that little? Goku said, infuriated, and transformed once more to Super Saiyan 3. In this state, terrible hair-granting state, Goku flew over to Superman. Let us finish this, he said before putting his hands at his side in a crouching position and shouting the words. Kamehameha! And at this, Goku shot the blast of energy even more powerful than the first. Doom and Luthor put everything they had into their shields, and they just might have had enough to repel the Kamehameha, but they weren't facing just Goku. Superman put what was left of his solar energy reserve into his heat vision. The blue and red beams met at the shields, finally breaking through them and vaporizing both Doom and Luthor. The battle ended, and as both teams were removed from the arena, Goku whooping into the air and returning to his base form. Well, I don't think I need to say anything for that fight. President Awesome's voice thundered through the stadium. But that is just the first taste of what is to come. Come back tomorrow, my friends, for the next matchup. And at this the stadium began filling out, every murmuring excitedly about the match they had just witnessed. Saiyan's beaten by Brawn. Vegeta as Pav. So Kakarot and the tide-wearing clown Superman had just managed to beat two Earth apes with suits of armor. How pathetic. Even that sword-wielding moron and the dragon were a bigger challenge than those pathetic humans. Dude, that fight was just plain awesome. I heard a boyish voice say. I turned around and saw the being who called himself Captain Marvel speaking with Kakarot and Superman. Oh please, we could have beaten them without even going super, Shadow said from beside me, and I smirked and nodded in approval. Perhaps we will fight each other in the next match. If you think your last match was difficult, then you will surely fall in that match, came the voice of the one who called himself Thor. Oh look, Goldilocks is making threats, came an extremely cocky voice from behind me. I turned around and saw that fool named Dante walking towards me and Shadow. You inferior hellspawn whelp, you really think you can stand against the Prince of Saiyans? I said, crossing my arms. Yeah, I think I can beat some long-haired monkey, the hunter retorted. That's it? I shouted, Gallic gunfire. And the familiar purple blast of energy was blasted towards Dante. Dante pulled his sword from his back and managed to stop the blast, but skidding back about 10 feet in the process. Come on, monkey boy, you want a banana? Dante taunted, brandishing the sword known as Rebellion at me. Stop it, guys, came the familiar voice of Kakarot. Save it for the arena, came the voice of Thor as both fought to restrain me. Right, that man's stupid rules were preventing me from putting this stupid hellspawn in its place by Vegeta. I hope I get Team Demon as blood drawn in round 2. Kratos as Pav. How these mortals think they can win this tournament. With the full might of Olympus at my back, I could win this even without the assistance of Spawn. They squabble amongst themselves, yet it is clear who would win. I spoke to myself, smirking. Avatar Angus Pav. I can't believe I was convinced to enter such a violent tournament for training. This is just too violent, and those devices is so damn confusing. Hey dude, you okay? Came the voice of my partner Naruto. I am fine, I just don't see how I could have been coerced into joining a tournament with such evil within it, I said. You mean that Kratos and Spawn team, huh? Naruto said, nodding. Well, there are some good guys in this tournament too, even besides us, Naruto said, and I just nodded at this. Very well, we shall see what battle tomorrow brings, I said, nodding. The next day, narrative Pav. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to day 3 of the Tournament of World. Yelled the voice of President Awesome. The big stadium filled with millions as always cheered deafeningly. And today our combatants are. The president yelled with his magnified voice as he drew a card from the first hat. Team Ninja versus. And he drew another card from the hat, Team Immortal Slayers. At this, Kratos cracked his knuckles and Spawn chuckled as he looked over at their opponents. Naruto was getting excited about the fight and Aang was looking at their opponents with apprehension. And they will be fighting at. The president yelled, drawing a card from the second hat, Metropolis. The moment the location was announced, 2 buttons appeared in the center of both the pedestals. Aang and Naruto shared one quick nod before putting their hands on the buttons, and Spawn and Kratos shared a smirk at each other before doing the same. And so finally the next battle was about to begin. Immortal Slayer versus Ninja. Narrative Pav. It was overcast weather in the simulated metropolis. The tall buildings with a bleak gray everywhere. The match was starting in a moderate part of the city where the buildings were unmarked and 30 stories high. As usual, the barrier in between the two teams separated Kratos and Spawn from Naruto and Aang on the other. The announcer's voice rang out, "Begin." And at this the barrier went down. Kratos drew the Blades of Exile and swung the chained blades viciously at his opponents, who both dodged. Spawn teleported behind Naruto and sent out chains from Lita to attack him, though Naruto was able to use his martial arts to keep the chains at bay. While Naruto was locked in combat with Spawn, Aang was using all his airbending powers to dodge the vicious onslaught from Kratos and his Blades of Exile. Kratos performed a maneuver that brought both blades down on Aang, and the weapons began to emit fire as they came down. Aang did one fluent motion with his hands and took control of the fire on the blades and made it run down, singeing Kratos' arms, not only wounding the Godslayer but also slowing his strike, allowing Aang to easily dodge. Meanwhile, Naruto was using his shadow clone technique to create 5 clones that surrounded Spawn. As all of these clones charged in using martial arts to keep Spawn on the back pedal, and it looked like they might overpower him until Spawn teleported away in a flash of green fire. Spawn reappeared on the top of a 30-story building and pulled a submachine gun from his suit and began firing at the shadow clones and Naruto himself. All of the Naruto clones and himself scattered, and several of the clones disappeared as bullets hit them, but Naruto managed to get to the inside of a building unscathed. Spawn teleported himself down to the building that Naruto had went into, and once again it was chains versus martial arts. As that fight was happening, Kratos had punched the ground with the Nemean Cestus gauntlets. Aang had jumped to dodge the shockwave and slashed Kratos with a whip of water, which sent Kratos back but unharmed. Kratos, after getting back up, charged at Aang using the boots of Hermes. Leaving a path of fire, Kratos gripped the Nemean Cestus and prepared to unleash a deadly blow. Aang, seeing this coming, used his earth-bending abilities to summon a thick layer of rock, which Kratos smashed through. This slowed Kratos down enough for Aang to be able to take the blast that was dealt to him by the gauntlets. Aang still ended up flying into a room through a glass window, and he landed in the same building that Naruto and Spawn were fighting in. Naruto, seeing his ally was about to get crushed, abandoned his attack of Spawn and channeled his energy into a ball of energy in his hand. Naruto threw the Rasengan at Kratos, who wasn't expecting this, got shoved backwards by the blast. As Kratos practically flew to the other side of the street, Naruto shared a word with his ally. "Switch partners," he said, and Aang understood instantly, and as Naruto charged at Kratos, Aang turned to Spawn. Aang used his fire bending to create several balls of fire, and he threw them at Spawn, who used his own elemental powers to turn the blasts away just enough so they missed. "You're pissing me off," Spawn said menacingly before summoning a sword from Letha's power and making it fly at Aang. Aang dodged this strike and then used his earth bending to make a spike appear below Spawn, which impaled him. After this happened, Aang turned to go help his friend. Meanwhile, Naruto had entered a far more powerful form, his sage form, which he was now using to keep Kratos on the back pedal, who was blocking everything with the golden fleece. Aang created a blast of air below Kratos that was strong enough to make him lose his stance long enough for Naruto to get several brutal strikes in at his opponent that clearly left a toll on Kratos. As Kratos stood up from getting knocked down after Naruto's brutal strikes, he grinned. "Feel the wrath of the God Slayers," he said, and Naruto saw at once what was happening just from that one statement. He turned around just in time to stop a dagger coming into Aang's neck from Spawn, who was fully healed from Aang's attack. "Now you will fall to my might," Kratos exclaimed, making the blade of Olympus appear in his hands. "Not if I have anything to say about it," Naruto exclaimed before making a swift movement, and suddenly the area around them was surrounded by hundreds of Naruto clones. Each one of these clones then activated his 9-tailed chakra form. As he was supposedly engulfed in fire along with all the other shadow clones, they charged, and Aang summoned all of his power into a deadly fire blast. Spawn channeled all his demonic powers into his defense, and Kratos used the golden fleece to its fullest extent. As Aang, Naruto and all of Naruto's clones finished their onslaught, Kratos and Spawn seemed depleted, and Naruto began channeling one final blast of energy. Spawn, however, had a plan to finish these two off. He just needed to gather energy from Kratos. Naruto threw the blast, and both members of Team Immortal Slayer seemed to have been vaporized, yet they hadn't left the arena yet. "Would but they fell, how could they?" Naruto said before he suddenly spat blood at Aang, a blade protruding his back. "Die," Spawn said before making one fluent motion and slitting Aang's throat with a dagger from his suit, ending the match. My, I think we need a replay on that," came the voice of President Awesome. Indeed, as all of the combatants exited the simulator and everyone, combatant and audience, were confused beyond thought. The large screen that originally showed the Vide replayed the final scene of the Vide, and we now see Spawn using the final moments to draw as much energy as he could, healing his wounds and fatigue in the process before teleporting and turning invisible just before the much larger Rasengan hit. Well, that certainly was quite the devious plan. All is fair though, so Team Immortal Slayer wins. President Awesome preached aloud for everyone to hear, and once again cheering arose from the stands. This had to have been the greatest turn of events in this entire tournament so far. Gods and Demon Luther Pav. Interesting. Spawn and Kratos were truly remarkable beings. If I could simply find a way to replicate their powers into a clone, damn, but the last time that happened I got bizarro. I was contemplating this idea when my partner approached me. We felt the reward is lost. Why are you staying here? Doom asked. Because sometimes victory can be found in defeat. If I could study these beings' powers, I could find a way to finally defeat Superman once and for all, I said, smirking. I see. Perhaps analyses of the remaining fighters could bring about the final defeat of the Fantastic Four. You make a valid point, Luther, Doom said. Of course I do, Luther said smugly. At the Buffett Supergirl Pav. Brutal, just brutal. That is the only word I could use to define the Team Immortal Slayer S. Hey Supergirl, you okay? Rogue asked from beside me. Vine, that one team though, their tactics just leave chills even if you weren't on the battlefield, I responded, shaking my head. Yeah, at least we know we don't have to fight them in the first round, Rogue reassured, and I couldn't help but smile. Who were we going to get pinned against? When were we going to step into the arena? That is what I want to know. You both fought well, came the voice of a being I knew to be named Thor. I looked over and saw he and Captain Marvel were talking with Naruto and Aang. Yeah, can't believe I had to try using so many Shadow Clone S and 13-tailed fox transformation and they survived. Damn, no wonder they kill gods, Naruto said. They are indeed great warriors. Still, I have yet to see the rest of the combatants. Do you know when we will fight, friend? Thor asked. No one in particular. Not sure really. I was wondering the same thing about our team, I said, walking up to them. Indeed, perhaps our teams will meet in battle. Of course, in the arena there is no kindness towards women, Thor said. I crossed my arms and smirked. Who says we would need generosity in the ring? I asked, crossing my arms in indignation. I never said you would need it, Thor said, and it is good to know you won't. Alright, well, where are the days Victor S anyway? I really would have thought they would want to be here to boast of their victory, Rogue said. I heard they thought the rest of the combatants were beneath them, so they left for the rest of the round, Captain Marvel said, rolling his eyes. That's where everyone else would think this crazy that Cap was competing, at least looking at him in his child form, that is, unless they knew what the simple word Jasm would do to him. Alright, well, I am off to bed, want to have my rest if we redrawn for tomorrow's match, Rogue said, walking off. Good idea, I said. See ya later, guys, I said before following her up to our room. Illidan Pav. Pizza. What was Dante's obsession with this delicacy? It was covered in such a mess of liquid substance he called grease. It was just so repulsing. Come on, lighten up, tattoo boy, Dante smirked, and I just had to sigh. Fine, well, let's hope you aren't as arrogant in the arena as you are right now, I said before standing up and walking away. As I walked away, I ended up bumping into a being. This person had a beard and mustache, looked human, and was wearing a black suit with a portion of his chest showing. How dare you? Came the voice of this being. Kneel in apology to Zod before I pummel you for this outrage. The being shouted. I smirked and drew my blades from my back. You are not prepared. I shouted before throwing a blast of unholy fire at him. The man named Zod dodged and proceeded to attempt to punch me, but just as this happened, two blasts of energy erupted between us, one a red beam, the other a golden orb. I was thrown backwards because of this attack, and as I got up I saw who were behind the attack. The two beings named Goku and Superman. Enough, Zod! Superman yelled. Superman! Zod yelled, completely forgetting about me and rounding on Superman. Enough! Came a resounding voice from around the room. A familiar tuxedo-wearing person known as President Awesome was standing in the doorway. Enough of this fighting, you are all here to combat in the arena, please do not injure yourselves before the fight, and the next instigator I find will have his or her team disqualified. The president said, and at once everyone settled. Of course we were here to prove we were the best. So you complained to me about being hot-heated, Dante said, smirking. I grunted and walked away, intending on getting some sleep before tomorrow's match. The next morning, narrative POV. As always, the teams that were still competing were lined up on the pedestals waiting for the names to be drawn. Well, let's see what battle today's draw brings. President Awesome said to some wild applause from the audience. He reached into a hat and pulled out a card. Team Thunder was called, and at this Thor gripped Mjolnir in his hand, smirking, and Captain Marvel smiled like the kid he really was. Versus. And another card was drawn, Team Demon's Blood. And at this Illidan smirked, ready to fight, and Dante twirled his guns in his hands before holstering them again. And the battlefield will be. And a card was drawn from the second hat. Olympus, and as the location was called, the familiar buttons appeared in the middle of the two competing teams' pedestals. As the members of both teams put their hands on one of the buttons, they were all ready for battle. Demon's Blood vs. Thunder. Narrative POV. Mount Olympus was a mountain that reached the highest peaks of the world. It was covered in snow and had a cliff at a 90-degree angle on one side and an actual mountain on the other. The demon hunters of Team Demon's Blood were positioned on one side and the god and the thunder wielder on the other, and the familiar force field was separating the two teams. The portal dropped at once. Thor flew at inhuman speeds, making an uppercut maneuver with his hammer, sending Dante flying backwards. As this was happening, Illidan summoned a wave of fell flame and shot it at Captain Marvel in the chest, knocking him back. Captain Marvel flew into the air, seemingly unarmed by the blast of green fire, and threw two lightning bolts at Illidan. Illidan gripped the twin blades of Asenath in his hands and flew up to the sky where Captain Marvel was positioned, dodging the lightning bolts in the process. As this was happening, Thor flew to where Dante had been drawn and found Dante falling back down to where he had been sent into the air, and just as Thor readied Mjolnir for another strike, but this time Dante parried the strike with rebellion. As Dante was falling, Thor was hovering around him and they locked in combat. As they landed, neither combatant was harmed by landing and they were still locked in combat. Mjolnir vs. Rebellion. Only 20 feet away from where Dante and Thor were locked in battle, Captain Marvel was locked in battle with Illidan. Each throwing their own blasts of energy at each other, Illidan throwing green fire and Captain Marvel throwing lightning bolts. Dante, seeing his ally was getting beaten down, makes a move. Using the Quicksilver abilities to move at what looked like light speed, exiting combat with Thor before shooting at Captain Marvel with Ivory and Ebony. Captain Marvel expected these bullets to shrug off him, but they had some magic behind them, enough to throw him slightly off balance, and this loss of balance was enough for Illidan to land several blasts of Fellflame. Thor charged at the group, but Illidan turned around and locked his blades with Mjolnir and engaged the god in melee combat. Thor began to push forward in the sword lock that both he and Illidan were locked in, and Thor was clearly the stronger one. Unfortunately, strength isn't everything, especially when you have two weapons and not one. Using this advantage, Illidan pulled one of his blades from the weapon lock and slashed at Thor's chest. Thor backed away, a relatively large laceration on his chest healing almost instantly. Dante had pulled out his second weapon, Cerberus, and was now in melee combat with Captain Marvel, who was unable to keep up with the fast-moving motions of the ice nunchucks and was taking quite the beating because of it. Shazam! Captain Marvel shouted, and out of the sky a yellow thunderbolt hit Dante from above, sending a brutal shockwave through him and making him halt the attack. Captain Marvel charged at Dante. "You cannot beat Earth's mightiest mortal," he shouted before punching Dante in the gut, making him stumble back and nearly fall off the cliff. Just behind Dante and Captain Marvel, Thor and Illidan were still locked in battle. "You really think you can defeat a god?" Thor exclaimed, parrying another strike from Illidan. "I did so to acquire these very blades," Illidan countered, and as their weapons clanged together again, an orb of green fire emitted from Illidan's blades. This orb of fire hit the ground and grew into a being of pure fell fire, and this being charged at Thor. As they continued fighting, several more elementals were summoned until there were 5 of them backing Illidan. All of these elementals shot Illidan with fire, but Thor blocked all of it with his hammer before holding his hammer in the air and summoning rain on top of this mountain. The unholy fires of these elementals were unaffected by the rain, and a grinning Illidan had his elemental S continue shooting at Thor while he himself shot shadow energy. Thor blocking his barrage of attacks and ended up back to back with Captain Marvel, who was pressing the attack on Dante. "So you done yet?" Captain Marvel asked Dante, who was struggling to his feet. Dante pulled a small green object from his coat. "Not even close, you big boomer," Dante said, crushing the vital star in his hand, healing himself back to his condition same as when he first entered the arena. "Think it is time to finish this?" Captain Marvel asked. These mortals are about to feel the might of the gods," Thor said before both beings flew into the sky, and as they did so dark clouds emerged and appeared in the sky above them. "From whence it came?" Thor shouted. "Shazam!" Captain Marvel shouted, and at once two bolts of lightning, one yellow the other blue, shot with tremendous force from the clouds and hitting Dante and Illidan, creating a cloud of smoke where the demon hunters had been. Thor and Captain Marvel hovered to the ground. "Why haven't we left the arena?" Captain Marvel asked incredulously. "Because you were not prepared to face the power of true demon hunters." A truly demonic voice shouted, and as the smoke cleared it was evident what had happened. Both Illidan and Dante had transformed into full demons and taken the blast of lightning in full. Dante had taken the form of a purple knight with horns and was wielding a weapon of unbelievable power, Sparta. Illidan had darkened his skin entirely, but other than that nothing about him had changed. "Behold the power of Sparta!" Dante shouted before using the Quicksilver and ending up in front of Thor and slashing at him once, with Sparta landing a severe wound to Thor's chest. Illidan summoned several Shadow Fiend beings and had them march behind him as Dante was thrown back by Thor, who clearly still had some fight in him. While Dante charged at Captain Marvel ready to deal a lethal wound, Illidan landed into combat with Thor. Illidan and Thor began trading blows, fighting equally, but Illidan was emanating the aura of dread, which was slowly wearing away at Thor with fell flame, and sure enough Illidan landed both his blades into Thor's chest before landing a clean decapitation. At the same time as this, Captain Marvel was flying out of Dante's reach, throwing thunderbolts at him. Unfortunately for the Captain, Dante was able to shrug off all these attacks. He jumped for Captain, and Captain thought he was out of reach until Dante focused magical energies into the ground below him, allowing for a second jump, and before Captain Marvel could react, Dante sliced him in half with Sparta. "Team Demon as blood wins!" President Awesome yelled as both teams exited the arena. As this was announced, a less than enthusiastic roar came from most of the crowd, while a select few actually cheered enthusiastically. Dante and Illidan clearly weren't the fan favorites. "We will resume tomorrow as always," President Awesome said through his microphone, and as he said this the crowd began filling out of the arena. Narrative POV. They refused to stop their squabbles. President Awesome was saying out loud to himself. He was in a surveillance room. At least 15 monitors were showing, and each one was showing a different part of the hotel and outside them. The room was only lit by the monitors, and aside from the desk with a keyboard and mouse there wasn't anything in this dark room. "But I can't disqualify any of these teams or risk losing the audience," he continued to himself. "Or perhaps the answer is to let them," and at this President Awesome smiled. "I can't stop them from releasing their anger towards each other, but I can prevent them from taking any damage in the time." And at this President Awesome began typing extremely fast on the keyboard. Blobes POV. It's self-supplying, completely unlimited buffet with this here. I don't really care if we lose as long as I can keep coming here. I was standing at a table with a filled plate of a bit of everything and was just eating. My partner Juggernaut was sitting across from me. "Hey Blob, when do you think we're going to fight?" Juggernaut asked me. "I don't know, and frankly I don't care," I said, taking a huge bite of a steak. "Speaking of the arena, here comes the most recent losers," Juggernaut said, and I turned around to see Thor and the kid who transformed into Captain Marvel walking into the buffet area. The kid looked put out and Thor just looked mad at losing. "Wonder how this is going to end," Juggernaut said, smirking just as the victors of the last match walked in. Shadow as Pav. We fought this round, we won't be fighting until they have reached the 8-team mark, I was saying to Vegeta. Damn it, that is what I hate about these tournaments, it takes too long to actually fight, Vegeta said, clenching his teeth. At this point Dante and Illidan had walked in and Vegeta sneered at them. So you think beating a child and a golden-haired hammerhead make you something special, Vegeta sneered. No, I think being a badass makes me something special, the one named Dante said, smirking. Oh please, you would cower in fear if faced with a true Super Saiyan, Vegeta said. Why, I am not scared of monkey, as Dante retorted, and at this there was no stopping Vegeta and how pissed off he was. Vegeta punched Dante in the gut, sending him flying back. Dante landed on his feet seemingly unharmed before pulling his sword from his back and charging at Vegeta. Solar flare! Someone shouted, and at once the room was filled with blinding light that, though I couldn't see, I could tell had stopped the fight. When my vision returned, I saw that Goku had been the one to do this. Enough, seriously you two, Goku said. Goku as Pav. These two could not stop fighting. Dante and Vegeta were easily about to become mortal enemies with the brutality they fight each other with, both fighting to kill. Back off, Kakarot, Vegeta sneered at me. Just remember the tournament, Vegeta, I said, and this managed to get through to him and he went to sit down. Those two were ready to attack, intent on killing the other, Superman said as we went back down to our table. Yeah, Vegeta is just getting impatient, that never was his strong suit, I said. Alright, he looks like a notice was put up, Superman said, glancing over my shoulder. I turned around and saw a big piece of paper with the word notice on it. We walked over to it, and when we got over to it we saw that the notice read the following. Based on the restlessness of the combatants, President Awesome has declared a side activity. A new arena has been set up for V&V battles. The combatants may challenge each other, and on random intervals fans will vote for teams or individuals to fight in this arena. This arena will have no basis in the actual tournament but will be a place for grudges to be settled. Well, that could help deal with these rivalries sprouting up, Superman said. Yeah, think we should challenge anyone? I asked. Let us wait until everyone knows about it, at least wait until after tomorrow's battle. Superman said to me. Alright, well, we better get some rest, we don't want to fall asleep while watching the fight tomorrow. I said, smiling. The next day, narrative Pav. The 8 remaining teams that had not fought yet were positioned on their pedestals as President Awesome just finished the intro and was drawing the cards for today's battle. And today's battle will be Team Not So Dark versus Team Power Steel, President Awesome shouted before drawing the location, and the location will be Metropolis. As these words were shouted, buttons appeared between the two teams. Inuyasha, Ichigo, Parasite and Buu all pressed down on the buttons were teleported into the arena ready for battle. Narrative Pav. The arena this time around was set up as a city. Colossal 30-story buildings were absolutely everywhere with well-paved streets. The city seemed to be free of litter and totally free of damage, but that was about to change. Ichigo and Inuyasha held their swords in ready stances, both looking stony-faced and ready to fight, while on the other side of the force field Super Buu was cracking his knuckles, grinning, while Parasite pounded his fists together. As the countdown began to reach 0, both teams prepared to charge, and the moment the countdown reached 0, both sides charged at each other. Ichigo instantly activated his Shikai form, which unfortunately made him invisible to everyone else except for one person. As Ichigo readied his sword, Parasite yelled, "Power!" and then proceeded to grab Ichigo around the chest. At the same time, Ichigo slashed with his Dasanji at Buu, who molded his body to dodge the blast before shooting a laser from his antenna at Ayesha, sending him flying backwards. Buu began to fly towards where Ayesha had been blasted, but before he could, a blast of black energy erupted from Parasite's hand. Ichigo gasped for a single moment as he recuperated from having some of his power drained before pulling up his Zapacto and yelling Getsuga Tancho, letting off a white blast from his sword, sending Parasite flying off in the other direction and staggering Buu, who was affected by the aftershock of the blast. Inuyasha, who had gotten to his feet during this attack, ran at an unbelievable speed, and Buu, who was distracted by Ichigo, took the full hit from Inuyasha's Iron Claws attack. Sliced into 3 pieces. Inuyasha hit the ground and gripped his Tasangia, preparing to help attack Parasite, but before he could, he heard laughing from behind him. Interesting attack, surely anyone else would have been killed by it, even you. Boo said, grinning as his hands molded into claws and slashed at Inuyasha with iron claws. Inuyasha tried using a barrier from his Tasangia to block the blast, but the claws phased through the shield as if nothing was there. Fortunately, Inuyasha was only sliced but was far enough away that the claws only grazed him. Only 30 yards away, Ichigo was slashing away at Parasite, who was dodging every one of his attacks as if he knew exactly what Ichigo would do. That's it, time for the next level, Ichigo said as he transformed again, this time into his Bankai form. His large sword that had been blue in the Shake form now turned into a silver katana, and his robe was now red on this inside. Ichigo then slashed at his opponent, sending projectiles of spiritual energy at Parasite. Parasite was staggered by the force of this blast but clearly was not hurt. Ichigo charged at Parasite once again, but Parasite, predicting his attack, grabbed him by the foot and began absorbing the life energy of Ichigo. Inuyasha and Parasite had been locked in melee combat, but Inuyasha didn't seem capable of beating Buu because Buu's skills were obviously superior. This showed when Buu was able to punch Ichigo and send him flying. Sadly, lack of communication led to Ichigo flying towards Parasite. The force staggered Parasite, if only slightly, but it was enough for Ichigo to unleash a burst of energy and escape Parasite's grasp. Parasite's appearance had changed at this point. His body had turned far more black than gray, and a few spikes had appeared in his shoulders. Buu charged forward using his chocolate beam. Ichigo dodged the beam and Inuyasha repelled it with his yokai barrier. After repelling the blast, Inuyasha performed a slicing maneuver with his blade, with several diamond projectiles shooting from it at both Buu and Parasite. This of course did nothing but slightly empower Parasite with a hint of kinetic energy, and getting a small chuckle from Buu as his form instantly healed from the simple wounds. "Alright, you slabs of fat, time to get serious," Ichigo said, materializing a mask in his hand and placing it on his face, acquiring his hollowified form. To everyone is surprised, Parasite drew a huge ball from his hands made of spiritual energy that Ichigo and Inuyasha both had to duck away to avoid what would have no doubt been a fatal wound. Ichigo began hurling projectiles of spiritual energy at Parasite, while Inuyasha used his Wind Scar attack to slice Buu in half with ease. As Parasite swiftly reformed, Inuyasha dipped his claws into his blood created from the wound that Buu had created earlier and then threw the blood-based projectiles at Buu. "Not bad, let's see what you can give me in the way of power," Buu said sadistically, and before Inuyasha could attack again, a form of goo appeared at his feet and began to envelop him. Unable to resist this, Inuyasha was enveloped in the goo, which then became one with Buu. Buu, fresh with quite a few new abilities, grabbed the Tasenjia which Inuyasha had dropped. Now able to see Ichigo with his new yokai-based abilities, Buu flew to Ichigo, who was battling Parasite with everything he had, and proceeded to impale Ichigo on the Tasenjia. Buu then pulled the sword out and Parasite grabbed Ichigo by the ankle, threw him into the air, and then Buu shot a pink beam of energy at Ichigo just as Parasite shot a black blast very similar. The crowd was speechless as the two teams exited the arena. "Team Power Steel wins," President Awesome yelled. "Well, I don't think anything needs to be said by me at this point, so this time tomorrow the next battle will commence, but stay tuned just in case a challenge is issued," the president said as the crowd began to leave. Calm before the storm. Darkseid Espav. Intriguing, many of these fighters just might be worth my time after all, and here I was thinking I would be wasting my time. And of course Thanos has been an excellent source of knowledge. It will be such a shame when I must finally take him out of the picture. So, who is our biggest threat? I asked more to myself than Thanos, who was standing beside me in his gold and blue armor. Thanos had a grey face similar to mine and was wearing a gauntlet on his arm with 6 different colored gems housed in it. "Well, I am well aware of the powers of the Thunder God, and being defeated the Demon Hunters should be our priority," Thanos stated, "though I see no reason to worry about anyone here." "Underestimation is the undoing of many," Darkseid said. "Superman being one of those cases," I said. "Well, regardless, there are only 6 teams left for this round to fight. We should be fighting very soon," Thanos said. Well then, may they fall by our hands, I said, clenching my fist in front of me. Dante Espav. Great, just the person I wanted to be nagging at me during this tournament. Dante, I sure as hell hope there is prize money involved in this tournament because you still owe me quite a bit of money, came the voice of my friend lady.
We were sitting at a table in the lobby of the hotel, finely lit with a gold chandelier hanging from the roof, red carpets and fine mahogany furniture.
My friend and loan shark lady was sitting across from me. She had one blue eye and one red eye, short black hair, and was wearing a white shirt with a brown short skirt with her guns attached to her belt. Relax, babe, I'll get the coin, just calm yourself and enjoy the hospitality, I said, taking a bite of the slice of pizza I was eating. Well, alright, fine, she said, taking a sip of some wine from a glass that was in front of her. But remember, I'll be on your back the moment you lose, lady said. You sound so confident in my loss, I said, grinning, sarcasm dripping from every syllable in that sentence. Oh, I am confident, lady said, walking away, turning her head slightly so her one eye faced me, but in the opposite, lady said, grinning before walking away. Goku Espav. 6 teams left and then round 2 begins, I said. 3 fights, Superman confirmed. Well, honestly, I hope we get called to the secondary matchup arena. CUS, I am starting to crave the arena again, I said excitedly. We were sitting in the buffet area once again, but before I went to get some more of the delicious food, I wanted to talk to Superman first.
The room was as it always was. It had a diner feel with white tile floor and tables with white designs and red cushioned booths, and a buffet that was glistening with very tempting dishes of all kinds, from Japanese to simple BBQ, all lined in rows and kept at perfect temperatures. Well, I am not sure if any fights are going to happen before tomorrow's fights. However, if I was to take a guess, I would say after that there will be a fan voting, Superman said.
What makes you think that? I asked, confused. Superman just pointed past me at a notice that had been put up on the wall. Going over to it, I read it, and it was as follows. After tomorrow's battle, there will be a fan voting for a V battle. The matchups that can be chosen are as follows. 1. Zod vs. Sinestro. 2. Kratos vs. Thor. 3. Dante vs. Vegeta. 4. Spawn vs. Illidan. 5. The Lich King vs. Shazam. 6. Thrall vs. Avatar Inc. The votes must be cast before or during tomorrow's battle. Note, if there is a fan that can successfully complete the challenge, then they will have automatic choice over the fight and will be allowed to choose outside the list. Mom, seems cool, but darn, I am not on there, I said, disappointed. Oh well, maybe someone will get you to fight by completing the challenge or whatever, I wonder what that is, Superman said.
I nodded and then said, well, since I couldn't fight, I am gonna do it, and with that I ran over to the buffet and ended up standing beside this man who had tons of fat on his body, like even more than Boo had, and was wearing a muscle shirt like my own blue one, but his was white. He also had a bald head, but I couldn't tell what his eye color was. Had Goku care to have an eating contest? The man asked. You're on, I said, pulling up a chair right next to him. How long that went on I may never know. The next day, narrative POV. As always, the teams were all assembled on the huge pedestals and awaiting President Awesome's selection of the matchup. Of course, the winners were in the bleachers alongside the losers, but the 6 teams that hadn't fought yet were on the pedestal as waiting to hear which of them would fight next. And the next match will be, and a card was drawn. Team Super Leaders, and at this Thanos and Darkseid cracked their knuckles, grinning heavily. Versus. And President Awesome pulled another card from the hat with the name S in it, Team Unstoppable. And at this Juggernaut cracked his knuckles while Blob just pounded his hands together. And the battlefield will be, and another card was drawn from a separate hat. Earth. And just as the battlefield was called, 2 buttons appeared in each of the pedestals. Blob, Juggernaut, Thanos and Darkseid all pressed down on the buttons, all grinning as they entered. Narrative POV. As the 2 teams materialized in the arena, all 4 combatants looked around to get a feel for their location. The place they had landed in was at the base of a large mountain. This mountain was about 4,000 feet tall and at the base is surrounded by trees.
Go further up you see it evens out to rocks and near the top it begins to as the ground leveled out at the bottom it became a forest that gets thicker and thicker the further from the mountain you get. The force field between the teams was showing the countdown and just as it neared zero the four combatants all cracked their knuckles ready for the fight. The countdown hit zero, the force field disappeared and the battle began. Juggernaut kicked off the fight by charging at Darkseid. Darkseid timed the attack and wound up a punch which he unleashed on Juggernaut the moment he was in range. Juggernaut was thrown off balance a bit but still managed to hit Darkseid with a headbutt which sent Darkseid back several feet. Meanwhile Thanos threw a blue blast of energy at Blob whose physical form and ability to repel attacks was unaffected by the attack. Blob began running towards Thanos at a laughable pace. Thanos chuckled in an amused way and readied a powerful punch for when Blob reached him. Thanos hit Blob the moment he reached him but the fist merely got stuck in the fat of the chest. Blob grinned before grabbing Thanos by the neck and throwing him at a tree. Thanos stopped himself with his flight powers before throwing quite a few more blasts at Blob. Just as Thanos continuing to throw the yellow blasts of energy, Darkseid landed a devastating blast from his Omega Beam at Juggernaut who landed just next to Thanos. Thanos grabbed Juggernaut by the neck and threw him with incredible force at Blob. Blob of course fell over entirely by his ally being thrown at him. Both got back on their feet just as Darkseid and Thanos began to approach them, both unharmed by anything Team Unstoppable had thrown at them. Juggernaut charged at Thanos with all his strength but Thanos created a pure energy field around him which Juggernaut was barely even slowed down by this field and hit Thanos hard in the chest with his helmeted head. Thanos was sent back and Juggernaut proceeded to throw numerous powerful punches. Darkseid was then punched in the chest by Blob. The strength did do a bit but nothing fatal and Darkseid if anything just looked really pissed off from being hit by Blob. Darkseid threw a powerful punch but once again the hit was repelled by Blob's fat. Thanos meanwhile had used his telepathy and taken over Juggernaut's mind. Juggernaut with a dazed expression under his mask he began to charge at Blob. Blob was completely stunned by this but Juggernaut who didn't have enough room to get a good enough force was blown backwards by a powerful bounce created by Blob's fat. Darkseid getting fed up with this tedious fight charged his Omega Laser S to the full from his eyes and began blasting the deadly red beams at Blob. Blob's form though big began dematerializing and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Within 3 seconds Blob was quite literally wiped from existence. Darkseid then turned to the mind-controlled form of Juggernaut and glanced at Thanos with a neutral expression. Thanos nodded before using the reality gem to remove Juggernaut from the equation as well. Team Super Leaders win, yelled President Awesome. Well, stick around, later tonight your votes for a secondary match will be revealed and a one-on-one battle will take place, President Awesome announced as people began leaving, for the time being everyone waiting with bated breath for the one-on-one fight. Vegeta Spav. Pathetic, they weren't even worthy of kissing boots, I sneered as I walked away from the arena after watching that pitiful display from the so-called unstoppable team. I had better have gotten to fight in that voted match because surely these spectators wanted to see a real warrior fight, I said out loud to myself as I walked back to the hotel where the announcement of the one-on-one fight would be announced. Shazam Spav, Captain Marvel. Hey Thor, who would you want to fight in this one-on-one match? I asked the warrior beside me. We were sitting in the marble area of the buffet as were the other competitors waiting for the announcement. I have not a clue, Captain Thor said, though after our loss at the hands of the demon hunter as I wish to get back on the battlefield myself, Thor said with quite a bit of disdain in his voice. No doubt he wasn't all that fond of Team Demon's blood after our loss at their hands. Well, I am sure I would have been able to kick the Lich King's butt if you asked me, I said smirking. Indeed, Captain, I am sure you would be able to, Thor said, but trailed off at the end of that sentence. Looking around his shoulder I could tell why. Out in the lobby the suit-wearing form of President Awesome had appeared with a reading card in his hands. I flew off towards the bronze-colored marble lobby hoping to get the best spot to hear
Everyone who couldn't fly like Dante, Avatar, Hulk, as well as some who had just been in the lobby when the president had come into the lobby like Superman, Goku, Vegeta and of course Darkseid and Thanos were all standing.
I wouldn't be able to get relatively close on the ground, flew up, so I was about 13 feet or so off the ground, where I saw that Illidan was also using his wings to hover. I would have said hello to Illidan and shake his hand for a good fight, but the president was about to talk. Alright, now the viewers of this tournament voted on this special match and no one managed to succeed in the challenge, so the three-way tie will be settled by a random draw of a card, the president explained. Captain, why don't you come down here and select? The president called, slightly raising his voice at me.
I smiled as I flew down in front of the president, who held out 3 white cards to me in his hand. I of course couldn't see anything that was on any one of them.
Just pick any of these 3 cards, he explained, smiling. I nodded and picked the middle card. Flipping it over, I looked at the names on it. I had to chuckle slightly at it. Someone was getting what they wanted. Go ahead, Captain, the president gestured, crossing his arms but smiling. The battle will be Thor versus Kratos, I said. I saw in the crowd the ash-skinned shirtless warrior named Kratos smirk as he stepped through the crowd. Thor, who flew over the crowd, also seemed to be extremely pleased to be back in battle, what with the smile on his face. May the best man win, Kratos, Thor said. I plan on it, Thunder God, Kratos responded coldly but shook Thor's hand all the same. Narrative pause inside the arena. Chosen at random was a location which turned out to be Deepholm, the elemental plane of Earth.
This place looked like just one very large cave with walls all around. In the center of this land of rock and crystal there was a temple, and going through this temple there was a gray and red crystal that was in fact the very thing holding the entirety of Azeroth together.
Though there was lava that glowed for light, there was no sunlight, and overall, aside from the crystal in the center of the area, there was not a trace of reliable light. Thor was standing atop a cliff that was about a foot up, twirling Mjolnir in his hands, while Kratos was standing about a quarter mile away, also standing at the edge of a cliff with his blades of exile in his hands. The blue force field between the two had large numbers counting down to 0 in the center, and the moment the large number reached 0, the force field disappeared. Thor flew up into the air and then charged at Kratos. Kratos smirked at this, and just as Thor brought Mjolnir down to hit Kratos, Kratos blocked it with the golden fleece. The explosion of gold energy sent Thor back several yards before he caught himself in the air. The bow of Apollo materialized in Kratos' hand and he began to shoot at high speeds at Thor. Thor summoned lightning, which he fatally realized there was no clouds in the sky or even a sky here for him to manipulate. Just barely dodging around the arrows being shot at him, Thor sent a large blast of lightning from his hammer at Kratos. Kratos jumped out of the way, but as he was in the air, Thor closed the distance between them and smashed Kratos with Mjolnir, sending him plummeting towards the ground. As Kratos hit the ground, a crater was created and a smoke cloud surrounded the area. Thor began to levitate towards the area, but just as he reached the ground, a sword attached to a chain was swung at him. Thor, who did not react quickly enough, got his arm sliced into by this blade, and before Thor could pull the weapon out, he was pulled by it and ended up smashing into a pillar. The dust cloud had cleared and Kratos was there, seemingly unharmed, in a position that made it even more obvious he had been the one to ensnare Thor. You will fall, mortal, Thor shouted as he summoned more lightning from Mjolnir. Kratos once again repelled the blast with the golden fleece on his shoulder. I doubt that, Kratos, that I have slain more intimidating things than you with my bare hands, and with that Kratos used the boots of Hermes and charged at Thor at a speed clearly beyond human, leaving behind a blaze of fire. With the Nemean cestus now on his fists, Kratos prepared for a deadly punch. Thor flew into the air to dodge this attack, but just as Thor prepared to unleash another blast of lightning, Kratos summoned the Icarus wings to his back and flew to the same level as Thor and managed to hit him with a deadly uppercut with Nemean cestus. Thor went flying back but caught himself before crashing into one of the stalactites that lined the upper portion of Deepholm. Kratos flew upwards as still having Nemean cestus attached to his fists. Thor threw Mjolnir at Kratos and Kratos had closed in enough that he was unable to dodge or block the flying hammer, so it ended up hitting him in the chest, sending him back towards the ground. Thor then proceeded to punch a stalactite, creating a shockwave that made several of them begin to fall down to the ground where Kratos was. Kratos, seeing this, began shooting arrows at these things, creating enough force to blow the stalactites into union harmful pieces. As the rain of rocks ceased, the bow of Apollo disappeared in a glow of white energy. "Time to end this!" Kratos yelled as a blue glowing blade materialized in his hand. Thor lowered himself so that he levitated only about 20 feet away from Kratos. "Time to finish this indeed," Thor said before blasting his largest blast of lightning yet from Mjolnir. Holding his arm out, the blast became a steady stream that Kratos was blocking with the blade of Olympus. With clenched teeth and growling noises echoing from Kratos, he began to slowly walk forward the stream of lightning, still attempting to force the blade from Kratos' hand and obliterate him. Kratos, however, wasn't letting this happen and continued to force his way toward. Finally, Kratos had reached Mjolnir, and using all of his strength, he slashed through the stream of lightning and sliced at Thor's hand, making him drop Mjolnir. In one fluent movement, before Thor could summon any defense or even dodge, Kratos had him impaled through the chest on the blade of Olympus. "You gods are all the same," Kratos practically hissed as he pulled the blade from Thor's stomach. Victory belonged to Kratos on this day. The following day. The next day, the 4 remaining teams were assembled in the arena on the pedestals, all awaiting their chance to battle. The stadium was loud with excited conversation, not only about the team fight about to occur but also the team fight about to take place and which one it would be.
"And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our next team matchup," President Awesome declared from his box seat.
Drawing from the now almost empty hat, which now only had 4 cards in it. Pulling out one, he declared the next match will be Team Strength versus. And he drew another card, Team Robot. Zell and Amazo both looked indifferent to this, while Broly and Hulk both smashed their fists together, both ready to pound the robot as to a pulp. "And the location will be," and he drew a card from the second hat, Ice Ground Citadel, and as this was said, the red buttons that teleported people to the virtual arena appeared in the pedestals that belonged to the teams that had been chosen to fight. As all 4 combatants pressed on their buttons and were transported to the ice-cold land of Ice Crown, a place where possibly the most destructive battle yet was about to take place. Narrative POV. As the 2 teams materialized on their battleground, it became clear that chills would have gone through any normal person's spine if they were there. The familiar blue translucent barrier was going straight through the front gate to an extremely large citadel. The citadel itself was made of an unholy metal known as serenite, making it look a very dark blue and making it almost indestructible. This bar was an unrelenting storm, and snow fell on the faces of all the combatants, and aside from the serenite citadel and the high steps that went up to it, the land was frozen solid, and no one in their right minds would ever think anything green could grow in this environment. The countdown had begun, and no sooner did the number in the barrier hit 0 than Broly threw a green sphere at Amazo. Amazo, using his incredible speed, dodged the attack before punching Broly in the chest. Broly in his base form was slightly hurt by this, but nothing serious, and just as Amazo began to unleash a flurry of punches on Broly, Broly realized that these 2 were indeed powerful and would need his full power to defeat. Without even bothering with any other form, as Broly yelled and transformed directly into legendary Super Saiyan form. The energy let out by this transformation staggered Amazo a bit, and with his enhanced reflexes, Broly used this to punch Amazo so hard he flew uncontrollably into the wall of the citadel, where even in the hardened metal a small crater was formed where Amazo hit the ground. Hulk, however, was having less luck with the one he was fighting, for Cell was simply chuckling to himself as he easily ducked around Hulk's clumsy but powerful attacks, admitting however that if he were to get hit it would be a devastating blow. Solar Flare! Cell yelled, creating a sudden burst of light from his hands. As Hulk covered his eyes and staggered away, blinded Cell began to pepper Hulk with a barrage of deadly ki blasts. Broly, at the same time as this, had pinned Amazo against a wall and was unleashing punch after punch on Amazo until Amazo phased the atoms of his body, making numerous punches phase right through him before Broly knew what had happened. gritting his teeth slightly at punching the unholy metal. Amazo reformed his body, and just as he did, threw his own blast of Broly's eraser cannon, sending Broly flying backwards. Hulk, who had just regained his sight, roared loudly before clapping his hands together, creating a shockwave which sent Cell backwards, smashing through numerous pillars of ice. Hulk leaped after his opponent, but as he was in the air, several words began to make themselves heard. Kamiha, and just as Hulk was just about to punch Cell from above with both his arms, Cell yelled the final word, Ha!
And at that, the very well-known blue beam shot from Cell's hands, and Hulk, who was in the air and thereby had no way of maintaining footing from the blast, was shot backwards. Cell flew up in an attempt to begin attacking Hulk while he was in the air, but Hulk moved faster than Cell thought, grabbed him by the head and flung him toward the ground, creating a powerful fit.
Amazo was meanwhile in the air, with Broly trading masterful punches and kicks at a speed only a metahuman could follow. Both seemed evenly matched in the field of martial arts. However, Amazo had a few tricks that could be used without breaking the flow of combat, specifically a form of laser vision. Unleashed the red-hot beams on Broly's face. Broly leered back in pain, which was enough for Amazo to grab Broly by the neck. Looking over at Cell, who looked back at him, both nodded to each other briefly. Hulk landed on a metal platform of the citadel and propelled himself at Cell, who flew into the air as fast as possible, grabbed Hulk by the foot and threw him with all his might at Amazo, who at the exact same moment threw Broly in the same direction. Both the monsters collided mid-air in such a way that a shockwave was created, sending a bit of the falling snow flying away from them. Broly and Hulk both stood, both just gaining more power from this conflict. Hulk roared a challenge, and the robots began to hover about 50-40 atop the two monster-like beings. Cell threw a death saucer at Broly, who ducked around it, while Amazo used a ring on his hand to create several rockets that began to bellow towards Hulk. Hulk jumped into the air, smashing each green missile to pieces as he went before reaching Amazo, who used his phasing powers to avoid the deadly punch sent his way from the Hulk. With this all happening, Broly began unleashing another volley of ki blasts at Cell, who countered by throwing his own, creating a sort of chain of explosions as both of the combatants' blasts collided with each other. Amazo, who already knew what it would take to bring down these two monstrosities, turned invisible as Hulk began to descend back down to the ground. Hulk began to look around, however Amazo was going in the one direction Hulk would never think of, right behind Broly.
Broly and Cell were still locked in the battle when Amazo came up behind Broly, grabbed him around the neck and snapped it before anyone could think twice.
As Broly reverted to normal and fell to the ground, both Cell and Amazo turned to Hulk and nodded once again. Cell began grinning as both of them in complete unison put their arms at their sides and began shouting the syllables Kamehameha! And two blasts of blue hit Hulk square in the chest. Hulk was just about to get angrier, but Amazo upped the power and unleashed his heat vision, ending Hulk before he had a chance to gain a power-up. Team Robot wins! Shouted President Awesome. Remember to check back later, we are going to bring in guest fighters based on the kind of fight as the fans asked for later tonight. And at that, people began filling out of the arena. Darkseid Spav. So clearly not all of our opponents are as weak as the ones we first fought, came the voice of Myalithanus. Though the odds of our victory have gone down by approximately 0.0002%, we still have nothing to worry about, even if most of the weaklings have been cut from the lineup, I said with a scowl. I share those thoughts, but a tactician can never be too prepared, Thanos said with an evil smirk on his face. I smirked back. Wise words, I said. Dante Espav. So lady, what is it this time? Obviously I don't have your money, or was it my good looks that drew you here? I said jokingly to lady who was sitting across from me on the glass table I had my feet upon. Haha, very funny Dante, actually didn't he, you know?
A very hefty prize was offered to anyone who wished to try and compete in a battle between guests, and I entered, lady said as she flicked her hair from her face.
And I suppose letting you know about this doesn't mean my debt is reduced? I asked. No, lady smirked. Hello Dante, may I ask who this is? Came a gruff voice from behind me. Just a friend and loan shark, I said as I glanced backward as seeing my Illidan there. I am lady said, holding out her hand. Illidan shook it as he said, interesting name. Aha, now just do your best to make sure this idiot brings back something, lady said smiling. Illidan smirked, and if he had any eyes I bet they would have been open wide with amusement. I will do my best, Illidan said. Goku s pav. Hey Sup s what s up? I asked as Superman's face turned immediately into a scowl overtop the glass of simple soda he was drinking. Clearly not paying attention to what I was saying, his gaze was locked on someone who had just walked into the room of the buffet. I turned around and saw who he was looking at. A man with a mask on was walking in. He had his whole face covered with just a white patch where his one eye would be. One side of the mask was orange, the other was black. He wore what looked like military armor but with different colors.
He had numerous kinds of guns on his sides, and on his back was a sword, a staff, and a larger gun. I think it is called an assault rifle or something.
Deathstroke? I heard Superman say with what sounded like a snarl. He looks like he is here to compete, I say, tilting my head to the side. How could someone breathe with that thing on? Maybe not, Superman said, clearly mistrusting of the person he called Deathstroke. Before either of us could say anything else, a voice came over an intercom asking everyone to go to the lobby. Me and Superman nodded to each other before flying off, and though I can't speak for Superman, I know I was very excited to see who would be fighting next. Entering the lobby, we saw all the combatants surrounding a bit of a rise where President Awesome was about to begin speaking. All the people involved in the tournament, like Zod, Atrocitus, Dante, Illidan, Vegeta, Zetu, and the rest who were still in, were all close to the rise, but I noticed numerous people, some I knew like Piccolo and numerous other members of the Z Fighters, as well as other people I didn't know, standing around the edge of the lobby. Well, now that everyone is here, though few of you knew this, it was announced not long ago that a battle between two guests would take place only a few hours after the last match, President Awesome said, smiling with his arms behind his back. And now the fans voted, and by quite a bit it was decided that a battle between two renowned gunslingers was called for. President Awesome smiled, and I could feel tension build up as he pulled a card from his back pocket, though through my excitement I still kind of wondered what was a gunslinger. A unique kind of fighter.
Those thoughts were pushed from my mind as the first name on the card was announced.
Lady!
He yelled out, and at this a girl stepped forward. She had a big rocket launcher on her back, numerous guns on her hips.
She was wearing a white shirt and brown skirt with red boots. She was walking up to the rise with a smile on her face, clearly she was excited. We'll be fighting Deathstroke. And at this the man that Superman had been rather not so pleased to see stepped forward. And of course a location was picked at random. These two masters of the G1 will be fighting in a familiar fight going back to the beginning of this tournament. They will be fighting in hell. Narrative POV. About 10 minutes after the announced battle was announced, both Lady and Deathstroke were at the arena putting their hands on the familiar red buttons that would take them to the virtual arena. Inside this was indeed the same location as the first fight took place, with Vegeta and Shadow fighting the Lich King and Deathwing. The familiar endless pit with the lava at the bottom and the blackness above with redstone all around, and a winding path of walkable ground going around the pit. Deathstroke stood on one side of the arena making sure his guns were loading, and Lady was on the other doing the same. The blue force field in between the two was counting down, and as it reached the single-digit numbers, Deathstroke readied his assault rifle and Lady readied her rocket launcher Kanilan. The force field was lowered as the number hit 0, and the moment it did, Deathstroke began to fire shots from the large assault rifle across the pit at Lady, who had somersaulted to the left in order to dodge. Shooting a rocket towards Deathstroke, Lady then shot a grappling hook from the Kanilan and swung over towards the side of the pit that Deathstroke was on.
Deathstroke, who had dived out of the way of the explosion, got up, pulled his two pistols from his belt and began firing, though he wasn't able to get a clear shot, as not only was Lady swinging across at a pretty fast speed, but she was also shooting back at him one-handed with one of her scissors.
Finally landing on the platform, Lady landed on her feet, pulling one of her own pistols and began firing at Deathstroke's chest. Sadly, the bullets were stopped by Deathstroke's armor. Deathstroke pulled from behind him his sword and brought it down on Lady, who was in a crouching position. Lady managed to stop the blow by blocking it with Kanilan. Pushing hard, she pushed Deathstroke back and then shot a rocket directly at him. Deathstroke once again dived out of the way but not in time, and the force, though not lethal, sent him flying towards the red stone wall, creating a small crater. Struggling under his mask, Deathstroke pulled out his first CS and began shooting. Lady, however, began running in a way that allowed her to be missed by all the bullets. Simultaneously, she pulled out her own pistol and shot at Deathstroke, whom had just got into his feet. Hitting Deathstroke in the leg, this bullet, though not getting through the armor, did seem to throw Deathstroke off balance. Lady used that one moment to her advantage and pulled Kanila Ann off her back and swung the bayonet attachment at Deathstroke's head. Deathstroke ducked around the hit and pulled a pistol from his belt, about to shoot. Lady, however, saw this and, using the momentum created by her attempted swing, kicked the gun from Deathstroke's hand and sent it flying into the lava below. Lady came around and prepared to launch another rocket, but Deathstroke made a sweeping maneuver to knock Lady off her feet. As she plummeted to the ground, Deathstroke got up and pulled his second gun from his belt. Lady, however, still on her back, lifted her leg up and kicked Deathstroke in the knee with the heel of her boot. Using the moment Deathstroke was off balance, she somersaulted away and pulled out her CSS. Deathstroke at the same moment had pulled out his CSS, however both Gunslinger S pulled the trigger S and found that they both gun S were empty. Deathstroke hastily reached for the extra magazine as he had attached to his belt, however Lady just grabbed her S and threw them into the air before grabbing her second pistol and unleashing several bullets at Deathstroke's knee, realizing at once that was the weak point. Deathstroke, again knocked off balance, dropped the magazine as he was loading just as Lady dropped her pistol, pulled out the CSS and swung them back just as the magazine as she had thrown into the air came down, instantly locking them in place and ready to shoot. Deathstroke, who was starting to actually respect this girl as a worthy opponent, dive-bombed for the magazine as just as Lady pulled Kanila Ann from her back once more and shot a rocket at Deathstroke. Deathstroke called to get back to his feet from the dive bomb fast enough, ended up being thrown back by the force of the rocket launcher, his CSS also falling down into the lava. Lady grinned as she saw Deathstroke once again get shot towards the red stone wall, leaving a small crater. As she prepared to fire a rocket at Deathstroke, Deathstroke pulled his arm from the crater and threw a cylinder-like grenade at her. Realizing in horror what that was, Lady shot her rocket launcher, hoping to hit the flashbang headed her way, and then dived backward as plugging her ERS with all the strength she had. The flashbang was hit by the rocket in midair and exploded at equal range between Deathstroke and Lady, and both were slightly disoriented by the blast. Lady, who recovered at the same time as Deathstroke, pulled a grenade from her belt, threw it at Deathstroke, and Deathstroke somersaulted in an attempt to dodge the grenade. Sadly, though, he underestimated Lady's accuracy and suffered for it as she shot the grenade in midair, blowing it up and sending him over the edge of the pit and towards the lava below, where he would die instantly by the lava. What Lady didn't realize is that Deathstroke still had the Prometheum sword, which Deathstroke used to jam into the redstone just before he hit the lava.
Lady, who had gotten to her feet and reloaded all her guns, started to get worried about what was going on and why the match hadn't ended, so going over to the edge of the canyon, she saw Deathstroke standing on his sword, which was jammed into the redstone, aiming precisely with his assault rifle.
Lady had no way to react as Deathstroke unleashed one deadly shot to the head, killing Lady instantly. Captain Marvel Spav. So Deathstroke managed to win. Got to admit the girl put up quite the fight for someone who doesn't have armor or superpowers. Hey Thor, what did you think of that battle? I asked. I think both fought with little honor and that I want to go get some sleep, Thor said, rolling his eyes. You sure? I mean, come on, we should congratulate the victor, even if that victor has attempted to. Yeah, never mind, but still it's not that late. Well, Captain, right now the thing that matters is getting rest so we can be ready to spectate on tomorrow's match without a single droop of the eye, Thor said, and I smiled as we both headed for the hotel. The following day at the arena. Now then, today marks the 8th match of this tournament, which means the last match of round 1 came the amplified voice of President Awesome. Indeed, this was proven by only 2 pedestals as being in the air and every other competitor else sitting in a VIP booth. Meaning, of course, that only one fight is possible. Team Girl Power versus Team Rage will be fighting, and the suit-wearing president picked a card from the hat that had the locations in it in the city of Dalaran. And as these words were said, the familiar button S appeared between all of the four remaining combatants. Zod, Atrocitus, Rogue and Supergirl all pressed down on the button S and were teleported into the arena. Narrative POV. Being teleported into the arena, both sides found themselves in a beautiful city that seemed to be a little too close to the clouds. Pink solid pavement, grass surrounding numerous buildings, each building white clean concrete, some with magic purple crystals over them. On the far east side of the city, which was only about a quarter mile squared, was a large 200-fort citadel with rotating magic crystals at the top, and on the other was what seemed like the entrance to a prison. In the center of this city was a fountain with statues of four people standing in defensive position, and on a top pedestal of the fountain a man holding a large sword with a crystal in the center standing in a victorious position. The force field went right through this fountain, and the four combatants, Rogue, Supergirl, Zod and Atrocitus, were all on their given sides ready for a fight. The countdown ended, the force field lowered, and in that very same second, in a single blink of an eye, Supergirl and Zod charged at each other, fists drawn. The moment their fists met, a shockwave was created, sending Rogue and Atrocitus back several meters. Supergirl began pressing an attack by trying to get Zod with a high kick to the head. Zod, however, dodged it and unleashed a punch directed at Supergirl's lower chest. Supergirl weaved around this, grabbed Zod by the hem of his Kryptonian armor and threw him at Rogue. Rogue, who had been dodging blasts of plasma from Atrocitus by flying in an unpredictable pattern, caught a glimpse of Zod, who had stopped himself in midair. Rogue seized the opportunity and before Zod could react had grabbed hold of his face. As Zod felt the excruciating pain of having his very energy being robbed from him, he attempted to get Rogue away from him. As Zod learned real fast what was his loss was Rogue's gain, as he could feel her strength increase as she began to absorb his Kryptonian powers and mimic his Kryptonian ability to absorb sunlight. Atrocitus fired a blast of pure red energy at Rogue's back. It hit and she immediately fell to the ground, landing on her back and already getting back up. Supergirl clenched her teeth and began charged at Zod from behind him. However, using his super hearing, Zod made a backwards elbow technique which landed in Supergirl's gut. Healing back in pain, Zod turned around with a clearly angry look on his face. Atrocitus created a pure red sword with his ring and slashed at Rogue, who ducked under the slash before using her newly acquired heat vision on Atrocitus. Atrocitus, who had received the laser vision in the face, found himself grabbing hold of the spot the laser had hit. He grinded his teeth together in sheer rage before shouting, "You shall burn in the fire of my hatred," and began violently shooting blasts of pure red energy at Rogue, who, knowing she couldn't easily take one of these hits, began dodging again. Supergirl and Zod, only about 20 meters away, were locked in an airborne battle. Zod was throwing very well planned attacks, but Supergirl was no slouch in combat and was more than capable of blocking them. As Zod finally managed to land one extremely hard punch on Supergirl's chest, she went flying back, landing on the side of the Violet Citadel, creating a small crater inside the marble stone. Rogue, meanwhile, had managed to close the distance between her and Atrocitus. When she was only a foot from him, she grabbed the arm with his red lantern ring on it and held it away from her before grabbing his neck. This was a very big mistake. Rogue absorbed a bit of Atrocitus' inner power, however, the moment she did, she felt like vomiting. Letting go instantly, Rogue keeled over on her knees and vomited. She began vomiting her own blood. Atrocitus raised his arm about to finish off Rogue when suddenly another huge shock wave sent him off balance. The duel between Zod and Supergirl had made its way back down, and Zod had just crashed into the golden statue of Tyrion Fordring. Supergirl flew down to the ground and picked up the golden replica of the powerful sword, the Ashbringer, and threw it at Atrocitus. Atrocitus repelled the golden replica with its simple barrier from his ring. However, Supergirl flew at him at top speed and, using all the strength she could muster, managed to punch through the barrier and directly at Atrocitus' head. Atrocitus staggered back from the punch, and Supergirl began pressing on offensive, landing punch after punch at Atrocitus, who despite his rage could not focus enough to make a construct. Zod took this opportunity. Levitating above Rogue menacingly, he stared down at the woman, who was still vomiting her own blood thanks to the attempted absorption of Atrocitus' abilities. "How pathetic. Oh well, I suppose I should just put you out of your misery," Zod said before grabbing Rogue by the neck and in one simple crush snapped Rogue's neck. Rogue fell over instantly and Zod just smirked at the lifeless body before turning to see Supergirl continuing to unleash an unstoppable flurry of punches and kick-ass at Atrocitus. Flying at a speed not seeable by human eye, Zod had grabbed Supergirl by both arms, holding her back. "Get off!" Supergirl yelled, but Atrocitus, who was undeniably furious at this point, created a hammer construct and with all his might forced it down on top of Supergirl. As Supergirl staggered out of the crater that Atrocitus had made, she stood up only to find a pure red dagger lodged in her chest. Looking up one more time at Zod and Atrocitus, she made an unreadable expression before falling backwards, ending the match. Team Rage wins. President Awesome informed, "Well, what a way to end round 1 and just before Christmas too." And at this the crowd that had been breathless as they watched all snapped out of their trances of awe and began whooping and clapping. Now with round 1 completed, we will be waiting a week before beginning round 2, and at this the entire crowd booed loudly. Of course, the president began in his magnified voice that made everyone silent. "Once again, the combatants need time to spend with family and friends on Christmas, and we surely are not stopping combatants from challenging during this week." And once again cheering began as people began preparing to file up. Have a Merry Christmas everyone, and be ready for some unexpected fight as to come soon. Holiday cheer. 3 days after the last battle. Superman Spav. So the holidays are on the way. You heading back to your universe to celebrate it with your family? Goku asked me, smiling. Yeah, heading back to Smallville with Lois. What about you? I asked. I am spending the holidays at Kami Island with my family and friends, Goku responded, smiling. Even Vegeta? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Goku chuckled. Yeah, even Vegeta, Goku said. We were still walking when we ran into another group of people walking along the path. Illidan and Dante both heading back home. Holidays have never been my thing, but I am sure Trish and Lady will make me celebrate it somehow. Bet you Patty put up a Christmas tree up in the middle of the shop. Dante complained. At least you have someone to go to for Wintervale, Illidan says. I am known as the betrayer and I am shunned by my people. I'd be better served staying here and training. I knew both Illidan and Dante had some evil in their backgrounds, and it seemed as if Illidan was much less liked for his abilities. The betrayer, that isn't the title you'd give to someone who did good. Hey Superman! Yelled a very familiar voice. I turned around, smiling, to see Billy flying towards us in his Captain Marvel form. Setting down, he smiled, yelled Shazam, and returned to his normal form. Wearing a red shirt and blue jeans, Billy was smiling. Merry Christmas Superman, Merry Christmas Goku, Billy said cheerily. Merry Christmas Billy, I said, smiling back before turning to Goku, seeing he was frowning. As much as I like training, you have to admit it's a rather gloomy way to spend Christmas alone, Goku said, clearly referring to Illidan. I was a little more at ease, but I had to agree, holidays alone or no holidays at all. You know what, I have an idea. You how they say the more people to celebrate a holiday the merrier it is, I said. Yeah, Goku said with a bit of curiosity in his voice. What are you getting at? Simple, the bartender who tends the restaurant that is nestled at the crossroads. We could speak with him to open the restaurant for everyone involved in the tournament and their family and friends for a late Christmas party later in the afternoon, I said, smiling. Great idea, I'll go spread the word, Billy said before shouting Shazam. And as he shouted this word, he was struck by a lightning bolt and flew away back towards the place we were leaving. Alright, well, guess we got some stuff to do, spread the word, I said, smiling. As both me and Goku flew off in another direction. Sonic Spav. Could we hold that race until after the holidays? I asked, smiling. I was sitting next to a person who went by the name of the Flash and sharing a drink of soda with him, discussing an idea as for a race. You sure? I mean, all the apple pie and other things you defined at the classic Christmas feast would have done nothing but give me more fuel for our race, Flash said, grinning. And it will have done the same for me, I said, shaking my head. Plus I can celebrate my victory if I am dead, and that's what I'll be if my friends get a hold of me after skipping the holidays. Fair point, but you wouldn't exactly have a victory to celebrate, Flash responded, grinning. We shall see, I said back. President Awesome Spav. I was looking at the many different monitors that were showing different positions of the hotel, arena, path and bar with my feet kicked up on the desk and a coffee mug in my hand. A Christmas party for the combatants. I said to myself after watching Goku, Superman and Eat Marvel come up with the idea to have a holiday bash at the bar. Why the hell not? These combatants have given my universe back its wealth and prosperity. Playing host to a holiday party is the least I can do. Goku Spav. Come on Goten, time for bed. Came the voice of Chi-Chi. I was sitting in the main room of Kami house where a decorated Christmas tree was sitting in the corner. I was listening to Chi-Chi try to get Goten to bed, but sadly I knew I'd have to step in when I heard Goten's voice. No mom, I want to stay up. Goten said. As I then got up walking up the stairs and found where Goten was sitting with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face, with Chi-Chi with her hands on her hips with a stern look on her face. Hey Goten, you have to go to sleep. If you don't, you're going to be unable to go to the Christmas party, I said. What Christmas party? Chi-Chi and Goten asked at the same time. I honestly think color drained from my face at that point. I hadn't told Chi-Chi and Goten about the Christmas party.
We are sorry, I forgot to tell you. Come to think of it, I forgot to tell anyone that wasn't at the tournament grounds. Later in the afternoon tomorrow we're setting up a Christmas party for everyone competing in the tournament and the friends and family of the combatants, I said.
Really? Well then Goten, if you want to have your next eating contest with Flash, then you'd better get some sleep, Chi-Chi said.
Goten, who couldn't resist the prospect of a Christmas party with Flash and all the others he had met through this tournament, was too compelling, so without complaint he smiled and said, all right, good night mom, good night dad, and with that he jumped into bed and tried to get to sleep.
Now if only it was that easy all the time, Chi-Chi said, smiling as we left Goten's room. Patty Lola Spav. I swear Dante cannot wake up early at all, not even on Christmas. Dante. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. I yelled, jumping on the edge of the couch that Dante had fallen asleep on. Daddy, it is not even 7 yet, Dante complained, not even opening his eyes, so unless it is Olsen with a job I am not getting up. Come on, wake up. I yelled. As I was doing this I heard the door to the shop open. Turning around I saw everyone else, Lady, Trish, Nero and Kiri, all smiling. Dante not waking up? Lady asked. Yeah, he refuses to get off the couch or to even open his eyes. I said, crossing my arms. Alright Patty, just a second, mind getting out of the way? Nero asked. I smiled and jumped off the couch, where Nero used his powered arm, made it bigger and extended it. Using it to lift up the couch, Nero picked up the couch and flipped it over, making Dante tumble to the ground. Damn it, fine, I am up, Dante said, getting to his feet and shaking his head. Yay! I yelled out before heading to the Christmas tree and grabbing the presents I had gotten for everyone. As I finished passing the red and green colored wrapped presents around, everyone opened them, finding the handmade pendants I'd made from cardboard with a heart sign and a smiley face on each one. These are really nice, Patty, Kiri said, and I smiled. Thank, I made them all myself, I said, smiling, very much happy that everyone had liked their presents. Not bad, Dante came Lady as she opened a present from Dante, revealing a knife that I assumed was supposed to be fancy. Yeah, Merry Christmas and all, that Dante waved off as he pulled some kind of skull decoration from a present he had gotten. Where is this from, Dante asked Lady. Found it in the remains of Temen Negru, actually in Cerberus's chambers, Lady said, smiling. What is so special of Cerberus's chambers? I asked curiously. First time Dante and I had ever seen each other, and the first unofficial meeting, Lady said, smiling. You could have just instead subtracted several $1,000s from my debt and I would have been happy, Dante said. Yeah, but that would have been too easy, Lady responded. Superman Spav. Alright, how is a breakfast of pancakes and eggs? Sound came the voice of Martha Kent.
I was sitting on the couch in the living room of my parents' farmhouse out in Smallville, sitting next to Lois, with Crypto on my lap and Connor and Kara sitting on the other side of the room with my mother Martha.
We had just finished gift opening, and since we had waited until after gift opening to have breakfast, I knew Connor, Lois and Mom must be hungry, so I agreed, and as Connor went to go help, Cara turned to me and Lois and asked, "So Lois, you coming to the Christmas party?" "What Christmas party?" Lois asked, and at this I mentally face-palmed. Of course I'd forgotten to tell Lois about the party.
So Clark forgot to tell you, Cara said with one sideways glance at me. Well, it was his idea. A fun Christmas party this afternoon at the restaurant that is between the dimensional crossroads, Cara said.
"Oh, well, I am sure it could be some fun, Clark. Why didn't he?" Lois began, but I answered without waiting for the question to be finished. "I'm sorry, but the moment I got home it slipped my mind to tell you or anyone else. Coming home after so long kind of shoved it from my mind," I said in a sort of defensive way. "All right, I understand, but you better go tell your mother," Lois said. I nodded. "Now we know that everyone is coming. Now let us just hope Zod doesn't start anything, or atrocities, or deathstroke, or gosh, how many people could start trouble during this party. Illidan Espav. Damn it, the holiday is and all it is, if nothing else, is a reminder of the one person I had ever loved, Tyrande. I was sitting at the bar of the restaurant that this tournament had all started at and was downing a mug of the strongest alcohol the bartender had in an attempt to drown out the sorrows that were coming out with this time of year. "Hey, why the glum face?" the bartender asked me as I downed another mug. I didn't answer right away, but rather just put down the mug and looked down. About 10 seconds of this, and then I spoke.
"They call me the betrayer, when everything I did was for the betterment of my people. I allied myself with the beings I was sworn to hunt to save my beloved, and yet she still shuns me. I attempt to defeat a true evil, and yet I am shunned by my own brother for doing it," I said at last.
Not the happiest of stories, but you know the holidays at this time of year are usually meant to symbolize new beginnings, but I cut him off, not wanting to hear it. "Shut up and get me another mug." "As you wish, on the house," the man said, sliding me a pitcher filled with the strong alcohol I had been drinking before. For shame," came a voice from behind me. I turned around, ready to blast whoever was behind me to pieces, when I saw the familiar white-haired form of Dante, whom standing just in front of him was a girl I had not met before. "So you're the one Dante has teamed up with," the girl said. "Indeed, little one," I said, but the girl just continued talking. "And Dante said you didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays, so I decided to bring a bit of holiday cheer to you," she said, holding out a green and red box to me with the most innocent smile on her face. I sighed but took the container nonetheless. Whatever it could be, I highly doubt it could, but I stopped as I looked inside and saw by alone. What I saw was a golden amulet, a small golden chain on it, and a pendant that opened. I opened it to see a very familiar picture. The green-haired, purple-skinned woman I had grown to love, Tyrande Whisperwind. Below this picture was a few words. "I never shunned you," were the simple words below this picture. I turned to the girl with a note of urgency in my voice as I said, "Where did you get this?"
The girl smiled and said, "There was a girl who met us on the way here. She had purple skin like you and asked me to give that to you along with the present I put in there," the girl said, smiling.
I gazed down and saw the small brown teddy bear that had been beneath the locket, but hadn't seen in my curiosity to see the inside of the pendant. I smiled in a way that would have brought tears to my eyes if my eyes were not singed to a crisp as I said thank you almost breathlessly. "Go in, Espav." What did we miss?" Dad asked as we entered the restaurant. We had just walked in to see Dante and people from his universe, speaking with the man Dad had told me was named Illidan Stomach. Funny thing is that Illidan, though Dad had said was usually really acting mad but using it as a guise to hide the fact that he was actually rather sad. Yet here he was actually smiling and talking with Dante and his friends. "Yep, the holidays can bring out the best in people," I said, smiling. As we walked in, Dante and the rest of them looked over at us and everyone seemed to smile at us. I walked over to one of the booths, hoping to wait a bit before speaking with the demon hunters. Only a few moments later, however, I was met with someone standing above where I was sitting. Looking up, I saw someone who couldn't have been older than me, wearing a black t-shirt with the same S symbol that was on Superman's chest. "Hey, I am Connor, you're going right?" the boy asked. "Yeah, Goen's my name," I said, "son Goen," and with that I held out my hand to shake. Connor can't but some know me as Superboy, he said, shaking my hand. So you're Superman's son? I asked as Connor sat down opposite me. Sort of, kind of a long story, Connor said, shaking his head, but yeah, technically speaking. I was about to ask a bit but was stopped by a hand gripping me by the arm. Hey, go on, come on, we going to dance or not, came the voice that I knew all so well, the voice of Vidal. What are you talking about? There is no dance floor and no music, I finished lamely just as some slow dance music began to play and Vidal began dragging me toward a dance floor. I know, hadn't he been there when we got here? I looked back and saw that Connor was in a similar predicament with a girl wearing a red t-shirt and had blonde hair. I smiled, at least I wasn't the only one getting pulled to the dance floor by their girlfriend. Bulma Espov. Seriously, Vegeta, at least wait until after the holidays. I asked imploringly to Vegeta, who was standing right beside me. Fine, woman, but after that I am issuing the challenge. Dante needs to be brought down a peg. Vegeta growled. I rolled my eyes. That was the best I was going to get after all.
I looked around and saw that what had started as a little chat fest had turned into a very well-stocked party with dancing, food and fun. Strange, and here I was thinking, this wasn't going to be more than some interdimensional friends having a few bottles of soda and having some discussions.
Narrative Pav. And at that moment Goten yelled out to his brother, hey Gohan, you're under that plant stuff, misleto doesn't that mean you're supposed to kiss Vidal? Goten hollered at his brother, smiling. Gohan and Vidal both looked up and blushed for Goten. Not even bothering to worry about everyone else looking, Vidal and Gohan embraced around each other and kissed. And at this point numerous more pieces of mistletoe appeared all over the restaurant, so that within the next 15 minutes almost everyone had shared a kiss with their opposite companions. The night went on until at last Goku and Superman stepped to the front of the crowd and waved their hands to their friends both old and new. Happy holidays everyone. Zadespov. Such an abysmal idea. Holidays, what good can a general or any military person get from such a concept? So my friend, are you ready for our next battle? Atrocitus asked me. We were of course standing out on a balcony of the hotel and I was poring over several sheets of paper thinking up strategies. Yes, of course, I am always ready for battle. The question is, are you? I asked, clenching my teeth.
My rage always burns brightly, Zod. You do well to remember that, Atrocitus growled, and I stepped up at once. Of course I wasn't going to hear such insults.
You will address me as General Zod. I am the Supreme General of Krypton, and without that ring you are nothing, Zod. Remember that, and remember my super speed next time you wish to speak out against me. Atrocitus planned his deed but nodded and walked away. Whether he didn't want to be disqualified for having no team or because he was scarred, I might never know, though I am sure it was the latter. Goku Espov. Come on, Goku. Superman. We got to get to the arena. Seep Marvel was saying very excitedly. Why? Can't it wait until after I am done eating? I asked. No, it can't. A fight was announced to begin in about 5 minutes. One guest is about to duke it out with Deathwing. Captain Marvel responded. All right then, I said, and took the plate I had been eating some dumplings off of, tipped it over, and within a second had eaten all 20 of the dumplings. I then stood up, let's go, and I flew off right next to Captain Marvel. Superman, who had been stunned by my extremely fast eating, took about a half a second to come to his senses before flying after us and catching up. Deathwing, man, that dude was powerful. I honestly think it was merely his size and lack of skill that lost him and his partner that fight. I said, wonder who he is fighting. I don't know, but all I heard was that it is someone who shares a similar body shape to him. Cap responded. Another dragon? Should we be scared or excited? Superman asked. Excited? Both me and Captain said in complete unison. Supergirl Espov VIP stands. So being fallen competitors has its perks as well, Rogue was saying from beside me. Of course I had gotten over our loss at the hands of Team Rage, but Rogue was still trying to find perks to our loss, and I have to admit VIP seats to watch the rest of the tournament is a good one. Yeah, now shush for a second, it is starting. I whispered as President Awesome took to his balcony to announce the competitor as for this challenge match. No, I highly doubt any of you will be disappointed by this matchup, for today we have a battle between two bringers of the end. In the one corner we have the World Eater, the Nordic god of destruction, but most simple Alduin. And as this was announced, a wisp of flapping wings could be heard as a gray-scaled dragon flew over the stadium and landed with a very loud thud on one of the pedestals. And in the other corner, we all know him for he has fought here before, the aspect of death, the very end of his planet, but we all know him as Deathwing. And that a shadow fell over top the arena as a huge dragon with shining scales flew over the arena to set down on the other side. Being far too large to stand on the pedestals, Deathwing simply landed on the ground in front of Alduin. And now our battleground. And a card was drawn from the hat, and for the third time, we have a battle in the midst of hell. Once that last word, both dragons were teleported into the virtual arena. Will EL be damned if this ain't a battle of the ages? Rogue said my money is on the big fella, what about you? Rogue asked me. Size doesn't always mean power, I am going with Alduin. $50 says Deathwing when Rogue said. You're on, I said, grinning as I looked out to the Jumbotron where the battle was about to begin. Narrative POV. And so the two dragons ended up in the familiar pit of hell. A lake of water below, a ceiling of stalactites above, and a circular spiraling path going to the top and bottom. Deathwing flying on one side of this arena and Alduin perched on one of the ledges on the other. The countdown was taking place. The number hit 0, the force field lowered, and the two dragons began their struggle of wills. Alduin flew up above Deathwing, avoiding a blast of fire Deathwing had shot from his mouth before yelling in a voice that seemed to thunder around them, Fusroda. With those words, Alduin unleashed the unrelenting force only a few feet off of Deathwing's back. Though this shout would have blown away an entire mortal legion, Deathwing merely chuckled at this. A mere annoying poke in my back. And without warning, Deathwing swished his wings, smacking Alduin's entire form with a metal-plated wing. Alduin was sent uncontrollably towards the red stone wall, creating a large crater in it before pulling himself out of it and unleashing a defeating roar. This roar was no ordinary roar, no, it was Alduin's trademark meteor storm attack, and of course the moment the roar was heard, numerous flaming meteors began raining down on Deathwing's colossal form. Deathwing, who still wasn't even fazed by this attack, simply looked over at Alduin with an insane gleeful look in his red eyes. Alduin, who was hovering in midair, had no idea what Deathwing was so insanely happy about until he felt that a huge red stone hand had erupted from the wall of the pit they were in and began squeezing him with the full might of the earth element. Alduin, summoning all his dragon strength, broke free of this hand of earth just in time to fly upwards and avoid another large ball of fire sent his way. However, as he went downward to avoid the blast, his tail had been hit with the blast.
Of course his scales were strong enough to resist the lava, but what shocked Alduin wasn't that he had been hit, but the fact that he was still being hit, for the lava had become alive and was actually moving its way up Alduin's body, attempting to hurt and kill him.
Tidklo ul. Alduin shouted the powerful shout. At once time slowed down around him as he saw things in a blue haze. Using this time, Alduin barrel rolled to get the deadly living lava off of him before flying above Deathwing and unleashing the ice breath attack by yelling Fokradin. As time resumed normal speed, Deathwing reared back in agony as the frost was shoved through his eye to try and damage the lava blood within him. Sadly, this had no effect beyond making Deathwing even more angry, and this showed as Deathwing shouted, "Time to end this, I am the true cataclysm." And as Deathwing with his front feet grabbed two separate ledges, energy poured through them as the pit began to erupt with the world-ending energies of the infamous cataclysm attack. As the stalactites began to fall at increasingly fast speed, Alduin was left with nothing to do but dodge. Alduin knew that he would be buried underneath the rubble or in that bit of lava if he didn't do something soon, so flying towards Deathwing's mouth in an attempt to unleash a powerful shot directly at Deathwing's innards. However, Alduin did not realize that Deathwing, while focusing on his cataclysm attack, was still very capable of intervening with Alduin's plan, and no sooner did Alduin get in position and open his mouth did Deathwing chomp down on Alduin, the elementum jaw crushing Alduin in two before allowing both halves to fall to the lava below. Supergirl's POV. Without a word and a scowl on my face, I, without looking at Rogue, handed her the $50 she had won. "Thank you," she said cheekily. "Shut up." I'd said, but before Rogue could continue, President Awesome began speaking, and something told me it wasn't the normal we redone for now head home folks speech. Well, it appears that Deathwing has won, but now we have a second battle to commence. If Deathwing and Alduin could leave the middle of the arena, I can introduce them now. Of course, Alduin, who had no intent of staying, flew off without a word, and Deathwing, who seemed to be enjoying his victory, flew off to the left side of the arena where he was above the crowd. Now then, in the right corner we have the one and only man-machine, the master of the explosive, the one and only Cyborg. And with that, a blue portal opened, showing an explosion on the other side of it just as the metallic form of Cyborg came through it. Turning his hand into a cannon for a moment, he shot a red firework into the air, yelling something no one could hear over the cheering. As the cheering died down, President Awesome continued.
And in the other corner, we have someone few of you have ever heard of, a vanguard of the future, the savior of worlds, head of a corporate security team, Adam Jensen.
And as these words were shouted, something that was flickering gold came down from the sky, only slightly slower than someone falling from feet up.
As the ball of flickering gold hit the ground, it was dispersed, and a man with black hair, sunglasses, and a grey bulletproof vest on stood up with a scowl on his face.
The term for Adam was Varless, and this is the gun. I knew why no one had any idea who this man was, as it was clear his universe wasn't as high profile as the one as me and Rogue came from. And the battle shall take place in. And as another card was drawn, President Awesome declared as guard, and the moment these words were said, both Cyborg and this Adam guy were teleported into the virtual arena. Care to put down some money? Rogue asked. No, I said. I apparently didn't have luck with dithering power when it comes to people I don't know about, and I don't want to lose any more money. Narrative Pav. If Adam and Cyborg weren't so focused on fighting each other, they would have been in awe at what they were seeing around them. The golden buildings of Asgard were as tall as the ones in Metropolis, and the rainbow bridge leading to the Bifrost wasn't far from where Cyborg was standing on his side of the force field. Cyborg was cracking his knuckles, and as the number between them hit 5, he yelled over at Adam. So, old man, you ready to go down? Cyborg yelled over at Adam, who just smirked. No, I am ready to bring you down, Adam said as the number hit 0 and the match began. Adam pulled from his vest his combat rifle. The full auto assault rifle began raining bullets down on Cyborg, who was slightly damaged but not fatally so by the barrage of futuristic bullets. Cyborg transformed his right arm into a cannon and shot an explosive at Adam, who somersaulted out of the way and then leaped towards Cyborg with his hands balled into fists. Cyborg clumsily dodged Adam's first punch, but Adam, using the momentum of his first strike, hit Cyborg with an uppercut that sent him into the air for about 2 seconds before crumbling back to the ground. Cyborg turned his left hand into a sonic cannon and blasted Adam with it, disorienting Adam for only a moment. Cyborg charged at Adam, expecting him to be dazed by the sonic assault, but as he attempted to land a punch at Adam's face, he was caught off guard by Adam ducking around the strike to the face and then punching Cyborg twice in the gut. Cyborg used the sonic cannon again, and as Adam was disoriented, he hit Adam in the chin with a deadly uppercut which sent Adam into the air about 20 stories. Adam gritted his teeth as he went back down to the ground. Cyborg was watching, expecting Adam to come down with a splat, but was unaware of what resided in Adam's spine, the Icarus landing system. The device created an energy orb around Adam which pushed against gravity, slowing his descent. Cyborg, who in the sun didn't see the yellow electric orb in time, was knocked off his feet as Adam hit the ground, dispersing the electricity through the ground around him. Cyborg gritted his teeth and got to his feet only to find himself alone. Adam had vanished. So we playing hide and seek now? Cyborg said, activating his infrared eye to scan for Adam, whom Cyborg knew had turned invisible. Cyborg saw the outline of Adam only a millisecond too late as Adam deactivated his cloaking system and, using the blades in his arms, attempted to stab Cyborg. Cyborg only stopped the blow from being fatal, but his attempt to dodge had still left him with a blade going through his shoulder. Damn it! Cyborg said before unleashing his most powerful sonic blast, yet sending Adam flying back. Turning his hand into another explosive launcher, sent numerous explosives at Adam. Adam, who only managed to move out of the way to not take the blasts at point blank, was still sent through a nearby building. The approach to dealing with Cyborg was not an option. Adam ran up a set of stairs as fast as he could, despite the limp that had been created by the blast. The bits of him that were still organic had been severely damaged in the blast, and his augmentations were enormously richly polished. Cyborg, who had his hands still ready for another blast, walked through the hole that he had created, began walking up the same stairs Adam had limped up. Adam, who was already a few stories up, was pulling out a small syringe from his vest and injecting it into his neck, killing the pain while his biomedical health implant worked on repairing the damage that had been dealt to him. Cyborg walked upstairs and found Adam standing there right in front of him, yet was surprised to see Adam smiling. "Oh hey kid," Adam said casually. Cyborg didn't debate head to this until he stepped past the doorframe and then instantly felt his entire body seize up. An amp mine had been placed just beside the door and had gone off the moment Cyborg set foot in the room. Adam charged forward, blades out, and once again attempted to finish off Cyborg, who did all he could to get away from Adam until his cybernetic S rebooted. Cyborg did all he could to dodge everything, albeit clumsily, until finally his cybernetic S were back on and he was ready to unleash a punch towards Adam. Adam, however, using superior speed, saw this immediately and set off a concussion grenade. Adam, of course, was almost entirely immune to the effects and recovered in less than a millisecond, but Cyborg was left dazed and confused, or at least Adam thought. As Adam went at Cyborg one more time, Cyborg grabbed hold of Adam's fist and grinned up at him. "Size," Cyborg said before unleashing an incredibly powerful punch on Adam's chest. Adam flew backwards, crashed into a wall, and then collapsed on the ground on his stomach. Cyborg walked up towards Adam smirking. "Don't you mess with the best, old man," Cyborg said, turning his sonic cannon up ready to unleash the final hit to Adam. "Then why are you messing with me?" Adam retorted as he activated his trump card, the Typhoon explosive system. Sending out a large number of small explosives from all around his body, Cyborg didn't notice these things until it was too late. As these little explosives did their thing, Cyborg was sent back onto his back, all of his enhancements severely damaged. Adam got to his feet instantly and pulled out the sidearm he kept in his vest, a sidearm with very special bullets, armor-piercing bullets. Cyborg got to his feet, but it was too late, for Adam had unleashed the armor-piercing rounds on Cyborg with pinpoint accuracy, landing 5 shots directly to Cyborg's head. Cyborg collapsed backwards and Adam smiled. "Next time follow your own advice, kid," Adam said as he and Cyborg were removed from the virtual arena and brought back out, both of whom were unharmed. "And we have our winner, Adam Jensen," President Awesome declared to wild applause from the audience, who had all been stunned by this operative none of them had heard of before. "Yo, we have one more battle to commence. Oh yes people, one more, a battle between two of the greatest assassins of their universes," the president declared as Adam and Cyborg were lowered from their pedestals. In the one corner we have former victor here, ultimate assassin, the stroke of death himself, Deathstroke, the president declared as Deathstroke appeared out of apparently nowhere, one of the pedestals. And in the other corner we have the last of the Shirai Ryu, the specter of the Netherrealm. "Let us have a warm welcome for Scorpion." And at once Scorpion sprang up from a fiery portal and the crowd went wild. They all knew who these assassins were. "And the location will be?" President Awesome yelled out as he drew a card from the location as box, an ancient dojo. And as these words were yelled, both these legendary assassins, Scorpion and Deathstroke, were teleported to the virtual arena. Narrative POV. The two legendary assassins began to use the moments before the fight to take a look at their surroundings. They were standing on a padded floor, no doubt meant for sparring. The room was lit by candles and surrounding them were numerous samurai weapons like katanas and yumibos. The walls themselves were made of wood, and if they would just look outside they would find that they were on top a high mountain. Between the two of them there was the familiar blue force field with the numbers counting down until the match began. The moment the number 0 appeared, a voice was heard saying "Fight." The force field lowered and the battle was on. Scorpion took the offensive right from the beginning and threw his deadly kunai spear at Deathstroke. Deathstroke responded in suit by pulling out his two handguns and shoot the edge of the spear so that it was blasted away from him, and then in the next half second used the other gun to shoot Scorpion. Of course Deathstroke saw instantly that he had nothing but a kind of after image, and not a second after that Deathstroke found out the hard way where Scorpion had disappeared to when Scorpion's fist connected with his chin in a deadly normal curtain-killing uppercut which came directly from the ground. Deathstroke was sent up into the air, and Scorpion, who had no intent of giving Slade any breathing room, leaped into the air and grabbed Slade by his arms, spun him around, and with all his might sent Slade plummeting to the ground. An audible crack was heard beneath the mats, indicating the wood had broken underneath the mats from the force of Slade hitting it. Slade got up pretty much unhurt, and as Scorpion hit the ground in front of him, pulled his Prometheum sword from his back. "Would you rather have the bullet or the sword?" Slade asked, sneering under his mask. "I would prefer your soul to burn," Scorpion yelled, pulling the one of the two ninjato swords he had on his back and gripping it in both hands. Both of the legendary assassins lunged forward and attempted to strike the other. These two assassins moved with unrivaled fluency and parried each other's attacks, both attempting to outmaneuver their opponent and neither with any success. That is until Scorpion gripped his other ninjato and in a wild flurry of dual-bladed combat managed to land a well-placed slash against Slade's chest. Though Slade's armor was slightly damaged, it still blocked most of the damage, and Slade knew his healing factor would make that slash nothing but a scratch. "Not bad, but not good enough," Deathstroke said, pulling out his submachine guns and then attempting to unleash a volley of bullets on Scorpion. Scorpion, being no fool and knowing what guns were from his time in the Mortal Kombat tournaments, used his fiery teleport to dodge this strike. Slade turned around, but too late. Scorpion had grabbed Slade by the shoulders and engulfed him in flames, teleporting the two of them to the Netherrealm. They landed on what appeared to be a small platform with several stalagmites on the ground around them. There was no sky, just a ceiling of rock, and the island that the two were on was in the middle of what appeared to be a lake of lava. "Now we shall fight in the pits of my rebirth, and soon to be the place of your demise." Scorpion is entering his battle stance. Yeah, sure thing, come on then little bug, bring it on," Slade taunted, entering his own battle stance. Scorpion growled with anger and then charged at Slade, unleashing a flurry of well-placed martial strikes with his fists. Slade was caught slightly off guard, as though Scorpion was clearly very pissed off. He wasn't to fight clumsily at all, and this became evident when Scorpion managed to land a punch to his chest, followed up with a hit to Slade's head, and then finished with a Hellfire-enhanced flip kick, sending Slade flying backwards, landing on his back on the Hellfire of another. Slade got up again and pulled out his super bomb and threw it at Scorpion, hoping to disorient the Spectre long enough to land a killing blow. Scorpion, however, knew exactly what this was and teleported away, sinking into the ground just as the flashbang went off. Reappearing right in front of Slade, Scorpion attempted to punch Slade in the gut, but Deathstroke was ready, and just as Scorpion began bringing the fist down to Slade's chest, Slade pulled out his handgun and shot Scorpion in the lower chest multiple times. Scorpion staggered back, and Slade took the opportunity to end this. He pulled his Prometheum sword from his back and stuck the sword without mercy through Scorpion's lower chest. "Arg!" Scorpion yelled as Deathstroke pulled the blade from his chest. Deathstroke put its blade back in its sheath behind him, holstered his guns, and Scorpion utilized this moment. Putting his hands outstretched in front of him, Scorpion threw a human-sized fireball at Deathstroke, who went flying backwards into the air by the force of the hit. His wound already cauterized and healing rapidly, Scorpion leaped into the air, grabbed Slade and hurled him into the lava. Despite his armor, Deathstroke burned to death without a chance as Scorpion landed and whispered to himself, "Quan Kai, you're next." Scorpion wins. President Awesome declared to wild applause. And with that, folks, we're done with this trio of battles. Good night, and note, if no more challenges are issued, then tomorrow will be the beginning of round 2. The president spoke with his magnified voice as people began filing out of the stands. Z. Goku Spav. Tomorrow we start round 2. Can't wait to get back into the arena. I was saying excitedly to Superman as once again we were sitting at a table in the buffet area talking. "Indeed, Kakarot, you'd better hope you don't get picked to fight my team," came the low voice of Vegeta. Back off, Superman said, rolling his eyes as Vegeta's arrogance. You're right, Kryptonian, save it for the arena, Vegeta sneered before walking away. You know your friend is quite arrogant and annoying, Superman said to me when Vegeta was out of earshot. Yeah, I know, I said, having no defense for Vegeta at the moment. So Vegeta picking a fight? Came a cocky voice from behind me. Turning my head, I saw Dante standing there. Yeah, he was. Why don't you take a seat? I offered to Dante, who nodded and sat down in a chair next to me. Next fight coming up tomorrow. Wonder who Monkey Boy over there is going to fight, Dante said. You know, if you're going to insult someone, you probably should do it to their face, I said harshly, for I didn't exactly like people who attacked without a bit of honor. I have, and it nearly got me disqualified, Dante said, rolling his blue eyes. Anyway, I don't think he should be in the tournament anyway. From the evil energy I could sense rolling off the popsicle and the hot head, they shouldn't have lost. Either they held back or the location kind of screwed them up, but I doubt they should have lost like it. Yeah, I noticed that too, Superman nodded in agreement. Well, all I can tell you is that it would mean far less headaches if those fools had already left. That as for certain, came the extremely dark voice of Illidan. I sighed. Seriously, why does no one like Vegeta? Well, wait, no, I have a decent idea, but still. The next day, the arena. The 8 remaining teams were positioned atop pedestals, all waiting for their next match to be chosen for them. And now, my friends, it is time.
With round 1 done, we saw 8 amazing battles, and now only 8 teams remain: Team Super Steel, Team Kick-Ass, Team Demon's Blood, Team Immortal Slayers, Team Power Steel, Team Rage, Team Android, and Team Supreme Leaders.
The president declared from atop his high-class box. But alas, it is time to eliminate another team, but which teams shall be on the chopping block? Let us find out, shall we? He declared to wild applause from the crowd. He drew a card from the one hat that had teams left. Team Android. And at this moment Amazo and Cell both cracked their knuckles together. Versus. And another card was drawn, Team Power Steel. And at this Broly grinned and smashed his fists together while Parasite stretched himself out a bit, growling. And these teams will fight at, and a card was drawn from the second hat, Demasira. And the moment this word was said, all 4 teams were transported into the virtual arena ready to fight. Power Steel versus Robot. The 2 teams were transported to the majestic island of Temasisira. Majestic waters of the ocean hitting a shoreline on a beach, several houses made similarly to ancient Greek-s, a palace quite a ways above, and of course weapons, ancient medieval weapons, from short swords to spears to ancient shields. They were lining walls everywhere. Parasite and Super Buu were waiting on one side of a force field while Amazo and Cell stood ready on the other. Free, fight. And it was on. Buu took the first attack by launching a volley of pink ki blasts at Amazo. Amazo used his laser vision to unblock all the blasts before Buu charged forward in an attempt to punch Amazo with all his strength, only to have Amazo dodge the attack and send Buu crashing through a building nearby. Parasite of course had charged forward in an attempt to absorb powers from Cell, but Cell was smart and flew into the air and threw a golden ki blast at Parasite. Parasite was pushed back a bit but clearly wasn't even fazed by the attack. Careful, Parasite absorbs any form of energy. If you hit him he gets stronger, Amazo said telepathically to Cell. Then how do we kill him? Cell blurted out. Sadly, Amazo didn't get the chance to answer, as Buu had created several kamikaze ghosts and sent them all on Amazo, who had to fly out of the way of several punches. Using the skills of Batman and the strength of Superman together, Amazo managed to destroy all the ghosts with a few well-placed punches and kicks before turning to Buu and addressing him. I am well aware of your physiology, Majin Buu, he stated, crossing his arms. Then you must know I am the ultimate killing machine, Buu shouted, throwing a Destruto disc at Amazo. Amazo didn't even make any attempt at dodging the attack but instead just let it decapitate him. Buu was smirking for only a second until he saw that Amazo's head had reattached itself with ease. Indeed, and now that power is mine as well, Amazo said with a hint of amusement in his voice. Ru growled with outrage and prepared to make another attack, but just before it happened he found himself being crushed as Cell was drawn into him by Parasite, who was charging forward, having already received his power-up from Cell. My apologies, Amazo said telepathically to Cell. Listen, to destroy Parasite we must act fast, we must overload him in a sense, unless you have a weakness we can exploit in Parasite, Amazo said telepathically to Cell. Great. Cell said back. Before resuming combat with Parasite, albeit far more carefully than he would against any other opponent. And die. Buu shouted as he hit Amazo with the pink chocolate beam. Yumi. Buu smirked before charging at Amazo, who of course was now chocolate, though still powerful enough to move in this form. Amazo altered his form using his Martian Manhunter abilities to dodge the attack before using those same powers to bring back his metal form. It worked and Buu was back to his metal form just as Buu readied another punch. Buu gritted his teeth and threw a piece of himself at Amazo in an attempt to absorb him. It seemed to have worked until the goo just fell away from Amazo as if he suddenly turned into a ghost. What trickery is this? Buu shouted with hatred in his voice. Face shifting, Amazo said casually. Grr, that's it, time to die. Buu said, charging at Amazo. Not all that far from this battle, Cell and Amazo were locked in melee combat, Cell doing all he could to dodge, getting more of his energy taken. You really think you can defeat the ultimate weapon? Cell said, flying into the air above Parasite with a chuckle. Yes, your power will be my power soon. Parasite said, flying upwards towards Cell in a clumsy attempt to grab him. Cell dodged with ease and threw a hit towards Parasite, sending him flying through several buildings. Cell then glanced over at where Amazo and Buu were fighting and smirked at the fight he saw occurring. You'd better finish that, pink idiot. Cell mumbled to himself before going to engage Parasite again. Meanwhile, Amazo, while looked in combat with Buu, seemed to be getting bored. Enough of this, Amazo said before powering up his laser vision to its max and engulfing Buu in a sun-hot red beam, vaporizing every bit of him. Turning around, he saw that Cell was doing all he could to keep Parasite at a distance, but wasn't able to get enough time to charge up and attack powerful enough to truly kill Parasite. I will hold him still for a moment. Be ready to power up your most powerful attack, Amazo said telepathically to Cell. Fine. Just get this disgusting organic off of me. Cell said back through the telepathic link. Amazo charged forward, punching Parasite in the face before grabbing him by the neck and throwing him into the air. At that same moment, Cell had charged up a Kamehameha, albeit rather quickly, and shot it at Parasite as Amazo used his heat vision. Only a select few beings could have survived the blast, and Parasite, even with Cell's powers, was not among them. Team Robot wins. The president exclaimed as the teams were removed from the arena. Now before we leave, we have the fight requested by the winner of the draw. And the moment these words were said, everyone became deathly silent. Amartesu versus Alucard. Can the two mentioned warriors step forward? The moment these words were said, two very intimidating people stepped out. One was a white dog with red markings on its back, while the other was a man in a red coat, a black hat on, and a pair of sunglasses. Both emanated power and both seemed aggressive towards the other. And the battle will take place at. And a card was drawn, the sky wall. And as these words were said, the two deadly characters, the sun god and the vampire, were teleported into the arena. And may the battle begin. The two beings of dark and light materialized in the computerized arena and found themselves standing on marble stone in a place that looked like they were floating in the clouds. A light sun hung in the sky on one side, while a very foreboding storm appeared on the other, and Amartesu and Alucard were in between this. The sky wall was indeed quite majestic, but it was about to be stained with blood. The portal between the vampire and the sun goddess fell at once, and at that exact moment Amy lunged, teeth bared, while Alucard pulled out his guns. Using her nimble form to avoid getting hit by a bullet before pouncing, unleashing a powerful bite at his neck. Against almost anyone else the battle would have been done right then and there, but Alucard wasn't just anyone. Amy stepped away, waiting for it to be announced she had won, only to find Alucard getting to his feet grinning. Shocked for only a second, Amy got her senses back, and without a second thought she made a fluent movement and threw a large cherry bomb at Alucard. The holy blast burned brightly, but for some miraculous reason Alucard was unharmed and instead jumped from the smoke left by the blast with his long broadsword in his hand, bringing the sword down on Amy. Amy repelled it with the holy weapon levitating over her head. The two locked in sword combat, however this approach was greatly in favor of Amy. This became evident when she imbued her weapon with holy energy and made one great slash at Alucard's sword close to the hilt, and at once the blade was sliced from the hilt. Alucard gritted his teeth as he did a somersault, pulling his guns and beginning to unleash a volley of bullets on Amy. Amy dodged them and then unleashed a gust of electricity on Alucard from her paws. Alucard was hit with this electricity head-on but once again seemed unharmed. Amy charged once again and Alucard aimed his dual guns only to find that they were empty. "Alright then, let's go." Alucard smirked, tossing the guns away and punching Amy just as she lunged. Amy was pushed back a bit and growled furiously, already back on her feet, as she sent a huge gust of wind towards Alucard, sending him flying backwards off the ledge and into the abyss of the skywall. Amy smirked as she waited for the match to end. Sadly, unbeknownst to Amy, the match was not over yet. Alucard had used his shape-shifting powers and transformed into a bat. Flying back onto the field, Alucard transformed just as he was over his gun, grabbed it as he hit the ground, and was already reloaded with a new magazine before Amy could even react. Rolling once more, Amy prepared to lunge forward. Her sword reflecting every bullet Alucard sent at her, she charged with a wolfish savagery, and this time Alucard wasn't prepared for the trick she pulled. Instead of lunging in an attempt to bite him, Amy weaved around Alucard's defensive maneuver and sliced right through him with the sword levitating over her head. Slicing through him once, twice, 3 times each in different directions, she then used a gust of boiling water to send the pieces in different. Alucard's body was already beginning to make reform, and Amy of course saw this. Getting away his gunners with a gust of wind, sending both them and what was left of Alucard's sword down from the skywall and into the nothingness below them. She was ready for battle just in time, as Alucard was already back in one piece, admittedly his coat in shreds. Not bad at all, Alucard complimented, but it ends here. Alucard then whirled his hands into fists and charged at Amy with speeds no one in the crowd could follow. Amy did the same, brandishing her sword at Alucard. A flash of light and a huge explosion occurred, and at that point it could have gone either way. But then the smoke cleared and everyone could see Alucard's hand within Amy's chest covered in blood. With a neutral expression on his face, he then ripped his hand out of her chest with Amy's heart in his hand. As the corpse of this light goddess fell over, he crushed the heart in his hands, licking the blood from it. Outside the arena the crowd was going nuts, yelling fatality. Indeed, we have ourselves a fatality. Now with that, I think we are done for today. We will resume tomorrow with our next match and another draw chosen match. President Awesome declared as people began filling out of the stands. Dante's Pav. Huh, a vampire beating a goddess of the sun, that's something you don't see every day. You seriously going back in there? I found myself asking lady who was sitting across from me eating some pasta. We were sitting in the marble entrance hall of the hotel at one of the glass tables. Yeah, sometime soon, the guys behind this said. There was a queue already, but I am set to fight. Lady said, smiling. And who is the lucky bugger this time? I found myself asking as I kicked my feet onto the table. I don't know, they said something about a spy. Lady said, shrugging. Huh, try not to get shot in the head again, I said, smirking. Shut up. Lady said, scowling. Alright, keep your hair on, lady, I was just joking. I said, holding up my hands in mock surrender. You know, sometimes I wonder whether or not you should just take a leaf out of Illidan's book and just not talk. Lady said, shaking her head but smiling. You know, I wouldn't be half as fun to be around as I am now if I did it. I said, smiling as I took a bite from my strawberry sundae. Adam Jensen's Pav. Remind me again why Seraph sent me here, Pritchard. I said. I was standing outside the hotel in front of a patch of grass and asphalt parking lot with a few shrubs here or there. The voice coming from my Infolink said in response, you remember full well, he wants to make sure the Illuminati don't get any bright ideas to win this tournament. With the winnings they could ruin everything. Right, I said back. I'll be back at the building later tonight for a quick checkup. I think my imaging processors are out of sync again. I said. Alright, now don't bother me until then. Pritchard said. Pritchard out. I rolled my eyes under my sunglasses just before I felt something tugging on my coat. Sir, who are you talking to? Came the voice of a little blonde girl who couldn't have been older than 10. It's I said before realizing this girl wouldn't know what an infilink is. It's a phone that was put directly in my ear. I explained, smiling lightly. Cool. The girl said, smiling. I am Patty, by the way. The girl said, holding out a hand to me. Adam, I said as I shook her hand. Well, I better be going. I am here with Lady or she might get mad, she said, smiling before jogging off. Who in their right minds would let a little kid here? I asked myself as I walked inside. Scorpion's paw. Kai shall burn. You know, brooding like that ain't going to get you any green, said the voice of the mercenary Deathstroke. We were standing out in the courtyard of this hotel or whatever where the rest of combatants stayed prior to their battles. I was sitting on my knees with my eyes closed attempting to acquire my focus while Deathstroke simply leaned against a wall. It isn't brooding, you fool, it is called reflection, I said, getting to my feet. If you had any honor you'd know what it is. Hey, I told you honor don't get you any cash, Deathstroke said, clearly smiling under his helmet. I turned away. If not for the fact I am not allowed to fight without a partner, I would have already left to fight alone. I said, your earnest attitude is nothing short of infuriating, reminds me of Cage, but at least he fought for something more than personal gain. Quit complaining and get back to your reflection or whatever. Deathstroke said, I have a pending contract. And with the Deathstroke walked away. Only person I could get to fight alongside me, how lovely, I said, shaking my head. I should have considered Baihan as a partner a little more. The next day at the arena, narrative POV. And so the remaining 6 teams were positioned on their pedestals and President Awesome was about to draw the next combatants. 2 days battle shall be. And he drew a card, Team Kick-Ass. At that, Vegeta and Shadow both nodded, smirking. At this, a moderate clapping came from the crowd. Versus, and the president drew another card. Team Super Leaders. And at that, a much louder clapping occurred as Darkseid and Thanos cracked their knuckles. And our battle shall take place at, and once again a card was drawn, this time from the location's hat, or rather in the Abyssal Mall. As the location was announced, a murmur of confusion ran through the crowd as no one knew what the Abyssal Mall was. They would know soon, for both teams had pressed down on their buttons and were transported to the arena. Kick-Ass versus Super Leaders. Narrative POV. No one was in their element here. The Abyssal Mall, known by some as the Throne of the Tides, was an underwater fortress. The 2 teams, Darkseid, Thanos, Shadow and Vegeta, were on their given sides of the blue force field. They were positioned in a dome-like place, with a transparent force field preventing the water outside from entering. No one even noticed the unique fish, giant squids or the incredible colors made by the different plants outside, for a showdown was about to occur. The force field was lowered when the countdown was complete, and as many would expect, the first blows were sent by Vegeta and Shadow, as both of them lunged forward, unleashing a volley of punches. Vegeta charged Darkseid and Shadow charged Thanos, both using what some would think was superior speed. However, few people would expect what came next. With apparent ease, Darkseid made one backhand maneuver and sent Vegeta practically flying towards a wall right next to Vegeta, whom had also been thrown aside by Thanos. No point holding back, lab rat, Vegeta mumbled towards Shadow. Shadow nodded once towards Vegeta just as the Chaos Emeralds materialized around him. And with an incredible surge of power, both of these so-called ultimate beings transformed into their superior forms, Shadow into his super form and Vegeta into his Super Saiyan 2 form. Most people would have been blinded by the sheer amount of golden energy emanating from the 2 beings, but Thanos and Darkseid simply folded their arms and smirked. Quite an interesting light show. If I had any feelings, I might have been amazed, Darkseid said, just before unleashing the huge red Omega beam from his eyes. Both the anti-heroes dodged around the attack and began throwing a volley of projectiles at the villains. Thanos quickly created a force field out of pure energy which managed to repel all the chaos and keep projectiles. How pathetic, Thanos said with a sneer just loud enough for Vegeta and Shadow to hear his statement. Vegeta growled and at speeds completely unfollowable with the normal human eye flew behind the villains and shouted, "Gallic gunfire!" The huge purple beam that came from Vegeta's hands sent both Thanos and Darkseid flying backwards right towards Shadow, who then jumped into the air and used a spin kick maneuver to kick both Darkseid and Thanos in the face. Pressing their attacks, Vegeta and Shadow took the battle to melee range, Vegeta taking Darkseid and Shadow taking Thanos. Though Vegeta showed quite a bit of a speed advantage throwing punch after punch at Darkseid's face and stomach, he simply could not deal any physical damage worth noting by any standards.
Darkseid grinned once and taking advantage of an opening Vegeta left during one of his more powerful punches, he made a movement toward Vegeta, similar to a punch except it was with the palm of his hand, and the moment his hand had reached Vegeta's side a burst of purple energy burst from Darkseid's palm. Falling over in pain, Vegeta was swatted away with another blast of energy, and as he was flying backwards, Darkseid continued his assault with a powerful Omega Beam that sent Vegeta through the transparent barrier.
Vegeta went flying into the water outside, holding his breath but very capable of surviving. Meanwhile, as the water began pouring into the dome, Shadow flew into the air and began throwing projectiles at Thanos, who did nothing but laugh. "Such insolence!" Thanos said before throwing a huge blast of red energy at Shadow, who went falling backwards towards the falling water. Vegeta came through the hole made by him being shoved through the transparent barrier just as Thanos and Darkseid levitated towards the group of anti-heroes, who had both just shared a nod. Final flash. Vegeta yelled, spreading out his arms. "Chaos blast!" Shadow yelled, doing the same. Red and gold energy emanated from both of them, as a huge blast concentrated together came out of the two anti-heroes, and the villains of this battle were caught directly in the middle of the two. The blast of pure energy, both chaos and ki, blew up with such a blinding array of light that even some of the meta-humans watching this battle were forced to turn their eyes away because of how bright the blast was. However, the worst of this blast was inside, for it had shattered the dome, keeping the water out to pieces. The battle was entirely underwater at this point. "That almost hurt," Thanos said with a sneer from behind the force field he had created that was allowing him and Darkseid to talk freely. Shadow growled and swam towards Thanos, preparing to unleash another powerful hit, but sadly he was out of time. Shadow's super form subsided, his golden fur turned back to black.
Everyone could tell this was it for Shadow. He caught deep breath underwater and his lungs were not as powerful as anyone else there. He had already lost consciousness, and was out for the count.
Yet even if he did care, Vegeta had no way of helping his partner because he was being charged by Darkseid and Thanos. "To hell with this," Vegeta murmured, preparing to launch another Gallic gun. Before the words had even rolled off of his tongue, however, he had already been hit by Darkseid's Omega Beam in the face. "Arg!" Vegeta yelled, barely coherent due to the water now filling his lungs. Thanos, seeming to float in his force field, appeared behind Vegeta, grabbed him by the neck. Without a word, the Prince of the Saiyans had his neck snapped by the Titan Thanos. And there we have it, Team Super Leaders has won. President Awesome exclaimed. The crowd cheered loudly for the battle they had witnessed, Vegeta and Shadow having the biggest grouch looks on their faces, and Thanos and Darkseid simply nodding. But alas, we have several battles lined up after this one, my friends, so without further ado, let's congratulate the winner of the recent contest, Superior Knight. At this, the crowd clapped for about a minute before the applause died down. The battle he selected, a battle between two warriors of space.
President Awesome then waved his hand towards one side of the arena. In the one corner, the Bane of Zebes, the great bounty huntress of legends, "Put your hands together for Samus Aran." As these words were said, a small orange ball the size of a gnome came rushing into the arena, before it unfolded into a humanoid-looking person, who then shot an explosive into the air, similar to a firework. And in the other corner, the Bane of the Covenant, the last of the Spartans, some know him as John, but we know him as Master Chief.
As these words were said, a man in green armor and with what looked like yellow-tinted glass helmet emerged from the other side holding a futuristic rifle. And by request of Superior Knight, we are allowing this fight to take place on Gallifrey. And as this word was said, buttons appeared right in front of Master Chief and Samus Aran. Glancing at each other, the Marine and the Huntress both pressed down on their buttons and were transported to the virtual arena. Narrative POV. Gallifrey, the home of the Time Lords, was a place full of large technological skyscrapers and hovercars that were currently inert. In the center of this, the green-clad Marine and the yellow and red-clad Bounty Huntress were squaring off, readying their weapons.
Samus' arm cannon was ready to fire the moment the bell rang for the battle to begin, and when it did she was the first to strike, unleashing a charged blast straight at the Master Chief.
The petty officer did a somersault to dodge the attack, pulling his basic assault rifle weapon from his back and beginning to unleash full auto rounds on the Huntress. The power armor held up with little to no damage from the high-tech bullets, so Samus instead shot 2 separate rockets towards the Chief. As the missiles were about to hit, Master Chief put down the portable force field to protect himself before jumping out through the explosion made by the missiles hitting the child and drawing his deuces. Samus dived forward into and took her morph ball mode, and without a single ineffective bullet hitting her, removed herself from sight. Master Chief reloaded his weapons as he kept an eye on the radar that was inside the helmet of his Mjolnir armor. Catching a glimpse of red on the radar, the green-clad Marine turned immediately to find Samus still in her morph ball mode right behind him. Master Chief, knowing his normal weapons wouldn't get through the Bounty Huntress armor, pulled out his sidearm, equipped with high-powered armor-piercing rounds, and began shooting. Samus swerved out of the way of the armor-piercing shots until unfolding out of her morph ball and flip-kicking Master Chief in the process. As the green-clad Marine was sent into the air, Samus shot another charged blast at him and sent him flying back into the air. Samus began readying her freeze beam as Master Chief hit the ground on his feet right in front of one of the phone booth-looking machines known as a TARDIS. Running inside it with the intent of a surprise ambush, Master Chief found himself in an actually quite large machine with several of his own plasma weapons laying on a table in front of him. As he armed several different weapons including the plasma rifle, his sniper, reloading his pistol and making sure he had his plasma sword at the ready, Master Chief exited the TARDIS, ready for another go. Samus had readied her ice beam wand, was currently looking for Master Chief from the top of one of the buildings about 2 blocks from Master Chief. Master Chief readied his sniper, finding Samus only a moment before she spotted him using the scanner in her visor. "Alright, let us see what you got," Samus muttered to herself just as she went into her morph ball mode again. The bullet had just missed Samus by a few centimeters, but that luck mattered little as she was now moving at extreme speeds right towards Chief's location. Dropping the sniper and pulling his plasma shotgun from his back, and the moment Samus was in front of him with a charged blast ready to go, he unleashed the shots. Samus, who had been in midair, was thrown backwards, severe damage to her suit, but inside she was unharmed. Jumping to her feet, Samus shot a freeze ray which Chief was forced to drop his weapon in order to avoid. Kicking the weapon aside, Samus stood in front of Master Chief with another charged shot ready to fire. Under his helmet, Master Chief grinned as Samus shot the blast, only for it to be blocked as he pulled out his energy sword. The green-clad Marine lunged forward with the sword. Samus jumped back and dodged the big amount of the attack, but it still slashed across the power suit. Gritting her teeth as she drew her helmet away and had the power suit dissolve into the Zero suit as she looked back up to Chief. "Alright, let us kick it up a gear," Samus said, pulling her laser sword and igniting the yellow sword in her hand and holding it at the ready. "Let us end this," Chief said with a nod just before both fighters lunged forward with their most deadly melee weapons ready to go. The crackles of energy meeting energy became a constant buzz as the 2 veteran fighters parried and dodged each other's strikes masterfully, Samus using her thinner frame for added speed while John was using his augmentations for powerful strikes. The two seemed evenly matched, but Samus had one trick up her sleeve: the time stop. With one fluent movement, the area around the 2 fighters became surrounded in a blue orb. And while Samus could still move, Master Chief was stuck in motion, only able to watch helplessly as Samus readied her laser sword. "Hey, oh," Samus said with a smirk as she ran the laser sword through Master Chief's chest. Samus Aran wins. The words were announced with vigor. And now next up we have decided to speed things along. After all, it has been quite some time since the stars of the show got a shot in the ring. Everyone in the crowd knew exactly who the president was referring to when he said stars of the show, and the cheering was more deafening the boo's reality tear screen. Team Super Steel will be facing Team Immortal Slayers, with the battlefield being the Batcave. At this, both teams, neither of which had been expecting to fight, had the platforms they stood on rise from under them. Goku and Kratos both cracked their knuckles, both ready to fight. Superman looked determined as he nodded, and Spawn seemed indifferent. The two teams pressed down on the red buttons placed in front of them. And as they did so, everyone in the crowd waited with bated breath. This was going to be a fight for the ages. Immortal Slayers vs Super Steel. Narrative POV. The Batcave was massive. That bit of information was undeniable. Easily capable of fitting the Titanic within, and with military-level gadgets and machines all over, not to mention the lead-lined walls and titanium support beams, it was indeed an interesting battleground. Spawn was gripping his demonic Luska 47 at the ready, while Kratos likewise had the Blades of Exile in hand, readying himself for a fight.
On the other side of the barrier between the two teams, Goku was in his fighting stance with a determined look on his face, while his ally the Man of Steel was glancing around, no doubt looking for something Bruce Wayne might have that could aid them in finishing this fight.
5. Fight. The barrier was lowered and combat begun.
Super Steel used their superior speed to get the edge over the Immortal Slayers, as Goku charged Kratos and Superman charged Spawn, both closing the distance and entering melee distance, the range that was indeed their advantage.
Spawn's gun was swatted away by Superman just before a flurry of completely inhuman strikes were directed at the creature of hell. Spawn, using equal reflexes and superior skill, dodged each hit before summoning one of his chains and wrapping around Superman's neck. The Kryptonian immediately responded by directing heat vision towards Spawn, who lost his focus at this and allowed the chain to fall away. Just behind this duel, Kratos and Goku were locked in an equally vicious duel.
Indeed, Goku, who was already powered up to Super Saiyan 2, was using superior speed to keep Kratos on the defensive, though his basic punches were evidently no more than a nuisance to the Bane of Olympus.
Goku, getting the feeling he was wearing down the demigod, was hit completely off guard as an impenetrable force field appeared around his opponent, sending him back with excruciating pain at his knuckles. Kratos used this opportunity to his advantage and summoned the bow of Apollo to his hand and began shooting a volley of fire-imbued arrows at Goku. Goku easily dodged these attacks, flying upwards and side to side while also beginning to launch simple ki blasts in a counterattack. "I will kill you, just as I would kill gods," Kratos yelled, pulling the Blades of Exile back to his grip. "You kill gods, what for? Vengeance?" Goku yelled, enraged at how utterly ruthless this opponent truly was. Grinning, Kratos swung the chained weapon at Goku and the blade managed to cut into Goku's chest. Using his god-imbued strength, Kratos hurled Goku towards a Superman. The Man of Steel, meanwhile, was locked in a hand-to-hand battle with Spawn just as his omnidirectional senses alerted him to Goku flying towards him. "Switch, now!" Superman yelled, flying upwards so Goku would fly into Spawn instead. The Super Saiyan caught on instantly and at once, using the momentum granted by Kratos throwing him, landed a powerful punch on Spawn's face. Superman meanwhile had ended up picking up the Batmobile and throwing it at Kratos, but Kratos merely gritted his teeth as he summoned the sword into his hand. Slicing the technological marvel in half, Kratos charged at Superman with the deadly weapon aimed for his opponent's heart. No one saw what happened in the next second. All anyone knew was that Kratos ended up with Superman's fist around his neck and throwing him through the lead-lined walls of the Batcave. As Kratos landed in the courtyard of Wayne Manor, he got to his feet and instantly knew several bones in his body were broken. As this was going on, Goku, who had been trading ki blasts with demonic bullets, being locked in a ranged battle with Spawn. The Super Saiyan and the Hellspawn both heard the smashing sound of Kratos being thrown from the cave, but it really didn't matter, as both were working their brains to their limits to figure out how to catch the other off guard. Spawn used his teleportation and got behind Goku before shooting a demonic bullet at Goku, but Goku with his inhuman senses caught the empowered bullet within his two fingers. Goku then spun around and sent a Destruto disc towards Spawn, and this time it hit the hellish being, slicing him in half at the middle. "Stay down," Goku warned. Unbeknownst to the Saiyan was the healing of Spawn. The former assassin used this opportunity to teleport behind Goku and place a blade in his opponent's back. "Arg!" Goku yelled as the demonic blade pierced his skin. Spawn then teleported away, leaving Goku to die, while he went to assist in finishing off the Man of Steel. Of course, Spawn was completely unaware of the little bag of Sensui beans Goku had within an inner pocket of his martial arts uniform. Above ground, meanwhile, Kratos was getting thrown backwards through several layers of wood, granite, as a failed attempt to physically overpower the Man of Steel led him to being thrown away with almost ease. Summoning the Icarus wings to his back, Kratos flew back towards Superman with the blade of Olympus in his hands, aimed for the kill. There came a sinister voice. Spawn appeared and began shooting demonic bullets that Superman already knew enough to get out of the way from. The Man of Steel was certainly on the defensive now, dodging the slashes of the sword from Kratos and the bullets and chains of Spawn. With all of this, the red and blue clad hero didn't get a single chance to unleash an offensive attack. Everyone on the outside of the arena was watching with bated breath, wondering how the Man of Steel could possibly achieve victory against these god killers, and the answer came with some loud shouting coming from beneath their feet. "Camium!" The yelling was getting louder and louder, but only Superman took any heed to it. Their negligence would be their undoing. Kratos was lunging towards Superman when the last syllable was heard, "Ha!" And at that he found himself engulfed in the gigantic blue beam, being completely vaporized. Goku flew from the hole his Kamehameha had made and waved at Superman. "Nice timing," Superman said to Goku before turning his attention back to Spawn. "To hell with both of you," Spawn said before unleashing a powerful blast of green fell energy towards the heroes. The blast completely annihilated Wayne Manor, but sadly Goku and Superman both managed to dodge it. "Solar flare!" Goku yelled. The flash blinded Spawn and gave the heroes the opening they needed. Both the Saiyan and the Kryptonian flew towards Spawn, Superman making his fist vibrating and Goku empowering his fist with an unbelievable amount of ki. Unable to even see the attack coming, Spawn took both fists to the chest and was completely annihilated, splattering into green ooze that spread for several miles. Even his healing factor was unable to heal from being splattered like that, and so the victors emerged: Goku and Superman. Winners! Team Super Steel proved their grit for the second time. President Awesome declared, to wild applause from the spectators. And now for the reprieve. Later tonight we'll see something completely new, with 4 guest fighters. Until then though, go and catch your breath. As these words were spoken, the people, combatant and fan alike, began to file out. "Gokuspav. And once again we pull through," I said, smiling, holding up a hand too high. "Indeed, only the best made it through at this point," Superman said, not too enthusiastically returning the gesture. "Don't expect any favors from the remaining teams," he said. "Yeah, I know, we gotta make sure to train hard in the time we've got remaining before our next fight," I said, nodding, taking a large bite from one of the chicken legs in front of me. "Arrogance can be the undoing of many warriors," came a feminine voice from behind me. "Oh, hello Diana," Superman said. Just as I looked around, I saw a woman, wearing blue star-spangled pants and a golden chest piece, with a light-hearted smile on her face. "So Diana, I'm surprised you didn't get involved in this tournament," Superman said. "Well, sadly there wasn't anyone left to be a partner with, though I am in fact set to fight in the next guest battle," the woman named Diana said, nodding. "Well then, good luck to you," came a second voice. I turned to where it had come from, the empty chair at the table we were sitting at. Fully we began, me beginning to use my key senses, confirming a person, admittedly with a pretty low power level, was in fact there but invisible. "Oh sorry, don't mind me," the person said as a fork went flying into the air as if kicked upwards. At this point a kind of effect, engulfing a girl's form with blue before turning visible, revealing a blonde girl about the same age as Diana, with blonde hair and blue and silver armor on, along with a pair of goggles and a gun on her back. "Just coming by to wish you luck,"
The girl said, directing her statement to Diana, "My name is Nova, and I'll be one of your opponents."
You don't seem that powerful, I said. Sorry to hear you noticed that, Nova said before chuckling. Sometimes appearances can be deceiving. I knew I should tell her I was actually sensing her power level, but at that moment she made a show of flipping over the chair and walking away, being engulfed in blue hologram stuff before turning invisible again. That was odd, Superman said. So I am fighting her next, shouldn't it be too hard? Diana commented. Weren't you the one who was saying something about being modest, Diana? Superman said with a slight smirk. Diana paused for a moment. Yeah. Dante's pav. So old man, looks like we re-up next? I said, kicking my feet up to a table. Indeed, Illidan said in a tone suggesting boredom. Those who believe they have already won, are doomed to have already lost. Came a dark but clearly feminine voice.
I looked up to see a woman in black leather armor, high-heeled boots and a hood walking past us with 2 crossbows at her hips.
Well, looks like things just got a bit more interesting. I said, smirking. Hey, babe, minding giving a name? I called after her. The woman turned to me with a scowl that would match Illidan in a contest of brooding and being subtly angry. My name is Valina, she said shortly before engulfing herself in smoke and vanishing all ninja style. Illidan glanced at me with that eyeless face of his. Aren't you already taken? He asked. Got no idea what you're talking about. I said, in truth knowing full well who he was talking about, but not willing to admit it. Illidan just sighed. You're quite the imbecile sometimes. As harsh a word that is, I am sad to say it is actually somewhat accurate. Came another female voice. So I am getting bad-mouthed by 2 chicks within 2 minutes of each other. This just ain't my day. I said, turning to see who was talking this time. An older woman in what looked like mid-40s with black hair, blue eyes and a brown battle attire. With what 2 overly complex flashlight-looking things on her hips. Perhaps you should take heed to some of the advice then, Illidan remarked. Says the guy who decided it'd be a good idea to give a powerful artifact to Sir Evil. I retorted. And yet it actually ended well, and it was far more thought out a plan than your standard blow through everything. Illidan shot back. The woman whom had been talking just sighed. I sincerely hope you two don't argue like this on the battlefield. If you do, your odds of winning the tournament are almost non-existent. The woman said. Can I at least ask the name of the person chastising my way of fighting? Satel Shan, she said with a slight bow of politeness, Grand Master of the Jedi Order. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Illidan said with an equally respectable bow. And since when do you show respect? I asked with a hint of astonishment in my voice. Well, I try to show respect to those who aren't 1 imbeciles and 2 not trying to kill me. There must be an extremely small number of times there is respect then. Satel said as she began walking away. You have absolutely no idea. Illidan said. I shook my head. I would have been just as good teaming up with Virgil the way Illidan acts. Later that day, once again everyone was gathered at the arena, ready for whatever was upcoming. As always, the announcer, President Awesome, was preparing to announce the combatants.
And so, for our first ever, free-for-all battle, we have 4 deadly combatants, each rose above their position, met the challenges of their given role with their heads held high, he said, to a massive amount of cheering.
Our first combatant, a god among mortals, a princess among Amazons, some know her as Diana Prince, we know her as Wonder Woman. At this, Wonder Woman flew in and landed with a resounding crunch indicating cracked ground. Standing up, Wonder Woman drew her sword and shield, entering her combat stance. Next, with hatred unrivaled even within the burning hells, turning her weakness into strength and turning from hunted to hunter, let's put our hands together for the Nephilim herself, the demon hunter Valina.
As the crowd began applauding, admittedly very few actually knowing who had been announced, the same black-clad woman who had met Dante appeared out of a puff of smoke, preparing her dual crossbows.
Third, with a past taken from her, with coldness and efficiency nearly unrivaled amongst her fellow ghosts, the unseen blade of the Terran Dominion. Give it up for Nova Terra. At this, the blue holographic energy appeared, and turning visible was the blonde assassin Nova, twirling her armor-piercing butterfly knife. And last but certainly not least, hero of the Old Republic, expert duelist and youngest grandmaster of all time, with tenacity and a cool head, this combatant lead the Galactic Republic to victory against the Old Empire. Please assist me in welcoming Satelshan.
And at this, out of the shadows of the last corner of the arena not taken, a black-haired woman wearing a brown battle attire stepped to where she could be seen.
In one fluent movement she ignited a blue saber staff and twirled it so fast even some meta-humans like Deathstroke had a hard time following the blade. These four gods among mortals shall do battle on board the Jewel Wator, President Awesome said, drawing the location from the hat as per usual. Finally the red buttons appeared before the four combatants. Each one pressed down and were warped into the virtual arena, where they would all do battle. Narrative POV. The battle would begin in the hangar of the Justice League Wator.
Steel black and silver look of everything. There was a circular elevator, and on the other side the sealed doors easily 10 times as big as any jet on the other, with several rafters above them, no doubt for getting to the lights or to assist in takeoff of a javelin.
4 javelins were also currently stationed in the hangar, and each one was conveniently positioned in a different area of the 4-way force field separating the 4 combatants.
As the countdown commenced showing the number 10, all the combatants readied their weapons, Wonder Woman drawing a short sword and shield from her back, Nova pulling back the safety on her C-10 rifle, Valina twirling her crossbows in hand before readying both in front of her, and Satel igniting her blue-hued double-sided lightsaber. Wonder Woman in this point in the fight had only eyes for her opponents, but the other 3 found themselves studying the environment they were in, the cunning nature of Nova and Valina already forming plans as to how to use the steel grounds, the javelin positioning and the rafters to their advantage.
The countdown hit 0 and fighting commenced. No one had any preconceptions about their opponents, and so each of them began attacking the one closest to them. Nova beginning to aim at Wonder Woman with a few well-placed rounds from her C-10, and Satel finding herself spinning her double-sided lightsaber at magnificent but challenging speeds to block a barrage of rapid magnetically imbued arrows flying at her inside. Assume it was full auto guns, not crossbows, shooting the arrows. The Amazon Princess was blocking the powered-up C-10 bullets with her shield while flying at high speeds towards Nova, who sidestepped just in time to avoid a slice from Diana's sword. Throwing the sniper to the side, Nova pulled out her knife and made a jab at Diana's throat, only to have the strike blocked by the bracer. Following into a strike with her sword, Diana lunged forward only to have Nova sidestep the attack before thrusting her hand out. Completely caught off guard by a sudden invisible burst of psionic energy from the ghost, Diana went flying backwards into the hull of a nearby javelin. As all this was going on, the Jedi Grandmaster had finally managed to get in for a melee strike at Valina. Satel swung one side of her blade, but before the strike connected with Valina's head she vanished, vaulting away as nothing more than a shadow and leaving a trail of flame behind her. The Huntress had found herself expecting to get an upper hand, but as if knowing what was happening, Satel had sent a powerful force push towards her, hitting her just as she rematerialized. Flying backwards, Valina saved herself with another vault just before landing cripplingly against the hull of a javelin right next to Wonder Woman. Hearing the whooshing sound of air, Valina turned around and used an evasive jaunt maneuver, landing a powerful arrow in Wonder Woman's shoulder just before vaulting backwards to dodge an upward sword slice from Wonder Woman, who had lost track of Nova because of the ghost's invisibility. Nova had already picked up her C-10 and had swiftly switched the weapon to its full auto function and began shooting at both Valina and Diana, taking down the invisibility on her suit so as to allow it recharge before it was needed again. The Huntress used her shadow vaulting, and Diana flew to dodge the shots just before Nova found herself having stopped in order to dodge an incoming strike. Satel had thrown her green single-sided lightsaber at Nova, who had bent her back backwards to dodge the flying blade. Using a small weave of her psionic abilities, the flying green lightsaber deactivated and fell to the ground without returning to its owner's hand. Igniting the blue-hued double-sided lightsaber, Satel charged at Nova, entering melee range immediately. The unpredictable moves of Satel's Adaru stance left even the assassin on the back pedal, Nova using her martial arts skill to just barely stay alive under the onslaught. While this duel between the Jedi and the Ghost went on, Valina had used her invisibility to get some distance from the fight and was currently hanging from the rafters out of sight, waiting for an opening. Diana, however, with the keenest of senses, found her at once and levitated right to the Huntress's position. The demon hunter had already seen a possibility and had waved her hands, placing a huge skull above Nova that only she could see, marking her for death. The Huntress did this, of course, just before the Amazon reached her. "I thought you were a warrior," Wonder Woman said with a frown as she made a strike towards Valina with her sword. The demon hunter reacted instantly, flinging herself from the rafters she was dangling from to dodge before engulfing herself in dark energy. Her form became pure black with red tentacle-like things sprouting from her back in a wing-like fashion, activating her life-sapping shadow power ability she could only hold for a few moments. Gliding down towards the ground, Valina sent several bolas from her crossbow, which were flying too fast to be seen as more than a flaming arrow. Diana tried dodging these only to have them snake around her wrist and explode, disorienting her if only for the briefest moment. In that moment, the temporary enhancement of Valina had already fallen, just after electrically charged arrows that morphed into chains landed in the disoriented Diana's chest. The chains attached into a wound in Diana's upper chest, barely missing vital organs as the arrow hit its mark, it unfolded into a chain which instantly attached itself to the ceiling while also causing an electric pain to course through Diana. Diana, who was clearly worse for wear with 2 wounds in her upper chest, both of which would have slowed down a normal being. Yet it was extremely clear her warrior adrenaline was making her feel nothing. Yanking the chain from the wall with an audible crack in the steel, the Amazon looked around to see that Valina had vanished. Making the decision to go hunting later, she looked down to see Nova barely scared off the onslaught of Sattel's superb blade work, using a psionic burst to force Sattel back before turning invisible. While Wonder Woman didn't seem too capable of tracking Nova, Sattel's force senses allowed her more than enough ability to track the movements of the Ghost. She was about to send a force blast towards the invisible assassin, but before she could, she found a small projectile being sent towards her. Diana, having thrown her sharp-edged tiara. Knowing the weapon wouldn't be stopped by her lightsaber, Sattel thrust a hand out and with a force push sent the tiara flying away in a direction farthest from both of them.
Sattel readied her weapon, pulling her second lightsaber to her side and igniting both the double-sided and single-sided blades at once, knowing she was quite outclassed by Wonder Woman, and only having a chance if she could outplay with technique.
The Princess of the Amazons flew directly at the Jedi Grandmaster, and the Jedi was going to react but suddenly felt a presence within her mind. Inside her skull, someone was trying to make a mental attack on her. Sattel's force connection and battle meditation allowed her to resist the attack she now realized was coming from the invisible Nova. However, Wonder Woman stopped her flight and landed hands and knees on the ground, clearly unable to stop the mental barrage. Blood oozed from her nose and mouth as the internal damage began making itself apparent. Diana would have been brought out of the fray had it not been for Valina sending an arrow at Nova from behind. Even though Nova had been invisible, the mark that Valina had placed upon Nova made the Ghost stick out like a weed in a flower garden. The arrow was stopped for the most part by Nova's hostile environment suit, but the electrically enhanced arrow sent surges through the armor, disabling the cloaking ability before materializing into chains at the ground, Nova being far less able to pull free with her suit disabled and her superhuman strength granted by it temporarily disabled. Wonder Woman staggered back, everything hazy and balance completely gone due to the extensive brain damage she had been given by Nova's mental assault.
Valina, however, had found her way into the rafters and was beginning to lay a smackdown from above, laying a barrage of grenades on the 3 other combatants along with elemental arrows of ice.
Nova pulled her seat end from her back and shot the chains that were holding her just in time to duck away from a grenade that hand landed next to her before lining a shot up with Valina's head. Wonder Woman's dazed state wasn't enough to stop her. Indeed, she still charged, albeit without flying towards her target. Nova, who had seen the charge coming just in time, sidestepped, however, with even more ease than before. Valina had been focusing on landing shots on the distracted opponents that were Nova and Diana, and had managed to leave herself open, not realizing that Wonder Woman wasn't the only one with the ability to reach her in the rafters. Satel had used a powerful force jump, her blue double-sided blade in hand making a swing at Valina, who dodged by vaulting backwards once again only to be on the receiving end of a powerful force push the moment she rematerialized. Pulling out her crossbows, she began shooting a barrage of explosive bola, having figured out that Satel relied on blocking with her lightsaber. What she didn't account for was Satel's advanced precognition. This stage split seconds before they began getting fired. Satel saw the explosions that could rip her apart if she tried blocking with her lightsaber, and so as the volley of explosive bolas ripped towards her, she disengaged her lightsaber and pushed her hands out in front of her, creating a powerful blue force wave that had enough force to make the explosives explode before hitting her mark. Valina vaulted away and prepared to trigger her shadow power ability again, only to have Satel's green-hued single-sided blade to fly forward, embedding itself in the demon hunter's upper chest. She fell over dead, with no illusion covering it. While this encounter was going on above, down below, Nova's suit had already returned to normal, but having caught sight of the heated encounter above, knew that she had time this time to play her easiest but most deadly card. Wonder Woman was already staggering and off-footing, and so Nova was able to easily dodge the punches sent her way by the Amazon before putting a hand out in front of her. Diana felt the mental barrage continue from where it started, and this time there was no one around to interrupt the ghost. It was painful, even Diana would say it, but thankfully it was quick. With blood oozing from her ears and even her eyes at this point, the gold and blue spangled warrior fell to her chest down for the count. Nova didn't have time to relax as she got to her feet just in time to see Satel jump down in front of her and make a slash with her green single-bladed lightsaber. Nova ducked this drag before using the circuitry in her suit to jump 40 feet into the air away from Satel on top of the battered javelin jet before immediately beginning to shoot with the hypersonic bullets from her powerful C-10. Even a Jedi would be incapable of stopping these bullets even without the explosive enhancement that Nova was using, while no ordinary Jedi at least. Satel was able to, just as she had done with Valina, predicting where Nova was going to shoot, and with extreme success managing aim dodge with acrobatic skill born of her extensive study of Ataru. Nova was gritting her teeth, having yet to figure out how Satel was so successfully skating off the death of her bullets. Instead of jumping atop the javelin, however, Satel made the odd decision of running underneath it. This confused Nova for a brief second before the hull she was on top of began to tremble, for the Jedi Grand Master had used a powerful force push to send the javelin upwards. The force sent it upwards, and Nova realized she'd be crushed if she stayed on top. And so she dived off, which was just as much a mistake as staying on. Satel had once again predicted where Nova would come down and had sent one of her lightsabers flying towards where she was coming down. Nova spatted it off just in time to save her own neck with just a minor burn along her neck, but her C-10 was melted through the center to a completely unusable condition before she hit the ground. Satel was the one with the upper hand as she ignited her double-sided blue lightsaber, leaped towards Nova, who somersaulted away, activating her invisibility. As proven earlier, the Jedi was in no way hindered by the invisibility. Her force sense made Nova stick out like a sore thumb, especially with no other living beings around. And so Satel lunged forward, only to have her strike blocked by a green lightsaber one Nova had somehow managed to grab hold of as it hurled past her. The two found each other matched in combat, with the green single-bladed blade clanging with sparks as it collided with the blue double-sided blade being guided by the hard-to-follow flamboyant moveset of Satel's Ataru. It was not a match at all. Satel's training and far greater experience paid off as she managed to slice away the blade along with a portion of Nova's right hand. The Jedi went in for the kill just as Nova drew her knife and lunged forward. What happened next took a moment to compute for the people following, it had happened so fast. One side of Satel's blade had gone through Nova's abdomen, while Nova's dagger had made a thrust for a lethal hit, only to be found embedded into Satel's shoulder in a what would barely be a flesh wound. The pain was evident in Nova's face, but it was ended as the blade was withdrawn from her wound and she fell over, virtual life fading. Satel simply pulled her second blade to her hip and bowed her head to the fallen assassin before being removed from the virtual arena to wild and if only slightly confused jeering. Satel Shan wins. President Awesome announced, albeit as stunned at the ending as the crowd. No one had been expecting the Jedi to prevail. Yet that is what happened.
Now we are done for the day, but before we all file out, I have one message to make. Tomorrow, before our final match of round 2, we will be hosting another draw for a fan chosen battle. Simply place your name in the draw before tomorrow and you shall be placed into the draw, which will be drawn before tomorrow's meeting. Until then, however, I bid you all good evening.
And as the speech was finished, people began filling out of the arena. Beginnings of ends. Wonder Woman's path. That must have been painful. The Saiyan, Son Goku said as he and Superman walked with me away from the arena. Don't get me started, I hissed, placing my hands to my forehead to try and get rid of the headache I had received. Thankfully it wasn't what Nova had actually done in the virtual arena, even I could not heal from that. We continued walking, where to I had no idea until someone called over to us. That was a well-fought battle. A female voice called. I, along with Clark and Goku, turned around to see the leather-clad warrior named Satel Shan, the one who had managed to take victory after I was eliminated. Thank you, I responded, holding out a hand to Satel, which she took with a smile, of course. More words would have been shared, but at that moment a man under a cloak walked past us slowly, with armor clearly under it and some kind of odd mask covering his mouth, and a weapon that looked somewhat similar to Satel's lightsaber but with blades on the edges of the hilt. Catching a glimpse of this man made Satel place a hand early on her own double-sided blade and bend at the knees slightly, clearly readying herself to jump into a battle stance. Who is that? Goku asked, confused at the woman's response. Darth Malgus. Satel hissed. The most infamous Jedi hunter of the Galactic War. She explained. Despite them believing he was out of earshot, Darth Malgus stopped walking and turned to Team, removing his hood to reveal the mask I now know must have been helping him breathe. He shook his head as if having contemplated attacking before turning away again. Yes, more calm than that look would make you believe, I had said, placing a hand on my hip. Until he enters combat, once he engages in battle his rage turns him into an unrelenting force. Satel said, clearly remembering something. You've done battle with him? I asked. Indeed, I would have lost my life had my friend Jace Malcolm hadn't he stepped in. Satel admitted. Alas, I must be off, though I am sure our paths will cross again. And with that the Jedi turned around and walked away. Dante's path. It's about time we got to see a bit more action. I said to myself, kicking up my feet on a table across from my partner. Indeed, yet arrogance will be our downfall. You remember who our opponents are, right? Illidan asked, way more seriously than he really should have been. Yeah, I know, and who says I am being arrogant? I said, rolling my eyes, just no need to be brooding before a fight after all. If you say so, Illidan said, getting to his feet. I'll be outside if you need me. All right, oh, and tell the skull I said hello. I yelled back sarcastically. Illidan just looked back at me with his eyeless stare and shook his head before just continuing to walk. And here I am getting impatient to fight. I mumbled to myself, also getting to my feet just as I caught sight of the two people I'd be seeing on the battlefield tomorrow. Zod and Atrocitus. So you are one of the worms we are to fight. The Red Lantern said with what I could only assume was meant to be a sneer, though with those giant teeth it looked more like a growl. Worm, huh? Says the guy whose skin looks pink in this light. I said, crossing my arms and leaning against the wall with a smirk. The evil smirks on their faces probably would have sent chills down the spines of most people, but to me all I could think of was how they were cheesy as all hell. You truly are arrogant devil hunter. Zod growled with a grit of his teeth and a red flash of his eyes. You would know. I shot back. Now you can try to intimidate me, which would be funny, I'll admit, or you can back off and we can settle this tomorrow in the arena. Very well, Devil Hunter. Atrocitus said, beginning to walk past me. We'll wait until tomorrow to crush your skull underfoot. When they were out of earshot, I couldn't help but chuckle. And Illidan called me arrogant? I said to myself. Nova's paw. So close, I mumbled to myself as I continued to twirl my knife in one hand with my leg kicked up against the wall of the outside of the Colosseum. Standing there, I let my mind drift to what could have allowed me to win my fight with the Jedi, or whatever she was called. Of course, bringing with me the psi blade I had taken from the protest might have helped, but probably not a hell of a lot. In truth, if I had simply been able to aim better with my knife during that last second. Hey, that's a hard thing to do when you've already got a laser going through your stomach. My eyes widened as I felt a presence around me. In but a second, my knife was sheathed on my belt and my C10 was off my back and in my hands, pointing around in anticipation. You know, if you had opted to become a specter, the odds of you winning would have gone up. Came a heavily accented voice said. I smirked as I saw the red outline of a man appear, only for the black-skinned and white-eyed appearance of my friend-turned-enemy Gabriel Tosh. And why the hell would I have done that and joined your little band of fiscapades and murderers? I proclaimed, not lowering the grip on my C10 for a second. Alright, I forgot the child of Confederate can handle a little grit. Tosh taunted despite my complete lack of understanding as to what the man was talking about. What are you talking about, Confederate child? I asked, any pretense of friendliness in my voice vanishing. Alright, I forgot the Dominion be erasing the memories of their pet ghosts. Tosh said, sneering, you became nothing more but Megan's pet Annabella. Shame you let it happen after all that happened before it. And despite what I would have wanted to believe, I couldn't help but feel a note of sadness coming from Tosh, though confirming it by reading his mind was impossible, as the Spectre was one of very few in the galaxy who could stop me from reading their minds at will. I was about to say more, but Tosh had already reactivated his suit's stealth functions and in a hue of red and vanished. You know, is it just me, or is it like a must for all assassins to have this mysterious past they never want to talk about? Came a rather cheerful voice from a few feet away from me. Well, I shouldn't say voice, because it was a thought I had read, something I find hard not to do if you can believe it. The thought had come from one of those tights-wearing heroes, this one in red and with yellow lightning. I think his name was Captain Marvel or something. And yet, apparently without a care in the world, the captain approached me smiling. You alright? Hope you're not mad you lost, he said. I simply shook my head. Even though the man looked like he was 30 years old, at least I couldn't shake this feeling that he was still an adolescent with the way his thoughts were formulated. I can deal with a loss in an arena, kid, I said, the kid statement sneaking into my statement before even realizing I had said it, and besides just gives me something to think about. And with that I activated my own stealth abilities, and in a hue of blue I vanished. The next day at the arena narrative POV. The arena was once again packed, perhaps even more than usual due to the fact that an at least somewhat anticipated matchup was set to occur. Now my friends, it is time for our final match for round 2. President Awesome announced from his VIP booth at the top of the stands. Team Demon's Blood versus Team Rage. He announced without bothering to perform the draw because everyone knew they were the only teams left to fight. Illidan and Dante both cracked their knuckles on their side of the arena, while Zod and Atrocitus both crossed their arms and gritted their teeth. And their duel shall take place. And the only card that needed to be drawn was drawn. The Firelands. Per the norm, once the battlefield was announced, the 4 red buttons appeared in front of all the combatants, who, knowing full well what to do, placed their hands on them and were transported into the virtual arena. Demon's Blood versus Rage. Any normal human being would have begun to sweat and feel uneasy if they so much as set foot into the land that the 4 combatants found themselves in as they entered the virtual arena.
Tough obsidian was the material that made up the grounds and mountains, and cracks all along it that could not be mistaken for anything other than lava seeping out, with an orange hazy sky with no sun evident, just a huge blast of orange smoke-like substance.
The Kryptonian General and the Red Lantern leader both cracked their knuckles together, while Dante drew ivory and ebony and pointing them at Zod, while Illidan cast a spell, placing a very clear green mark on the ground before enveloping his hands in green flame. As the force field between the two teams vanished, Dante began with a volley of bullets shot towards Zod, who flew upwards, dodging the magic bullets before firing a blast of his heat vision in retaliation. As the red-clad hunter blocked the blast with his sword, he caught a glimpse of what was going on with his opponent. "Hey, look, it's a holiday battle!" Dante yelled, commenting on the ranged battle of blasts occurring between Illidan and Atrocitus, where blasts of red plasma and green fire were colliding with each other, with the two combatants both trying to overpower the other. That is until the winged half-demon made a backward switch of his wings and engulfed himself in smoke, rendering himself invisible just as Atrocitus' last blasts landed where he had been not half a second prior. Atrocitus visible also instead didn't manage to overcome his opponent. Turned to Dante, who was holding off lasers from Zod, and constructed several spears and sent the deadly projectiles flooding towards Dante, who didn't move in time and ended up getting impaled on the blades, which proceeded to embed themselves in the side of the mountain. Dante still on them. Not even a challenge, Zod remarked, crossing his arms. I bet it wasn't. Came an almost amused laugh as Dante pulled himself almost effortlessly from the spears as they vanished, landing on the ground, his wounds already healed. Zod lit his eyes up and was about to launch another blast of heat vision at the Devil Hunter, but before he did, Dante was already in front of him, bringing his sword down, intent on putting it through his heart. Zod grabbed the blade between both hands, and though a pain made itself evident on his hands, it was benign at best. The Red Lantern was about to help, but at that exact moment a pair of hands gripped Atrocitus by the neck and began draining life force in a green hue. Arg! Atrocitus yelled as he reached his arms behind him, and with his rage granting him new strength, threw Illidan over his head and slamming him into the ground, creating a crater in the obsidian. Bringing both fists down, Atrocitus would have landed a blow to Illidan that would have completely shattered the half-demon's entire body had he not engulfed himself in green flames and vanished, reappearing in a standing position atop the green symbol he himself had put there at the beginning. Atrocitus had turned around just in time to see two meteors plummeting towards him, summoned there by Illidan. He blasted one apart, but the other landed with a loud boom right in front of Atrocitus before the stone reformed into an infernal demon held together with green fell flames and began advancing on the Red Lantern. Atrocitus was about to blast the infernal, but just then something else blasted it apart. Being blasted apart by a laser blast from Zod that had been dodged by Dante, who was performing over the top and in Zod's mind infuriating flips and dives. You will die! Zod yelled, making a lunge for Dante with an attempt to grab him by the hem of his coat. Dante grinned as he activated his Quicksilver ability and casually ducked around the grab while turning around and sending a good few bullets into Atrocitus' back.
Time resumed at its normal pace through Dante just as his bullets landed in Atrocitus' back, which sadly did no more than tick the Red Lantern off, which only allowed him to send a huge blast of pure plasma from his mouth. One that would have roasted Illidan if he allowed it to hit. Fortunately he didn't, as he made a great push with his wings and took off, getting about 1,000 feet off the ground in less than a second. Hey bats! Dante yelled, brandishing his sword up at Illidan before feeling an attempt from Zod to freeze him with the powerful freeze breath. Care to switch things up? Illidan smirked, knowing exactly what his companion was thinking, and with another powerful thrust of his wings began plummeting back towards the ground at almost Union-followable speeds. Dante, who was starting to feel a great amount of stiffness in his bones from the freeze breath, broke free instantly by activating his devil trigger and temporarily assuming a red-winged demon and flew up. One in the crowds who wasn't into human could follow what happened until after it had happened, but Dante and Illidan were in total sync as Dante let go of Rebellion and Illidan let go of one of his warglaives, both pushing their weapons away from them and snatching the other's weapon as they flew past. Illidan, just before hitting the ground, spun around and threw his second warglaive up towards Dante before using the same momentum to bring Rebellion down on Zod. Sadly, the strength difference between the General and the Winged Demon Hunter was an immense one, and so even with the gain that came from contact with the demonic blade, Zod was still able to grab the flat side of the blade in one hand and slam Illidan back into the ground. Raising his foot with the intent of stomping on his opponent's chest, Zod found himself caught off guard as a terrible physic howl pierced his ears, planting a fake sense of fear in his head. As the general staggered back, trying to get his composure back, the demon hunter he had been intent on squashing got to his feet and with Rebellion in his right hand thrust his left out with a ball of Shadow in it. It was indeed confusing when the blast didn't fire from his hand, but Illidan was a tricky one and he certainly knew what he was doing. What he was doing became clear a second later as Zod tried punching something that wasn't there, for Illidan was placing an illusion in the general's mind, making him think he was fighting up to 20 opponents as opposed to one.
Meanwhile, upon this by dawn, they had deactivated his devil trigger and was in a free fall, whist still swishing the blades of Azinat in a flamboyant fashion, sending waves of fell energy at Atrocitus, who was flying above him. The red-clad demon hunter utilized his air raid ability, creating a red magic platform below him and jumping back up towards Atrocitus, taking a deadly swing with one of the warglaives as he propelled himself upwards. Atrocitus saw this and sent a huge wave of energy at Dante, who, while able to block the attack with the warglaives, was still sent hurtling back towards the ground by this attack, landing on his feet with enough force to create another large crater in the ground. Having landed only 3 yards from the duel between Zod and Illidan, Dante managed to get a good look at just how his partner was faring and shared a glance and a nod with him just before Zod flew backwards, readying another blast of his heat vision, no doubt intending to destroy all of the Illidans and reveal Illidan at the same time.
The general of Krypton had gotten tunnel vision due to his anger and only saw the many Illidans below, and this would prove to be a large error on his part as Dante spun around and threw both the blades of Azinat spinning like frisbees towards Zod for both to embed themselves in his chest.
As this was happening, Illidan had turned around, throwing rebellion like a spear towards Atrocitus, the blade embedding itself through Atrocitus' head, making him slow down and hit the ground on his back, clearly dead. Zod was seething now as he roughly pulled both blades from his chest, gritting his teeth and growling as he tossed the blades aside and created a massive wave of heat vision sent towards the demon hunters. Dante did a backflip, getting out of Zod's line of sight while Illidan took to the air. Even in this state of anger, Zod was still as cunning as ever. He inhaled deeply, created a wind intake that pulled the airborne demon hunter towards him, and then grabbing Illidan by the neck with both hands and swiftly snapped it, making Illidan fall to the ground dead. Zod began scanning for his last opponent, seething now. "Hey Baldy!" someone said from right behind him. Zod spun around just in time to look down the barrel of a black M gun as Dante said "jackpot," and pulled back on the trigger and making a resounding boom sound. The demonically enhanced bullet pierced through the Kryptoian skull and Zod was blasted backward, landing dead on his back. "Team Demon's blood wins," President Awesome exclaimed in a satisfied sort of way. They will join Team Super Steel, Team Super Leaders and Team Android in the semi-finals. A wild round of almost deafening cheering and whooping came from the crowd. "Alas, we also have a promise to keep. A fan-chosen draw was done yesterday, and the winner's battle must commence before we continue," President Awesome exclaimed as the cheering died down. "And so allow me to introduce them. In the first corner we have a man by many titles, the chosen one, the boy who lived, Harry Potter." And with that, a boy with black hair and wearing black and orange robes with glasses appeared out of thin air on one of 2 pedestals that had risen for the guest fight. And in the other corner, we have the demon hunter who can complete any mission, a true human amongst gods, immortal amongst the immortals. Let us give it up for Lady. And as this was said, a black-haired woman wearing a white shirt and black skirt with numerous firearms strapped to her waist. "They shall do battle atop the cursed tower Taman Negro." As these last words were shouted, both combatants placed their hands on the familiar red buttons and were transported to the virtual arena. Might and magic. The wizard and the demon hunter squared off, Harry's green eyes meeting Lady's red and blue ones. They stood atop the ancient tower with the 7 statues, demonic stone statues around them and high off the ground enough to see clouds drifting past them in the night. Harry gripped his holy wand in his right and Lady held gripping her Cheese 75 handgun in her left, both holding their weapons at their sides, waiting for the other to make a move, even as the force field held and continued to count down. The number hit 0, and as it did so, no one short of a meta-human would have followed the arm movements of the 2 humans as both raised their weapons in less than a second and fired. Harry launched first non-verbally, sending a jet of red light towards Lady, while said demon hunter sent a bullet not 1/10 a second later. The bullet collided with the spell, causing it to erupt and send both parties backwards. Lady spun around, her Vives 61 submachine gun in her left hand with her Cheese 75 handgun still in her right, yet even as she sent several bullets flying at where Harry had been, it became clear that all she hit was air. Realizing at once that Harry must be invisible, Lady somersaulted behind one of the statues and began waiting for a sign of her opponent's position. Yet that didn't seem to make a difference, as the only time she managed to get a hint of where her opponent was when another jet of red light shot from the other side of the area. Lady barely managed to sidestep the blast before unleashing a number of unaimed shots from her weaves in an attempt to get him. Alright then, you want to sneak around, fine. Lady said before running into the center of the platform, pulling two grenades out from her belt and throwing them in two directions opposite her before sending a single bullet from her two weapons, blowing both up. Turns out Harry hadn't been expecting that and was blasted aside, his invisibility cloak falling off of him. Sectum Sempra. He shouted a split second before Lady turned around. What looked like a sword slice appeared immediately in Lady's side and she fell over with a groan of pain. Harry got to his feet, shooting another non-verbal spell at his opponent, which Lady managed to roll away from while getting the Kalina off of her back. Even as lightheadedness began to set in, Lady was still as determined as ever as she shot a rocket at the ground, sending both she and Harry flying in opposite directions, Lady landing on her feet and Harry landing on his back. Not half a second later, Lady already had her gun at the ready, and the moment her feet touched the ground a bullet rang out, pierced past the fallen wizard's skull. Lady wins, the voice of the announcer said. Indeed, everyone watching was completely dumbstruck. The fight had been less than 2 minutes, yet in the time so much was actually done and every detail was looked at by the audience. Yet as that quick burst of action ends, we now have a far longer battle to look forward to, our first army-on-army conflict. On the one side they're rough, they're tough, let us give it up for the Terran Dominion. And as those words were said, a large red battle cruiser with a large cannon on the front appeared instantly, with numerous heavily armored marines with guns the size of people dropping out of dropships below. And on the other side, cunning and ruthless, let us give it up for the Galactic Empire.
And with that, a large star destroyer appeared in the same way the previous one landed, with stormtroopers in white armor wielding their blaster rifles also descended from their dropships.
And these two glorious armies shall do battle, and at this President Awesome drew a card across the burning steps. As these words were said, both armies were teleported into the fake arena, ready to do battle. Of lasers and rust. The setup for this battle was quite a bit different than normal, for instead of the two sides starting directly across from each other, they were a good mile apart from each other in a large basin.
On the west side of the molten volcanic area was the Terran, with their skevs hard at work setting up rocket-based anti-air turrets, hidden predation flamethrower turrets and bunkers, along with their barracks, factory and starport, Ghost Academy, armory and fusion core.
Their one and only nuclear strike already being put together. Siege tanks lined the upper side of the cliff in their siege mode, with ghosts standing behind cover in front of the siege tanks ready to begin picking off enemies.
Yet on the other side, the Empire was preparing with their own improvised command center, starport and armory of their own, at its creating a defensive line with stormtroopers forming a defensive line ready to move out, their own laser-based turrets also being set up.
Finally, both sides were ready, with their command centers and battle cruisers on either side of the basin. The force field between the two sides lifted and the battlefield became open to both sides. On the Terran side, General Warfield in his white battle armor was standing at a turret giving his first orders. Viking squads 1 and 2 scramble, wait squads await your moment, Hellion movement move out, he said. At this, about 10 fighter jets took off from the starport, while a good 5 all-terrain Hellion vehicles took off for scouting detail. While all this was going on, the extremely deadly clone known to many simply as Boss was giving out very similar orders, getting the first squad of TIE fighters to set out and a group of soldiers on speeders out for their own scouting mission.
Both scouting parties were sending map data of their given side of the basin to their given sides before the first contact was made. A trooper had seen the Hellion while stopped at the base of a cliff, the rugged all-terrain vehicle clearly having a hotshot pilot the way he was driving without a care in the world for the chassis of the vehicle, clearly still bound by gravity.
All right, you Terran scum, let us see what you got, the man said, getting back onto his speeder and aiming the large guns on the front at the moving Hellion. The attacks missed and only served to give away the troops' position, to which the Hellion pilot turned straight for. Hell yeah! The Hellion driver yelled, driving straight towards the speeder at an angle the forward gun couldn't hit. Damn! The trooper said, revving up the engine in the speeder, but too late as the Hellion set both him and his speeder alight with ignited plasma flames, burning the trooper to a crisp. While all of this was going on, above the clouds an aerial battle was beginning to take place between the Thais and the Vikings, a rather one-sided battle, as the Thais weaved around all the large bullets fired off by the Vikings and began showing off their maneuverability as they shot down the Vikings one by one. "Can't he hold them alone?" one of the 5 remaining Viking pilots said over the radio while sending out homing missiles that managed to take down a Thai while his squad mates took out another 2 the same way. Even still, aerial combat was certainly a lost cause. "All right, squads move out. Banshee's squad Alpha support position for infantry advance of Battalion 1. Warfield said. Across the map, however, Boss was also giving out an advance order now that the scouts had returned with map info as complete as they could. "Battalion 1 and 2 load the at-8s. Boss yelled. Well, this was going on below in the battlefield. Up in the sky, Thais were getting shot down thanks to some missiles coming out of thin air, invisible rights catching the pilots completely off guard. Enemy squad is neutralized, the lead right pilot said, escorting Vikings for ground assault. The Thais came crashing down, adding to the thunder of guns as blaster fire and bullets flew in opposite directions as an advanced squad of stormtroopers had engaged a group of Marines. Vehicle support inbound. One of the Terran Marines yelled just before being blasted to bits as the loaded at-8s made their appearing, unleashing a volley on the Marines. With hulls thick enough that even the armor-piercing C-14s couldn't do more to dent them, these walkers were already overwhelming the troop battalion, having already shot down the Banshees. "Damn it!" Warfield said from behind cover, with the few soldiers left in their force that hadn't got torn apart by the walkers. "Sir, we can't stop those things." The Marauder kill team was pinned down by snipers. One of the men said. "Someone call for pickup?" Came a female voice over the comms just before Warfield could speak. Everyone looked up to see 3 white and red painted medevac dropships flying with something attached to their hulls. Warfield grinned, knowing exactly what the thing attached to the bottom was: their big guns. The fours were dropped in front of the at-8s. The downed walkers already lay in a barrage of game down on the walkers, but despite this it seemed like a stalemate as the two sides walkers were taking down each other at an almost equal rate. Regardless, the medevac had been given enough time to load up the wounded Marines and move on. Meanwhile, as Boss grit his teeth, he heard a voice over his own comm unit. "Commander," came the deep voice of his commander Darth Vader, "dropship support is coming in. Load up survivors and proceed to an overpass in Sector 24, the man said. "All right, my lord," Boss said. "And you?" The stormtrooper said, knowing that Vader wasn't the one to stay away from a fight. "I have something to deal with back at base," Vader said. Indeed, none of their sensors had seen them coming, but he had sensed the pilots' life signatures. Invisible Banshees were flying towards their command center along with several Vikings and Wrights that, due to being visible, got shot down rather quickly. All this armor's glory was standing right in front of the frontal entrance, reached out with the force and telekinetically gripped one of the 5 invisible Banshees and proceeded to force it to swerve into one of its SLAs before repeating the process with the next 2, while also sending the infinity for any missiles that the build it at the ground. The cloaking disabled Vader walked towards the hull of the hovering craft while the black-haired female pilot said over her comms, "I am down." As Vader approached, actress Mengsk stood inside the Terran command center watching from the camera on the hull of the Banshee hovercraft. "I picked a bad day to quit stimming," the Banshee pilot said, pulling from a small compartment a pistol while Vader pulled the canopy open. Pulling the small handgun from her grip with the force, Vader lifted up the pilot in a forced joke. "I can sense eyes on us," Vader said, looking at the hidden camera, so he unkindly looked into the eyes of Mengsk while killing the pilot with one crushing of the windpipe. Mengsk nodded, knowing the figure had intended on placing fear into his heart, though all he had done was confirm something he had suspected from the start. "It seems you will be required on the field after all, Agent," he said, placing a cigar between his lips and bringing an antique lighter to the tip. From the shadows behind him, a blonde-haired assassin with bright emerald eyes nodded. "I'll get it done," Nova said before activating her suit's invisibility and walking away, heading for one of the last medevacs, already knowing what was needed of her. Meanwhile, as this whole thing was going on, a front on the side of a cliff, the Marines and the stormtroopers had engaged in a firefight, this time no obvious advantage in the form of big guns to be had. Die, die, die. One of the Terran Marines shouted, setting his C-14 to full auto and unleashing hell on their opponents. A few dropped, but Boss did a somersault and in one shot from one of his dual blasters blasted straight through the rather stupid Marine's helmet. Bring it on, Boss yelled back, throwing several grenades back which landed next to General Warfield. Warfield was unable to react and so the thermal detonator went off, thankfully only leaving some cosmetic annoyances on his tough armor. Having jumped the rocks that had been being used for cover, but Terran's boss let loose his amazing quick draw and landed several headshots before Warfield got up and shoulder charged him. Even though he was the only Marine left after Boss's rather over-the-top gunplay, but regardless, the veteran had no intent of going down without a fight, as he knocked his opponent's guns from his hand and brought his fist down only to have it dodged by Boss, who got up immediately reaching for his fallen weapons. Warfield armed his right-hand cannon and shot, which forced Boss to miss his own. The white-clad general thought he might have a bit of an out as he let loose a shredder grenade which tore apart most of the other troops, but just then he felt something grab him, something that wasn't physical. "It seems, Commander, that you are in more need of help than I thought," came the voice of Vader, who was stepping out of his personal tie with his hand outstretched. "I guess so, my lord," Boss said irritably before Vader just down and snapped the general's neck. "Fortunately for you, Commander, everything is going right on schedule regardless of your blunders," Vader said, turning back towards where the Terran base was to see that a final attack was being mounted with the siege tanks and the Thors all preparing for one final attack. An attack that was being matched by the Empire with their AT-AT walkers and tanks also heading straight for the oncoming force. "Glad to hear IH," Boss said, but was cut off by his own pain scream as he slowly fell to his face, blood underneath his helmet, having been assassinated ghost style. "So it seems I have an equal," Vader said as a medevac that had been flying past flew back towards the Terrans, having dropped it as passenger who had landed in front of Vader. Blonde hair tied back in a ponytail and wearing her blue hostile environment suit, Agent XN aka Nova squared off against Vader with her C-10 trained on him. Vader flicked his hand once and the unsuspecting Nova felt her gun fly from her fingers, while at the same time a telekinetic grip on her neck which she swiftly pulled away from with her own telekinesis. Vader stepped forward, igniting his red lightsaber and bringing it down on Nova from above, only for it to be reflected by a triangular blue side blade coming out of Nova's wrist above her fist. The blow was redirected, and before another blow could be landed, the ghost jumped back, activating her invisibility as she did. "I can still sense you," Vader said before blasting Nova with a force push, making her land hard against the rocks of the small trench they were in as the thundering of weapons above them began getting heard. Nova reached out with her mind to try and take down Vader like she did Boss, but this clearly wasn't going to work. "A clever trick, but one that won't work against the power of the dark side," Vader said, holding his lightsaber out towards Nova. "You talk a lot," Nova retorted, already formulating a plan to deal with Vader in the one way she now knew would work, her C-10, which Vader was currently positioned in front of. Not bothering to give Vader another chance to respond, Nova charged forward, pushing her suit's physical enhancements to the max with her side blade in an offensive manner. Vader raised his own lightsaber and parried the first strike, not realizing until it was too late what Nova was doing. Instead of colliding with the lightsaber, Nova had slid under the blade and used the movement to kick Vader as she went before running straight for her C-10. The kick from the physically enhanced ghost had staggered Vader, but he was already upright and turned around just in time to see the C-10 trained on him. "Not this time," she said before pulling the trigger back with no hesitation. Vader, in all his stiffness, had no way of dodging, and so attempting to block it with his lightsaber, he simply couldn't move fast enough, the explosive round piecing straight through his head. "Done," Nova said, turning towards the Empire's side and already working her psionic powers to tear them apart. "The war clearly over. The Terran Dominion win," was announced to wild cheering. "And now we have another guest battle, this time we pit magic against machine in a duel of great swordsmen. For magic, we have the second son of Spard, the blue demon himself, Virgil." At the center in the arena was a man with spiky white hair and wearing a blue coat with a katana at his hip. And for machine we have the Ripper, the lightning bolt himself, Raiden. And at this a man who looked to be in steel black and silver armor also stepped up with a silver katana on his back and a small patch over one of his eyes. These SWO masters of the blade shall do battle in the Batcave. And with that the next battle began as both swordsmen were teleported to the virtual arena. Raiden and Virgil both stood across from each other in a similar battle stance with their respective blades in their hands in two-handed grips. The Batcave itself was dimly lit with the only light being several dim lights as well as the lit-up computer and the cases that housed the Batsuit, Nightwing's suit and several others. The countdown had begun yet neither the Blue Devil nor the Steel Warrior so much as flinched as the countdown hit zero, but instead both combatants charged each other with their swords in hand and a clear purpose in their combat. Flashing together the two traded blows very effectively, Virgil using a fluent stream of attacks while Raiden utilized a more defensive and equally flamboyant style. The two entered a blade lock with the electric eighth blade and the magic Yamato grinding against each other as both tried to overpower the other. Virgil realized not 1 second after starting this blade lock that this would surely be a losing game for him, and so sliding Yamato towards the hilt of Raiden's blade, Virgil performed a quick flick of his wrist in an attempt to disarm his opponent.
Raiden, however, saw this coming and indeed countering the move in his own manner, managed to keep a one-handed grip on his blade while taking his right hand off, and with an electrically charged fist punch Virgil square in the face, sending the eldest son of Sparta flying backwards.
Virgil, who was able to keep himself from falling over once he hit the ground, sent several green summoned energy blades at Raiden, who jumped into the air to dodge, pulling a replica pair of monsoon seas. Catching the Yamato between the middle and outside blade of one of his says, Raiden managed to remove the Yamato from Virgil's grip. Pressing his advantage, Raiden lunged, going in for a quick stab at the Blue Devil's neck, but this time Virgil blocked it with his Beowulf gauntlets, which appeared on his arms instantly. Throwing the tie he had blocked away, Virgil went in for a punch which landed in Raiden's stomach, making Raiden take the first plunge of the fight, landing hard on the stone of the Batcave. Virgil, who attempted to crush Raiden when he was down, ended up having the Beowulf parried by Raiden's eighth blade. Once again showing his superior strength, Raiden pushed Virgil back only for the Blue Devil to teleport in a hue of dark purple and reappear in a vibrant kick to Raiden's back, which sent him flying. Landing with an audible crunch on the hood of the Batmobile, Virgil, moving at speeds even Raiden couldn't react to, swiftly teleported and placed a sword straight through Raiden's chest. Virgil would have thought such a blow would have been the end for any opponent, but in the case of Raiden this certainly wasn't the case. "Alright, now this is a fight," Raiden said as a maniacal grin appeared on his face that made Virgil raise an eyebrow. "Pain inhibitors off," Raiden said before letting out a yell of pain as the "What is this?" Virgil asked, more curious than anything else as he stepped back calmly, Yamato still in his opponent's stomach. Raiden slowly gripped the hilt of the weapon and with an audible struggle pulling the weapon out of his stomach in a splash of blood. "Now it's time to really get this started," Raiden said, his one eye flashing red, holding Yamato out at Virgil threateningly. "How original," Virgil said, summoning the Beowulf gauntlets and greaves once again. Charging forward in his berserk mode with his opponent's sword in hand, began unleashing a barrage of attacks on Virgil, who was able to stop every strike with the gauntlets, given Raiden's inability to use Yamato's magic. "I'll take what's mine now," Virgil said, punching at Raiden's arm, forcing him to drop Yamato. Raiden thankfully managed to pull back and pull his own eighth blade from his back before Virgil came back around with another swing. Now as Raiden's body glowed red with his berserk mode, the two swordsmen were back to square one, trading blows in a devilish dance of swordplay. Virgil, utilizing his teleport once again, tried appearing behind Raiden, but Raiden saw this move coming after seeing it used the first time. This time, predicting the move, he kicked Virgil by letting him fall into a spin kick. As Virgil was thrown backwards, and Raiden used this opportunity to pick up a rocket launcher that had been on a table next to them and tried shooting it at Virgil. Virgil, who sliced the rocket apart before it could hit him, was unharmed by the explosion. "Enough, time to end this," Virgil said as Raiden began charging with his katana once again. Virgil engulfed his Mulf in purple energy and unleashed it, activating his devil trigger and taking the form of a blue demon. The blast that occurred sent Raiden flying backwards, and while in the air Virgil ran towards him at top speed, something Raiden struggled to keep up with. This lack of speed showed as Yamato clashed against the 8th blade once, and before Raiden could react it was already going straight through his neck. Raiden's now headless body fell to the ground while Virgil resumed his human form and clipped Yamato back into the sheath on his hip. Virgil wins! President Awesome yelled too while cheering from those viewing the battle. As Virgil and Raiden stepped out of the spotlight, the commentating continued. And now we have a fight brought to you by Ashbringer Inc., bringing you great fights and captivating tales. To this massive amounts of cheering could be heard. When it quieted, the announcement continued. We have a battle between two great warriors of space. They are heroes, they are villains, they are saviors, and they are conquerors. In the first corner, the bane of the Kropulu sector, the destroyer destined to save creation, let us give it up for the Queen of Blades herself, Sarah Kerrigan. At this, a woman with what looked like purple insect-like armor and tendril-like hair hovered down on bone-like wings. This woman had purple glowing eyes and a C-10 rifle on her back almost identical to Nova's. And in the other corner, the man with two legacies, a Sith, a Jedi, a Conqueror and a Savior. Let's give it up for the prodigal knight Revan. At this, a burst of purple on the other side of the arena appeared, and standing there was a man in leather armor with two lightsabers at his hip. This armor was red with brown leather and also featured a hood and mask with a long slit for eyes. These two great warriors shall fight upon the streets of Gotham City. And with that, Sarah Kerrigan and Darth Revan were transported into the virtual arena. The Queen of Blades and the Jedi Knight of Legend stood face to face in the middle of Times Square of Gotham City. It was night time inside the simulation, with the moon high in the sky, though the lights of the upper city glistening, making visibility a non-issue. Several cars and trucks were parked along the street, but not surprisingly the city was entirely void of people. Several blocks away from them were the slums, and in the forest-like park were vast enough to be considered a terrain in and of itself. The two warriors of the stars stood across from each other, Revan holding his red lightsaber in a two-handed grip and Kerrigan bearing her fists and bone-like wings in a ready position. The countdown hit 0, and with the combat commenced. Surprising no one, Kerrigan took the offensive, sprinting towards Revan, winding up a punch as she went. As she reached him, Revan sidestepped the attack and prepared to bring his lightsaber down on Kerrigan. The plan wouldn't come to fruit, for the Queen of Blades proved extremely fast and had used the momentum of her failed punch to spin into a kick that had Revan skidding away. Telekinetically gripping his purple lightsaber in his free hand, Revan leaped towards Kerrigan with his dual sabers, utilizing his extensive knowledge of Jorkai dual blade fencing to put the Queen of Blades on the back pedal. Kerrigan, who despite her immense speed was having a very difficult time dodging all these strikes, and so instead opted to use Revan's fury against him. Managing to predict Revan's move, Kerrigan managed to grab both his wrists and in one strong movement pulled the former Dark Lord into a knee to the gut. Fortunately for Revan, the kick had done no more than superficial damage, and thus he was still more than capable of dodging as Kerrigan sent a white orb of psionic energy towards him. The lightsabers back on his belt, the former Dark Lord readied his hands as Kerrigan sent a blast of electricity at him. Revan summoned his Tutuminous barrier and absorbed the lightning before sending it back at Kerrigan, who ducked away from the stream of redirected lightning. Revan held out his hands about to send a blast of his own lightning at Kerrigan, but before he could, Kerrigan lunged forward, initiating a melee duel once again. This time, however, Revan knew what to do for Kerrigan. That's what using her wings to stop Revan, and thus using a technique based on Mapachi. Revan got the first one away, but before he could get the second one, Kerrigan did something few would have expected, for at that moment two siblings came out of the ground from the other side of Revan. These monstrosities, which would give many a normal person nightmares, lunged with their large teeth, intent on ripping the Jedi to shreds. Revan saw this move coming and swiftly sent a stream of lightning towards these siblings, vaporizing both in but a quick moment. But a moment was all she needed, for the Queen of Blades lunged, and Revan, who attempted to dodge, was still caught in the lower stomach on her wing. Pulling him closer, Kerrigan punched Revan in the face, knocking his red mask aside, revealing the brown-haired and bearded face of Revan while also knocking him onto his back. Not giving the Force user a chance to get up, Kerrigan was already on top of him, unleashing a barrage of punches on Revan, who realized at once that a battle of endurance was one he would not win with the Queen of Blade. Revan, knowing he had to get out of Kerrigan's grip, sent a force repulse which, while survivable, sent Kerrigan flying. Catching herself in midair, Kerrigan looked back down from about 10 feet in the air at Revan, who swiftly engulfed himself in a purple burst of energy, and then he just vanished. The now maskless Raven reappeared out in the woods that was Bottom Park, and as his force teleport power had finished, he sat down in the grass and closed his eyes, calmly sending a wave golden light side power through his body, healing his injuries.
Kerrigan meanwhile levitated into the air, her wing having already grown back as she too closed her eyes, though unlike Revan, who had done so to heal, she was doing so to take control of the Zerg that were there with her.
Several Lord observers levitating all around the arena looking for Revan, while numerous Zerlings and Hydralisks began creeping across the ground, spreading the slimy creep-like substance that allowed Zerg to move faster as they went. Revan meanwhile got to his feet and began looking around, realizing what was happening. He was being hunted. Looking to his side, Revan saw a large 8 feet tall Hydralisk, a serpentine-bodied Zerg with a large mouth and poison-tipped spikes for shooting, was screeching at him as it prepared to shoot it as projectiles. Revan thrust out one hand and began trying to use his beast control ability to try and take control of the Hydralisk so it wouldn't alert his opponent of his position. Yet this proved to be a fatal error, as the moment he opened up his mind to the Hydralisk, he heard in his ears a feminine laughter before his mind was completely ejected from the Zergs.
Kerrigan had of course done this via her psionic connection to the whole swarm, for she didn't just command the swarm, but she quite literally was the swarm. Thus trying to take control of one Zerg had meant trying to take control of Kerrigan, and that sure as hell wasn't happening anytime soon.
Even as he shot a barrage of lightning disintegrating the Hydralisk, Revan began to feel the ground beneath him quake. Though he had no time to wonder why, as instead he had to worry about stopping the blast of lightning sent at him from the air by Kerrigan. Kerrigan sent a concentrated stream of purple lightning at Revan, who stopping it with a crisscross of his 2 lightsabers. "So tell me, old man, any thoughts of surrender in your mind?" Kerrigan asked even as she touched down on the ground in front of Revan, letting up on her lightning. "Why would I surrender?" Revan asked, holding his lightsabers at the ready. "Pity, I could have made it painless."
Kerrigan responded even as she sent a telekinetic blast through the ground which caught Revan off guard as it sent him flying into a wall of the nearest skyscraper of Gotham, a good 75 feet away, the red lightsaber left behind.
This is when it was discovered why the ground had been quaking earlier, for as Kerrigan began once again running towards where Revan had been beneath her, the ground began splitting apart as a giant Nidus worm appeared slithering beneath her before completely emerging, and Kerrigan standing on the top of the large worm's head while it bled towards Revan, who was stuck in this mount made in the concrete wall. The prodigal saw this coming, and instead of meeting it head-on, fought smart, and pulling himself out of the crater, he leaped over both the Nidus worm and Kerrigan, pulling his purple lightsaber from his belt and throwing it at Kerrigan as he did so. While Kerrigan was able to redirect the lightsaber due to Revan's augmentation of the draw through the Force, the lightsaber had still sliced through a large chunk of the Nidus worm below her, even as she jumped off and took to the air once again, while Revan landed on the ground, calling both his second lightsaber to his hand. Kerrigan, landing on top of the building, swiftly pulled her C-10 rifle from her back, and just as Revan had his lightsabers at the ready, Kerrigan began firing. Revan, knowing through precognition it would be a bad idea to try and block these Mach 2 explosive rounds with his lightsaber, resorted to his Ataru-based acrobatics and aimed out every shot sent at him. It was about 10 seconds before Kerrigan heard the click that indicated she was out of ammo, and Revan, despite being several stories below her, also knew this and used it as his chance. As Kerrigan pulled out another magazine for the C-10, Revan reached out telekinetically and pulled the building out from under Kerrigan. Even as the Queen of Blades took to the air, she found herself dropping the gun during the temporary loss of balance, and in that split second Revan had already sent a blast of lightning towards the gun, destroying it. "All right, that's it," Kerrigan yelled. "You wanted the power of the swarm, well now you have it," Kerrigan said, levitating in the air as she spread her arms out at 45-degree angle from her body. Behind her a blue kind of blob was forming, and then suddenly behind her appeared a giant Zerg, larger than even the Nidus worm, no the Leviathan. The Zerg battle cruiser was about a quarter the size of the entire city and was levitating a good 30 stories above ground level. By the force, Revan said as he ignited his purple lightsaber and held it in an inverted grip. The Leviathan from what would look like the mouth shot a large half-sized blob of what looked very much like acid at the former tip, but this was redirected by a telekinetic throw, destroying several houses in the slums and leaving only a pit of green acid. Revan scowled as he force leaped onto the top of a 15-story building and watched as Kerrigan began blasting him with electricity while the Leviathan sent a barrage of organic projectiles moving faster than a normal eye could see. Revan, who began running along the buildings using his mastery of Sheen plus his precognition to block all the projectiles from the Leviathan while using his other hand to create a shield against the lightning. You will have to get one or the other out of the den before the early chance at dealing with the other. Revan made a swift movement, and before Kerrigan realized it, a red car came up from Nilo's end and hurled even higher before flattening on top of her and beginning to push back down. Revan with a flip through the door that was being moved telekinetically against her, but by the time she got back to the earth she realized that Revan was nowhere to be seen, having used the opportunity to once again utilize the Force teleport and now utilizing a Force conceal to remain out of sight atop the 40-story tall main enterprise building. Crouching down, watching Kerrigan irritably send her Zerg out to hunt for him, Revan looked towards the Leviathan and began formulating a plan to deal with it, though this particular method would be something of a leap of faith. Hoping he could perform this attack fast enough, Revan reached out with his hands towards the Leviathan, and as he did so, red life force began to leave the Leviathan in a mist-like substance and coil into the Force user's hands. It was working, for even as Kerrigan turned around to see the drainage occurring to her Leviathan, the battle cruiser-sized beast was beginning to falter. Enough! Kerrigan yelled, flying towards Revan, electricity once again sparking at the Queen of Blades' fingertips as she prepared to unleash upon Revan her psionic storm, the Apocalypse. Kerrigan already felt the Leviathan die even as she summoned the giant psionic storm around the Wayne Enterprise Tower, a large blue burst of immense psionic power, and was bringing the building down with ease. Revan was caught in the middle of this literal storm that many would rightly compare to several nukes, and so with all his strength he put out his hands and summoned a barrier of Force energy, all the while Kerrigan stood a good 10 yards away channeling the ability.
The former Dark Lord knew at once what would have to happen if he was to remain in the game, and it would be strenuous, but he had no alternative, and so maintaining the bubble with just one hand, Revan's now free right hand thrust out at his side with purple electricity sparking down into the ground from it.
Kerrigan wouldn't see this, however she would see at once the after effect, for as she sensed from above her, lightning began crashing down from above, and she only barely got her own psionic shield up in time to reflect the blasts. Each combatant was at their breaking point, trying with all their might to break the other without being broken themselves, Revan maintaining a Force storm on Kerrigan while reflecting the energy of her psionic storm, while Kerrigan created her own shield to block the lightning while maintaining the power of the psionic storm. Blue and purple energy sparked, and many people watching had to turn their eyes as these two combatants didn't let up even as the storming energy reduced the virtual Gotham to something resembling a post-nuclear battlefield. And in the end, as the smoke cleared, it was discovered that both Revan and Kerrigan were in kneeling positions, neither able to go forward with their assault. Breathing heavily, both tried getting to their feet, Kerrigan's shaky legs only able to support her on one knee and Revan unable to get up off of his chest. Kerrigan saw this weakness in her opponent, and unlike her opponent she could still perform actions, still having several Zerglings outside the city limits. The Queen of Blades called for her Zerglings, and as such a swarm of 20 of the vicious Zerglings began clambering through the wreckage of Gotham. Revan, however, sensed their approach, and though no one else could see it as he got himself into a kneeling position, he was grinning. The reason became clear, for as the Zerglings got closer, the Force user threw out his hand, and in an instant all 20 Zerglings fell victim to the Force drain ability, the red mist-like substance that was their life force draining into his fingers.
Kerrigan's eyes opened in horror as her opponent pulled her telekinetically towards him, and in the blink of an eye placed his lightsaber through her heart, a place where even her Zerg healing wouldn't bring her back from.
Thus as the red blade was withdrawn from the wound, the Queen of Blades fell backwards.
Revan looked away from the fallen form of his enemy and thrust out his hand. In that instant his fallen mask flew to his hands, and putting the red relic back on the visor flashed to the camera, signifying Revan's victory.
Darth Revan wins. President Awesome yelled as the two combatants were removed from the arena and actually be seen shaking each other's hands. And now with that we are done for the day. However, later tonight we will be hosting a Q&A session with the teams making it to the semifinals, starting with Team Supersteel. This announcement came with loud applause while the people all began to file out of the stands. The Ultimate Army. Narrative POV. Interesting, Wonder Woman said, smiling. She was currently walking through the competitor's hotel with Satel Shan beside her, explaining a simplified version of the Force to her. Indeed, fascinating is only one word I would apply to the Force, Satel responded, though the sorcerer you say you were made from is just as interesting a topic. The Jedi Grandmaster, however, was cut off as a loud yelling was heard from in front of them. A second later it became clear who was yelling. Clad in his usual red and black attire, Deadpool was running with his arms flailing and obviously terrified. He has gone nuts? He yelled. Who? Satel asked calmly, only for Deadpool to grab her by the arms and shake her while yelling, the writer. He gone insane. Run for your lives. Before either woman could respond, Deadpool began running again. Do you know what he spoke of? Diana asked. I haven't got a clue, Satel admitted, shaking her head.
However, something came seemingly calmly from the direction Deadpool had been running. Both Wonder Woman and Satel both gripped their respective weapons, but all it was an odd but seemingly harmless creature. It was blue with yellow flipper-like feet and the eyes of a fish. The creature, one denizens of Azeroth would know was called a Murloc, looked up at them and opened its large mouth and let out an extremely loud sound that was a cross between a gurgle and an angry babble. Next second the creature was charging. Wonder Woman kicked the charging creature before it got close, but the kick only sent it skidding back briefly before charging again. A fight might have begun, but the idea of fighting was swept from the minds of these fighters as what appeared like a literal wave of Murlocs came rushing from the same direction, each one clearly as unbelievably durable and powerful as the one who had survived a kick to the head from Wonder Woman. Run! Satel yelled. Behind the charging Murlocs, a man, sparkling in the sunlight with unbelievable power, led the charge. The vampire Edward Cullen was commanding these creatures with his wife Bella at his side. Sir, a man in brown cloth armor and a helmet, a guard from the land of Skyrim, said to his commander, the Murlocs are charging, shall we go?
No, when my equal appears is when you shall be called into the front lines. He said calmly.
As you wish, sir. They shall all feel the sting as they are turned to our side by arrows to the knees, the guard said, nodding. Back at the front lines, the Murlocs had burst forth into the primary living quarters for the tournament fighters. Luke Skywalker, Majin Buu and Deathstroke had all already been devoured by the beings. Superman and Goku along with Illidan and Dante tried holding out to get others out, but even they didn't last more than a minute before they were overwhelmed by the sheer power of these creatures. Things seemed hopeless until another entity began manifesting. Green blocky creatures known as creepers were beginning to spawn from thin air. When Murlocos got near these creatures, they exploded, disintegrating the creatures in the invisible blast. As these creepers appeared, a cheery and melodic sounding chorus of meows was heard as several white cats with rainbows coming off of them as they flew and began clashing with the Murlocs. Edward walked in calmly while in a burst of purple lightning someone appeared in front of him, in a black robe and a red lightsaber ignited at his side. The all-powerful Sith Lord known as Darth Binks stood off with the Master Vampire. The nine cats and creepers clashing against the Skyrim guards and the Murlocs around them, these two beings of infinite power squared off as if nothing was happening around them. Jar Jar took the first attack, sending a burst of lightning at Edward, who evaded by running to the side faster than anyone could see. The Sith Lord predicted the move and evaded the crushing blow that came from the vampire's fist. In a fast flurry of punches and kicks, Edward futilely swung at the Sith, who with his invincible plot armor was completely unharmed. Edward found himself on the receiving end of a minor slice from the red lightsaber, leaving a small mark on his face which healed slowly but easily.
Growing impatient, he slammed his fist into the ground, making the planet that could survive Beerus doing battle with Goku on it, and made the planet break into a dozen pieces. Their forces were all unharmed and still battled in space, but as the Nyan Cats all began flying into Jar Jar's fist and Edward's Murlocs all sent watery energy into his fist, it was clear the battle was about to come to an end. The watery power of the Murlocos combined with deadly vampire power clashed in one fatal punch against the ultimate embodiment of the dark side, empowered by the pure power of annoying memes, and thus the universe ended with none surviving. Now let us get away from all the nonsense that was the Overseer's April Fool's antics. Let us move on then, shall we? The announcer President Awesome said to wild applause from the crowd around him. Now today's battle we have two conquerors. Two men who have laid siege to entire planets with resounding success. In the one corner we have the skull-clad ruler of Outworld, the immortal soul devourer. Let us give it up for Shao Kahn. Once these words were said, Shao Kahn walked out into the arena, his skull helmet atop his head with his red glowing eyes. He strode with confidence and meaning, and didn't he look up so as to show how the crowd was beneath him. His opponent, the bane of the old republic, the false emperor. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Darth Malgus. One. This was announced a gray-skinned man adorned in black armor and white glowing eyes with a mechanical mask covering his face. He glared down towards his opponent, also giving no heed to the crowd. They shall do battle within the Outworld arena. Now let us rumble. And with that in a glow, the two fighters were transported into the virtual arena. The Outworld arena was a barren, mostly smooth sandstone ground with a large stone throne in the middle. The stands around them were filled with cheering people who whooped and cheered. They were fake just like the rest of the arena, but it was a touch many people could appreciate. A sense of true Mortal Kombat for Shao Kahn having an audience. The familiar blue shield was between the two of them, with the large number counting down in the middle. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The barrier vanished as it did. Both conquerors took the offensive. Blasting forward with a burst of green energy surrounding him, Shao Kahn burst forward. Darth Malgus didn't he see this attack coming fast enough and took the shoulder straight to his upper chest. Staggering back a few steps, the masked Sith Lord glared a pair of yellow corrupted eyes at Shao Kahn, igniting a red-hued heavy-duty lightsaber. The red eyes of the Kahn were filled with malice even as he laughed and summoned to his hand a green magical construct taking the form of a long spear, which was brought up to parry the first strike from the red-hued blade. White energy sparked from the point of contact, and the heat as the pure energy meeting magical energy. The heat alone would have left lesser men recoiling, but as yellow sparks began bursting from the point of impact, signifying the force at which the weapons were being pressed together. The strength of the nigh immortal conqueror and the power of the paragon of dark put all their strength in an attempt to overpower the other, to no avail either way. In 1 second Malgus took his right hand off his blade, and before his strength was overcome he blasted his opponent with a burst of telekinetic force, blasting them backward several feet, skidding through the dirt, leaving a small trench in wake of the motion. With the summoned spear in hand, the Khan lunged forward, aimed at the Sith Lord's heart. Redirected by the lightsaber in hand, Malgus closed the distance and immediately took the offensive, slicing and weaving a lightsaber with speed that some would think impossible for someone with such a strength-oriented build. Weaving the blade fluently and cleanly, but with the dark side imbued strength he has known for, the Sith was ruthless in his offensive. Joaquin with this spear in hand blocked everything, though was kept from mounting an offense of his own due to the nature of his opponent's attacks, turning every attempt at counterattack into an attack of his own. Wild cheers echoed and rumbled through the stadium, both virtual and outside, as the next move was made. Empowering his body with the green soul magic he was so adept at, and once again burst forward in a burst of energy concentrated into his shoulder. Malgus found himself tanking this burst to the chest and staggering back, only to take a second attack also directly to the chest, the second doing enough damage to make him lose grip on his lightsaber as he was thrown onto his back. The cheers were deafening as Shao Kahn casually walked towards Malgus on his back, but suddenly found himself bumping into some kind of physical object. A translucent blue barrier surrounding Malgus, who got to his feet from inside it. Yellow met red once more as lightning and energy began bursting forth from all around. Bursts of pure force erupted and hit Khan from all sides as electric power blasted on him. The force maelstrom was unleashed. The pillars in the arena collapsed and burst apart in a dusty explosion. Lightning lashed out at anything and everything, leaving the audience to run, several dying instantly. The ruler of Outworld was at the center of all of this, summoning up a bubble of pure green energy to repel the lightning away and survive the onslaught of raw force. Dust was kicked up as the force sent all the dirt flying. No one could see with their eyes in this, and everything outside Malgus' protective dome was a blur of dust and energy. Until finally convinced he had won, the false emperor got to his feet and relinquished his hold on the powers he was unleashing. That is when the dust began to settle and a wild laugh made itself heard in the ears of all those still standing. Shah Khan stepped forward with a smile on his face.
Malgus, in a haze of fatigue from unleashing his most powerful ability, didn't he have the ability to defend himself as a punch to his face was felt, so hard it knocked his respirator clean off his face.
Turning back from the slide stagger only to feel the hammer that Malgus had summoned collide with immense force along his chest, send him barreling backward into the concrete wall behind him with a loud crack. Malicious laughter was heard. "Foolish mortal!" he exclaimed with a smile of victory on his face as several pieces of concrete fell from the top of the hole in the wall, burying Malgus even further. Shah Khan looked down at his feet and saw that just in front of him was the heavy-duty lightsaber, the weapon of his opponent. His grin still present, the man who was still standing raised a foot and brought it down in an attempt to crush the weapon underfoot. That didn't happen, however, as the weapon moved, flying in fact towards the pile of rubble that Darth Malgus was buried under. Gasping for air, his lungs collapsing, his ribs broken and his body aching, Malgus began calling to his strength to try and get up. But it wasn't enough. That's when a memory flashed in his mind. An alien woman with a kind look in her eyes. The blue-skinned Twi'lek named Alina. Rage filled Malgus' very being as the dark side within him manifested in a red hue around him. With a burst of telekinetic power, Malgus blasted all the rubble away and brought himself into a standing position. Shah Khan was taken aback by this, but only for a moment before he was brought to his senses and with a pronounced movement sent an orb of magical energy at Malgus. Igniting the lightsaber he had called to his hands, Malgus swung his blade and reflected the energy away. Beginning to run towards his opponent, slicing away another burst of energy sent his way as he ran. Shah Khan glared before preparing to once again burst forward with his trademark shoulder charge attack. As the Khan charged, however, his opponent shifted to the right and held his weapon out. The blade cut right into Shah Khan's arm, using his own momentum to cut him. Without missing a beat, the Lord of the Sith spun around and brought the lightsaber all the way around and cut off his opponent's head in one clean fluent strike. Still adorned with his skull helmet, Shah Khan's head rolled away as the body collapsed in front of the man who had removed the life from it. And there you have it, the Butcher of Coruscant, the false emperor is triumphant against the ruler of Outworld. The announcer exclaimed as the two fighters were removed from the virtual arena. Now off you all go, we'll be back later with another fight for everyone. The end. Thanks for watching, subscribe our channel for more.